follow your dreams. Yeah. Wanna get a mansion, a jacuzzi, a theater to watch my movies, couple whips and lots of fancy things. The kids they call the Goonies. I see the future, crystal ball, mirror, mirror hanging on the wall. Who the fly white boy of the mall? Got your girlfriend screening all the calls. She bubbling, we fucking and you cuddling. Like baby, where the fuck you been? I wanna tell you she in love with him. So we ain't saying nothing. You could probably tell she bluffing, cause she kissed you with the mouth. She gave me head with my concussion. Yeah, she blushing, all red. Wanna rush and go to bed. You interrogate that bitch like you the fed. So she says she in love with a rock star. Wanna smoke my weed, so she asked me where the tops are. Oh, top drawer. Oh, yeah. Honey, I need you. I'm alone. Just a motherfucking kiss. Oh. Make money, fuck bitches. Yeah, Pittsburgh. Hey, John, hey, these hoes is drunk. Wanna come and smoke this blunt? Then let me take them home and do anything I want. I said, baby, I can ride ya. Just let me get inside ya. I can take you higher if you hit this vaporizer. I got that dope dick, I'll be your supplier. You grabbing on my sheets and hitting notes like you Mariah. Obsessed with me, undress a freak on ecstasy. I'm out and then she texting me like, what you doing next week?
Hear me now, I'm down on knees and praying, though my faith is weak without you, so please, baby, please give us a chance. Make amends and I will stand up to the end. A million times, a trillion times.
Hey, I just wanna inform y'all, I'm drunk as fuck. Most dope, bitch. Hey. Kids, what's up? I'm high as fuck, yeah. Dessert. I graduated. Oh yeah, I just graduated high school. Ha-ha. Hey, homie. Don't be mad that your girl loves me. Don't cut anything yet. It's not my fault. Yeah. I'm just doing me. If a girl love me, let her love me. You feel me? So baby,
Baby, don't cry. I will hold it tight. You by my side.
Sorry? No. Hey, I've been waiting all night for this moment. I've been waiting all year for this moment. I've been picturing you taking off your clothes for me. I've been literally curving all these swords for you. Daddy told you better bring your ass on. Cinderella better get your ass on. Man, I swear the parents just don't understand. You ain't gotta be old to be a man. Take my hand, come with me to my room. Girl, I got it sweet at the SLS. I already know you got expensive taste. Take my hand, follow me to my room. Tell your little friends you gon' be high. Girl, I got a plan for the whole night.
okay, your legs like a store, they open up and you got people in line. Been there every night for weeks at a time. You in my dreams, that's why I sleep all the time. Just to hear you say I love you, just to touch you, just to leave you behind. I told you you don't have to worry, you'll be fine. It's the type of thing I heard it happen all the time. Yeah, I just wanna see you fly. You cause your fragrance got me faded. You be keeping me high. Said nothing better than the first time. I'll be at your service like the checking at the curbside. You don't have to spend another second on this earth ride. Wet you like a fresh book, you're a second and a third time. Left you up a first mind. And when you hungry, I can chef you up a stir fry. Get you some dessert wine, elevate your third eye. First prize, no belt, get a piece, your clothes off, turn around, let me see.
I've been waiting all night for this moment. I've been waiting all year for this moment. I've been picturing you taking off your clothes for me. I've been literally curving all these songs for you. Daddy told you better bring your ass on. Said the Bella better get your ass on. Man, I swear the parents just don't understand. You ain't gotta be old to be a man. Take my hand, come with me to my room. Girl, I got a seat at the SLS. I already know you got expensive taste. Take my hand, follow me to my room. Tell your little friend she gon' be high. Girl, I got a plan for the whole night.
Okay, I came up with a plan, it was take you by the hand and bring you somewhere where the sand is. Soon as we landed, we went straight into the room and played the music, started dancing. You was taking off your pants, it looked like Dorothy ain't in Kansas anymore. How do you like a chore? We started on the bed and then we moving to the floor. You started getting crazy, told me fuck you like a whore. I thought you was an angel, now you yelling to the Lord. You used to tell me all the time I ain't your type. Now, you always wanna spend the night. Now, I'm doing everything you like. When I'm inside your pussy, damn, it feels so right. Yeah, but I still respect the game. Every time I'm out of line, you always set me straight. The sex is great from heaven's sakes, I need it every day. I yell your name, Cinderella. Never gonna find nobody better all my life.
I've been waiting all night for this moment. I've been waiting all year for this moment. I've been picturing you taking off your clothes for me. I've been literally curving all these songs for you. Daddy told you better bring your ass on. Said the Bella better get your ass on. Man, I swear the parents just don't understand. You ain't gotta be old to be a man. Take my hand, come with me to my room. Girl, I got a seat at the SLS. I already know you got expensive taste. Take my hand, follow me to my room. Tell your little friend she gon' be high. Girl, I got a plan for the whole night. Hey.
Hey now, I'm saying my only way out is the way in. I won't stop till you're mine. No way. Well, all my days now, they changing. I got angels, no more Satan. Looks like God's on my side this time. Well, been meaning to tell you, you looking better every day. Write you letters, it's only right there, right after love. I write my name, yeah. If it's forever or never, it's all the same. Under the weather, feel much better when that weather isn't rain, yeah. Oh, Cinderella, don't you run out of time. It feels like you've been taken all day, yeah. Well, wherever you came from, wherever you going, I promise I'm not far behind, yeah. So don't you dare throw this away. I've been meaning to tell you, you look better every day. Write you letters, it's only right there, right after love I write my name, yeah. And if it's forever or never, it's all the same. Under the weather, feel much better when that weather isn't rain.
Love was lost.
Hey, hey, where'd you go? What'd you
Now we found.
Oh yeah, where'd you go? Doing a happy dance. Oh my god, this shit's so good. Doing a happy dance. Doing a happy dance. Yeah. Where'd you go? What'd you do? How the hell you made me fall in love with you? And then you leave, now you're gone. All I got is this damn song, so I can feel, but I can't touch. You said my love was a bit too much. Broke my heart, can't find no crush, so why don't you come on back home? Hey, I'm a fucking workaholic with a passion in my heart, treating rapping as an art, which I have to be a part of. I just copped a new car to hear it start up. Try to do the right thing and please come on. All I want to know is where the fuck did you have to go? I've been waiting on you, baby. Why don't you leave and come on home? I can't be mad, I'm living my dream, going all around the globe. No, you said you think you love me, you need to let me know. So I've been fucking all these hoes, and I've been blowing all this cash, cause baby this just the beginning, and I'ma make all of it back. Where'd you go? What'd you do? How the hell you made me fall in love with you? And then you leave, now you're gone. All I got is this damn song, so I can feel, but I can't touch. You said my love was a bit too much. Broke my heart, can't find no crush, so why don't you come on back? Hey, hey, it's all good, everybody trying to eat tonight, trying to go to sleep, having good dreams tonight. You go home, it might get better. All I know, it don't last forever, so take it while you gotta try to get a little more. They say I'm getting better than I ever been before, well that's for sure. Tell them what I do, rap keep me fed like a spoon getting soup. I've been out here on the road, and now they missing me at home. All these ex-girls that I used to know are hitting up my phone, but I ain't here. I guess you can call back. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll, I think I'll take all that. Where'd you go? What'd you do? How the hell you made me fall in love with you? And then you leave, now you're gone. All I got is this damn song, so I can feel, but I can't touch. You said my love was a bit too much. Broke my heart, can't find no crush, so why don't you come on back home? Yeah. And it gets no better than this, Yeah, it gets no better than this. Yeah, it gets no better, yeah, it gets no better, yeah, it gets no better, this shit forever. Get no better, get no better, yeah, get no better, yeah, this shit forever. Bum ba bum 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 bum. You can cut it here and then we're done. Regrets look just like texts I shouldn't send. And I got neighbors that more like strangers, we could be friends. I just need a way out of my head. I'll do anything for a way out of my head. In my own way, just feel like living some alternate reality. And I was drowning, but now I'm swimming through stressful waters to relief spend a little time in hell. And what I won't tell you, I'll probably never even tell myself. Don't you know that sunshine don't feel right when you're inside all day? I wish it was nice out, but it looked like rain. Gray skies are drifting, not living forever. They told me it only gets better. My regrets look just like texts I shouldn't send. And I got neighbors that more like strangers. We could be friends. I just need a way out of my head. I'll do anything for a way out of my head.
The Divine Feminine, an album by Mac Miller.
The Divine Feminine. The Divine Feminine.
Am I supposed? Okay. Love, 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 love.
Sex.
Love, 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 love.
Sex.
The sun don't shine when I'm alone. I lose my mind and I lose control. I see your eyes look through my soul. Don't be surprised, that's all I know. I felt the highs and they feel like you. See a love like mine's too good to be true. And you too divine to just be mine. You remind me of the color blue. Girl, I'm so in love with you. Yeah. Girl, I'm so in love with you. Yeah. Baby, you were everything I ever wanted. Bought a wedding ring, it's in my pocket. Planned to ask the other day, knew you'd run away, so I guess I just forgot it. Remember when you went away to college? I was on the phone, we ended up talking. Past, present, future, all the gossip. Goddamn. Puppy love ain't what it was, darling. Feelings that we had was so alarming. I could make you laugh, I could break the glass. If we made it last, it'd be a bargain. Mr. Charming, that is my department. You was there before the fancy cars, and you was there when I was just a starving artist. When the car was having trouble starting. Now we got our own apartment. Same box for the mail, same hamper for the laundry. The food in the fridge is stale. And this morning, you cooked the eggs with the kale. I tried to hit it while you was getting dressed. You said, all you ever think about is sex. I'm like, oh well, you know me so well. And if this would make you late, I swear I won't tell. And every time I call your phone, you better pick up your cell. I swear to God, I'ma freak out if it goes straight to voicemail. Well, I'm the jealous type, but I swear that ass what heaven's like. And when I'm in that pussy, it's a better life. That's the only way I'm trying to end the night. It's my only chance, I better get it right. Take your time, my baby. For you, I know I made your
Welcome back to day 2. We're starting right away.
Who do you think you are? Who do you
Taking over your spot.
What is this?
I'm sorry, I just...
No, continue. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you weren't on the ball. All right,
brother,
Ms.
lead us
Lopa finished out her 3 yoke ladder super fast. Looks like we got our last competitor. He's coming up real fast. Gosh, we're on this heavy yoke to finish out this last 20 feet. These athletes do get unlimited drops. He's going to cross the plane with it, and he got it. Nice.
Great. So for those tuning in just now to watch this event, what we have today is an ascending yoke ladder series. The first yoke being the lightest of the 3, the last being the heaviest. Eventually, we will get to the weights. We do not have the weights in front of us for any of this events right now. We will hopefully get that soon. But as of right now, what you're seeing is 3 very heavy yokes. Athletes have to run each yoke approximately 20 feet till completion, last being the heaviest. Like I tell you, an event like this is extraordinarily challenging. And we will get to our heats and weights here momentarily. Fairbairn, why don't you read us, what heats and events are we right now? Do we know what class we're watching right now?
I do not.
Can we get that printed out? That would be super helpful. Yeah. Thank you. I'll jibber jabber in the meantime. All right. So right now we're getting a nice reset. Now, fortunately for us, because we are on a nice smooth convention floor, the resets shouldn't be too difficult. Thankfully, our spotters and loaders won't have to pick the yoke ups themselves in order to reset. Right. Awesome. So we're getting nice and reset here. Right now, we're tuning in this morning to the amateur divisions for the competition today. Right now, in lane number 1, which would be closest to the fans out in the stands today, we should have Linga Lopez coming on up here. And in lane number 2, we should have Trisha Eddington. I could be incorrect in that, but we will find out shortly once we get our information. Heats and lanes. In the meantime, I want a big shout out to Better Through Biology for sponsoring the stream today. Thank you so much for providing us with pharmaceutical grade research-based peptides and chemicals to help enhance the performance of these athletes here today. All right, here we are getting ready for heat number 2. All right, first yoke completed for both athletes. Both athletes marching on to the second yoke, doing fantastic out of lane number 2 here. Really casually marching this yoke down, just going to finish this. Just a really smooth time and fantastic finish out of lane number 2. Well done. Awesome. Here we go. Now we have we should be in heat number 2.
Novice heavyweight women. All right, so we just saw Hamilton. She's our novice heavyweight women.
Also, we don't have names. All right, so we see each gentleman here just taking his time, trying to get this yoke just over the line. I would say his pick height is a little too high based on his actual height, but that might be just due to the actual sheer weight of the object being as difficult as it is. Sometimes you'll pick... Oh. Okay. All right. All right. Fantastic heat here out of the second heat out of our athletes. Opening event in the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am. Today we're featuring the amateur class here up first. With an event like this, there's a little bit of break time in between heats, mostly due to resetting the heights of the yoke. As you can imagine, every athlete's going to have their specific and individual needs for each yoke. Some athletes might change the height placement per yoke depending on their weight and where they happen to be strong. Athletes that are stronger within the legs or in the quads, they might have a lower pick height in order to clear the floor that much easier when they're running with the apparatus. And those that tend to be a little bit stronger in their back, but maybe not as much as their legs, will have a higher pick height. There we go. All right. So here coming up on lane number 1 should be the closest to the crowd for those watching at home. We should be in our third heat coming on up, which means Brandy Graber should be in lane number 1. Actually, lane number 1 should be the one closest to the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am sign itself, so furthest from the crowd. We should have Brandy Graber in lane number 1 with a yoke of 200 pounds, 250 pounds, and 300 pounds. And in lane number 2, which should be closest to the crowd at home, we should have Mickey Tuapai. in our Masters women's heavyweight division, I believe. Let's just confirm that in a moment.
They've had men over on lane number 1, closest to the crowd.
Oh, pardon me. You're right. So I'm looking at just the wrong. So we should have Brandy in lane number 1 still, but then we should have Dave Gaynor in lane number 2. The yokes in lane number 2 should be 580, 680, and 780. If I'm looking at this correctly, which I believe that is right. Should be in our third heat.
So yoke is my absolute favorite event. I think it's the only one that I'd be good at because I'm about as wide as I am tall, and that narrows it down.
It's a great feature for strongman. It's a great feature.
Except you have to get stones, and I got a big belly and little arms, and I can't get it right.
Sure.
Because God picks favorites, and you know real fast when you're not one of them.
It's true.
But yoke, I could do this.
So
when you're a human fridge.
We should be in our third heat, so actually it should be Justin Sansushi coming up in lane number 2 on our Masters men's heavyweight division. And Brandy should still be in lane number 1. So it looks like we're getting our final adjustments of weights here. And this is the one interesting caveat with an event like this. First off, a really unique event. I've only personally seen this event featured once in professional competition, and that was at the Arnold Pro Women's Competition, I want to say nearly 4 years ago now. That was the last year that Strongman Corp actually hosted the Pro Women's show, and they had an ascending yoke ladder ending at, if my memory serves correctly, at 800 pounds in the Pro Women's show. It was a really fun series. 600,
was anybody able to hit
800? Yeah, I think 3 athletes actually finished. Victoria Long being one of them that stood out the most.
That would, yeah, makes sense. She's incredible.
Yeah, so that was the last time that I've actually ever seen a yoke ladder in competition. It's one of my favorite events, and if the promoters happen to have the resources for it, really cool event to feature in the show, especially in an amateur competition where you don't get to see such intricate events. So
it's such a crowd pleaser. Yeah, we got Justin coming over here on lane number 1.
Great. So lane number 2. So lane number 2, closest to the crowd, we have Justin Sansushi, and in lane number 1 we have Brandy Graber. Again, in lane number 2, 580, 680, 780, and in lane number 1. We have Brandy Graber at 200, 250, 300 pounds. Our Masters heavyweight division in lane number 2, and our novice women's heavyweight in lane number 1.
Now,
both athletes are running through this.
Justin's doing this for years. Absolute great competitor. You can tell how heavy this is. He has to focus on every step. But Brandy just runs through it.
Great finish for Grant.
Holy cow.
Brandy here. Fantastic finish. Justin's just about done.
Justin.
He's just over the line. Great finish out of Justin. You did great.
He brought
did
the right
great,
shoes
buddy.
today. He nailed it.
Justin Sansushi, congratulations on that great finish. An OSG Masters competitor. And a well-experienced athlete, as you mentioned.
Oh, absolutely.
And again, fortunately, because we are on these fantastic convention floors, the reset won't be as aggressive or egregious as it potentially could be.
Right.
As if we were on like rubber flooring with our loaders, spotters and loaders.
Mm-hmm. So take that, FitCon.
No, thank you. Thank you, FitCon.
You're great.
Tremendous. The only thing we actually have to worry about is if these athletes actually come through with the final yoke really fast, we're getting taken out. So that's neat.
Thank God that they made them just egregiously heavyweights.
We'll find out. The odds of us getting hit, not low. So we're going to find out today.
Mm-hmm.
So in our next heat coming on up, we should have a Josh Graber in lane number 2, which is closest to the crowd. And in lane number 1, we should have a Trisha Eddington. Yep. In lane number 1, the weights for the Masters women's heavyweight division should be 350, 400, and 450. And again, we're maintaining with the 580, 680, and 780 in lane number 2.
So with the Masters heavyweight women, these are all women in this whole category who train out of the Sweaty Pig, and they are an absolute lifeblood for our gym. Like they are who we point out potential people who come in and they say like, "Oh, I know I'm not big enough, I'm not strong enough to join a strongman gym." And we have these Masters women who just come in and crush it every day. They just have so much fun. They're such a good group. We love having them. They have.
Yeah, no, it's events like this, especially within the amateur side of these competitions, really highlights that Strongman can, in fact, be for everyone.
Yeah.
Right? And at the end of the day, it is just a fun game to do with your buddies that happens to also get you fit. And that's cool. That is a good catalyst of a game like this.
I think with anyone who's Strongman, is like, no one's doing this because they're doing great mentally, right? It's a lot of hard work, and these guys absolutely push it. But it does bring out a certain breed of people, and I love that. It's such a fun part of the sport that these guys have skills and strengths that wouldn't go to any other sports as well. They find homes here.
Yeah, it is open doors when it comes to strongman. So it looks like we're getting ready here. Both athletes ready to go. Trisha Eddington in lane number 1 and Josh Graber in lane number 2. Again, our Masters Heavyweight men and our Masters Heavyweight women. Should be momentarily getting set. Looks like we're getting one final height adjustment for our lane number 1. Again, it's really important. Oh, they're getting under the bar a little prematurely. Let's give them just a moment here.
That's a big shout out to these volunteers. If you're watching on the live stream, how quickly they're all working. They all know their assignments. They all know what to do, and they're making the best of what is a challenging ask for them to adjust 3 different yokes.
And here
every
we
time
go.
someone runs.
Getting ready. And we have just about begun. Connor Gordon on the timer, and we are off.
Yeah,
Both
pick
athletes
up
with a
best.
fantastic pick. Both athletes choosing to pick quite a higher pick height. I was mentioning earlier that potentially where your strength lies will dictate where your pick height is. So the lower the yoke is to the floor, generally speaking, the stronger the athlete's back is versus their legs.
Trisha
The
just
lower the
runs
pick
through those
height.
first 2.
Here we go. Trisha's marching this
Tito
down.
and D all the way to the end. Wow.
A
That's
really
incredible
fantastic
work.
finish out of Trisha, marching right through lane number 1, ending at 450 pounds. Mr. Josh
here comes
Graber
Josh.
with 780, marching steadily and well, just finishing. Great
That
finish
mustache
out of
brings
Josh
him to the
Graber.
end. Good job, Josh.
Our spotters and loaders being brave and attempting to pick up these. Let's see. Looks like we're going to have a little additional assistance from a Connor Gordon. Fantastic.
Boy, he's just a plow horse. Look at this.
We might genuinely actually consider putting a block right in front of that camera because I am actually concerned that, especially in lane number 1, a yoke will go through. So we'll figure that out after. Maybe. Coming up in this next. Yeah. Or even just a nice piece of rubber right in front so it has a hit, but we'll see. Coming up in our next heat, we should have a Dave Gaynor in lane number 2. Again, with a 580 yoke, a 680 yoke, finishing with a 780 yoke. And we should come on up here to Caroline
Kinney.
Kinney. Thank you so much for knowing that. It's a very unique name. Considering there are 6 yokes on the field, the reset times are really, really fast. So
Oh, yeah.
again, thank you so much to our spotters and loaders.
They've done incredible work, and I think this will be the toughest one of the day for them. The
Yeah.
other ones are a little bit more stationary.
And even so, more so mentally, you want to make sure that like every pick height is perfect because like that can mess up someone's run. You don't want to mess up someone's weekend.
Absolutely.
All right, so it looks like we're just about getting ready here. Both athletes are at the first yoke, hands on, ready to
Oh,
go.
looks like we got Laura up.
Oh, so Laura Lund is up next. It looks like we're potentially skipping 2 athletes, but it might just be out of order. We'll find out. Laura Lund is in lane number 1 right
we
now.
do got
Dave Gaynor.
Dave Gaynor in lane number 2.
Here we
Starting
go.
off at 580 pounds.
Dave just marching us down. Laura Lund just behind him.
Dave's got a great pick with his shoulders. They're up. He's got a good base. He's got his head up.
Yeah, incredibly smooth out of both athletes finishing this yoke series in what I believe would be potentially a winning time for both of them.
Holy
Dave
cow. Good
Gaynor,
job, Dave.
great run. And Laura Lund just
Laura,
behind.
great.
Fantastic effort out of both athletes.
Now, would you suggest that your athletes also wear the grip shirts I see some of these guys wearing?
You know, that's user preference at the end of the day. I mean, some athletes prefer chalk, some athletes prefer grip shirts. I don't think there really is a wrong answer. And it also kind of comes down to the type of yoke that you're using. Some yokes have a much thicker bar versus a thinner bar. And if one that covers more total surface area, potentially the less assistance you need in terms of shirts. But, you know, I think it's a bit of a user preference. There's definitely utility in it, though.
I've used both. I haven't noticed a huge difference, but I'm also shaped the way that I am, so there's plenty of meat back there
you
for
mi-
the yoke to grab onto.
Yeah, you might find smaller athletes really get a whole lot out of a grip shirt. You know, it stops it from moving. So coming on up here in lane number 2, we should have Mr. Joseph Nielsen, who he told me yesterday that yoke is his favorite event. So I'm really looking forward to seeing his performance. And then in lane number 1, it looks like we have might be Mickey Tuapai. Hard to see from this distance here, but we'll see just in a moment.
I think this is Carolyn Kitty coming up.
Carolyn Kitty. Okay, so we're just a little out of order in lane number 1 before, but it looks like we have Carolyn Kitty. Kinney, pardon me. Again, really cool name. This will be our last athlete in lane number 2 for the Masters Heavyweight Division. Joseph having a really great day yesterday, finishing quite strong.
Oh, Joseph is one of those athletes. He jumps in every show that comes up locally. He's just the first one that signs up. He loves this. You know, age isn't holding him back. He's in there training every day. But he's just a love of the game sort of guy. It drives him. He has a lot of fun doing it. He's kind of who I want to be when I grow up, not realizing that he's that much older than me. I don't think he is. But when I do grow up and stop being such a man-child, I want to be like Joseph Nelson.
Yeah. No, I'm really glad to see. I've also seen Joseph compete quite a bit out here in Utah. And here we go. Both athletes getting ready. Let's get both of them under the bar. All the yokes are adjusted in height. All right. We are getting set. Lane number 2, Joseph Nielsen. Lane number 1, Caroline Kinkinney.
Joseph Nelson picks it up with reckless abandon.
Marches that first one
slams
down,
it into the
not
other
taking
yoke.
any time at all in between apparatuses. In fact, his yokes are slamming into each one. He's
Holy
going to
cow.
finish strong here, not putting a single one down mid-run. And what a great
Wowzers.
finish out of lane number 2. And
There's
Caroline
Caroline.
Kinkinney just behind him with another fantastic finish.
Wow, that was a great run. Both athletes.
Yeah, both athletes really displaying like the skills associated with yoke, which is really a durable and stable trunk, being consistent with their picks, and yoke is one of those events where you have to be a combination of brave and stupid. There's that line of where like you need to run so fast where you almost fall down, but you don't.
I feel like yoke is one of the only implements that actively tries to kill you. Like,
I mean, it's strong, man. I feel like
everything
it's quite. I mean, between block press, stone press, yoke, there's a lot that tries to kill you in this sport. But I feel you, dog.
This one has like, I don't know, a soul-sucking element to it. Like when you
Yeah.
finish a big yoke, and you'll see guys when they're training like their max yoke, right? Well, what's a max 50 foot? And they get up into that 90, 100% range, and they'll come out with a flu the next day.
Well, frankly, I think yoke is one of those events you should never train to max. But in my humble opinion,
You know more than me.
yeah, I would never
Which is
recommend.
why I can't be a coach, right? Everyone's like, yeah, friggin' max out. Have fun.
No, not recommend yoke maxing literally at any point in your career. But we're adjusting our weights here in lane number 2 to our single athlete within the men's open 90 kilo division. The weight for that class is actually the same as the masters heavyweight division, so we're still featuring a 580, 680, and 780. We should have Sherry Mitchell here coming up in lane number 1, still featuring in that lane a 350, 400, and 450 yoke.
Which is incredible when you see these masters class women. So they're all over 40. And just teetily being 450
that's
pounds
great.
at the end. And everyone's been able to finish. Absolute work ethic of these athletes are so cool.
Yeah, so we have Tucker Henstra in lane number 2, and we have Sherry Mitchell in lane
This
number
is
1.
Mickey Tapati over here.
Oh, it's Mickey? Pardon me. Mickey Tapai, pardon me. All right, here we go. Both athletes are off. Nice and smooth start for both athletes. Tucker just finishing the yoke, just ahead of Mickey here.
Tucker's yoke pick is very high. He's having a hard time getting off the ground to move.
Yeah, so again, kind of going back into where your strengths are, Tucker might know that, maybe his legs quad power is maybe not the strongest, so he opted for a higher yoke height. But the problem with that is, in the position that he's in now, he's basically just sliding the yoke, which is not quite within the rules, and nor can kind of get it off the ground. It's a little too high for him.
And at the end, it's like you're having to pick that weight over and over and over
Yeah.
again. It's exhausting.
Mickey just slowly marching these down on the contrary on the other side, kind of just a slow as fast method here.
There you go, Mickey.
Great dogfight out of Mickey here in lane number 2, taking her time and now steadily marching down this 450-pound yoke.
She's got these short, even steps. She's keeping her trunk balanced.
And just
not
over the
rotating.
line.
Good work.
Great job out of Mickey Tuapai in lane number 1.
That
Great
was
job.
awesome, Mickey.
And a heroic effort out of Tucker in lane number 1. Just a little heavy on the day, but good for him and getting a distance on that third yoke.
I've seen a lot of the crowd starting to come over here. Yokes are just kind of fun to watch. It's such a big human experience. Like, how heavy can you carry something? And this is the only sport you can really show that off.
Yeah, it is just a genuinely interesting event. They're carrying this large apparatus across their back. There's hundreds of pounds associated with it. It's interesting, and I'm glad people are stopping by here at FitCon Expo. Big shout out and thank you to FitCon for allowing the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am's inaugural year to be hosted here at this competition. And one more shout out to one more sponsor that we have here, the Sweaty Pig, for providing all of this equipment associated with this yoke event, including the compound gym. Thank you for also lending us some yokes. But the Sweaty Pig being the primary sponsor of all the equipment being used this weekend, and the volunteers and everything else associated with this show. So thank you so much, the Sweaty Pig,
I'm
for
pretty
making
sure
this happen.
we took every yoke that was available in Salt Lake Valley. So we have all the ones from the Sweaty Pig. We have the compound. We have Valhalla. So I just want a shout out to those gyms and just this community in general that, yeah, they're always willing to help other people out and grow the sport. And,
Yes.
there's not a lot of money involved in any of this. This is all love of the game.
There
and
is
we all
no
want-
money involved in any of this.
We lose a lot of money.
No one's making money off this show. I'll tell you that right
Yeah,
now.
that's true. But the fact that everyone's willing to help out just to help grow the sport and the community, it's really cool.
So coming up next in our lane number 2, closest to the fans here for those watching at home, we should have a Joel Hammer. He's competing in the men's open 105 division. The yoke weights are moving on up to 620, 720, and 820. A decent weight for a 105 show here on the amateur level.
Yeah, 820. That's a hard yoke for me.
820 is 20 pounds heavier than the yoke weight at amateur nationals 3 years ago for the men's heavyweight division for 100 feet.
Because why?
Yeah.
Oh,
In lane
screw
number
you,
1,
that's why I
we should
lift the
have
weights.
Sherry Mitchell in lane number 1. The last athlete in our Masters heavyweight division. Again, her yoke weights will be 350, 400, and 450.
I think Connor's really in the mindset of it's a strongman show. Like, if it's heavy, great. That's what it's supposed to be. And he likes these ladders that everyone could probably move those first 1, 2, but that last one's going to be hard.
Yeah,
And
the
it's
rule of
supposed to
thirds should almost always be implemented kind of regardless of the level of show, unless we're putting on a novice show, of course. But this competition, the athletes here are wanting to compete and eventually qualify for amateur nationals, where things are quite difficult. It's a big step up. So to do well here, you should do well at a show like amateur nationals, which I'd imagine a lot of these athletes' personal goals are to qualify for.
Well, I think some of the weights should scare you too, right? Like, it's something to push for. And it's hard to respect the athlete like, oh, I'm not going to do it because it's too hard. When you reach to a certain level, yeah, that makes sense. There's certain things you can't do. But in an amateur show like this, like, it gives you something to work for.
Yeah.
And I think these athletes work really hard to get to be able to do these weights.
Here we go, just about ready. Joel Hammer in lane number 2 and Sherry Mitchell in lane number 1. Men's 105 open division, women's heavyweight masters.
Sherry's another one of our mainstays at the Sweaty Pig. She works super hard. She's so friendly when anyone new comes into the gym. She's one of the first ones over to go and just talk to them and give some of that mom energy of like, anyone can do this. You're going to have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We love Sherry. She's great.
Just final adjustments here for lane number 2. Making sure everything is even Stevens for every athlete competing. All right, it looks like we're just about ready. Joel Hammer in lane number 2, and Sherry Mitchell in lane number 1.
Joel Hammer sounds like a name that if you were going to pick an alias for a strongman, that would be it.
Joel Hammer.
Max Steele was taken, so Joel Hammer was second
Oh,
best.
we're getting final adjustment on his last yoke. That's good. I'm glad I caught that now. Because that
I
would
was
have.
going to say, I'm like, that first one seems so much lower. at the
Yeah,
end.
Joel doesn't need to be under the yoke right now. You can take a second, buddy. There you go, Joel. Just a few final adjustments here. Again, it's better to take the time on an adjustment like this or a reset like this versus an athlete not getting the height that they need. And it looks like we're just about done. Again, massive shout out to our spotters and loaders for working their butts off all weekend. I might add a position that is volunteer-based.
Yeah, but they do get paid in day-old sandwiches and Monster Energy drinks. So they're having a great time. God
Here
bless
we
these
go.
people.
Joel featuring a particularly low pick on that last yoke. Let's see. He might be very strong in the legs, but he's running really confidently and smooth here on that front yoke. So is Sherry Mitchell, just finishing right behind Joel. Here we go. Both athletes picked up. Sherry featuring a head-down positioning. It's probably something that feels more comfortable for her as she runs the yoke, whereas Joel's a little bit more upright in the torso. Both athletes successful, different techniques.
There
Here
you
we go.
Sherry's
Sherry's marching down that last yoke, 450 pounds.
short, easy steps, keeping everything in balance, crosses it. Good job, Sherry.
Great finish out of Sherry. Joel Hammer just marching this down one step at a time. A slightly lower pick, but he seems mostly comfortable as soon as he gets it off the floor. Hopefully Joel can finish this here. This is 820 pounds. This is an incredible weight for a 105 man.
You got this, Joel.
He has just enough time to finish here. You can do this, Joel. He has 15 seconds. March it down, buddy. Smooth steps. And he just gets it over the line. Great
Good
job,
job.
Joel Hammer.
And
That's a hell of a name.
At 820 pounds, that's such an ask, especially after hitting 2 other heavier weights, but to finish on 820 for 20 feet.
It's fantastic. Generally a name that I think you would pick if you were in a program being hidden by the government, but a really cool name nevertheless. Well done, Joel Hammer.
Hope we're not blowing your CIA cover, Joel.
Yeah, good luck, dude. The mob just found you. All right. All right, so that was our last of our athletes in lane number 1 within the Masters heavyweight division. Coming up next in lane number 1, we should have a Mr. Barney.
Brachius. His mom came over to us like, oh, make sure you guys got his name right. It's Brachius.
It's a hell of a name, Brachius. Very cool. Very cool. So in lane number 1, we should have Brachius Barney. In lane number 1 with a 370, 420, and a 500-pound yoke. Brachius is competing in the teens men's division. So he's a young man. In lane number 2, closest to the crowd, we have Jared Collins, again featuring the weights of 620, 720, and 820.
I think he was calling you guys out yesterday because you said you looked like a corn-fed boy without electricity.
Yes.
And I said, have you looked at yourself? You look like a corn-fed boy without electricity. I think they were spot on in their assessment.
I do believe I said that about Brackius.
Yes.
Which that is a massive compliment,
I
sir.
say he loved it. I just like, that's an astute observation. Homie, look at you.
All right, we are getting nice and reset here. Again, super important we get the right yoke heights with all these volunteers. They're triple checking it really, because one weird misstep with a yoke, you're not gonna have a good day.
We got Jared Collins over in lane number 1, closest
Two.
to jeez, whatever, closest to the crowd. He's a good friend of the Sweaty Pig. He's helped us out quite a lot.
All right, looks like athletes are about ready. Hands on bar. It looks like our heights are just about set. We're going to do a double check quickly for lane number 1. I'm glad they did because they're readjusting it. Fantastic work, guys, spotters and loaders. You know, when you're an athlete, too, and you're on the amateur side and you're in this position where you're just waiting for things to be reset, it's super important to not let yourself get too psyched up until you know for sure that the equipment is ready to go. So, like, breathing slowly, visualizing, keeping yourself present is actually incredibly important. Sometimes you get a little too hyped up as soon as you walk out. You might have to wait another 90 seconds.
Yeah.
So here we go. Both flats are ready. It looks like our floor and judges are ready. Lane number 2, closest to the crowd, 620, 720, 820. Lane number 1, 320, 420, 500 for the teens division. Brackius marching down that 320 like it weighs nothing, because it kind of does for a boy of this strength. Here we go. Great sprint out of Brackius.
No problems with that. Jared hops onto the second yoke. Brackius finishing up his third. And a scary
way to go.
He's hyped.
Mr. Barney with a very successful yoke medley. He should be very proud of himself in lane number 1 in our teens division. Jared just slowly marching down this second yoke. Again, that's 720 pounds. That is an incredibly heavy yoke, even at a pro show for 105s. This is an amateur show for those watching at home right now. We are not even in the pro divisions yet. That is an incredible weight for that class, which only goes to show you just how well Joel Heimer did.
Yeah. Sorry about your cover, but you did excellent yoke run.
Yeah.
What I was going to mention about the teen division, that we have 2 teens with us today. It's Brackius Barney and Mason Snyder. They are both large gentlemen. They're young men.
Yeah, corn-fed boys.
They're corn-fed boys, but you can't teach size.
No.
And that's what we say when we got these kids who come in who might have a hard time in other sports or trying to find something they fit, but Strongman, it works so well for them, and it gives them a home, but you can't teach size, and these kids they're huge. Like, I'm so glad they're starting at a young age, and hopefully they can carry this into a long, fun career.
Yeah, I mean, if there's something they enjoy, it'd be good to see them going. And as of right now, we should have a Samuel Walcott coming out for lane number 2 in the men's 105 division. Again, the amateur show. In lane number 1, we have Mason Snyder, that Fairbrother here were just mentioning, in the teens division, 370, 420, 500. Looking by the size of these boys, you would never guess they're teenagers, but they are. As the sport continues to grow, we're going to see younger and younger individuals start involving themselves within competition. For those of you that are young and watching a stream and kind of interested in Strongman, give it a try. I would still highly encourage you to continue to do field sports and sports provided that your school or private school may provide for you to be a well-rounded athlete. I wouldn't go full bore into just Strongman if your goal is to be good at Strongman, but participation is key. Here we go. Samuel Walcott in lane number 2 and Mason Snyder in lane number 1. Wow, Mason is fast.
Cow.
We potentially picked too light of weights for our teams division. He's so fast he ran out of his belt. Great finish. Great finish for Mason Snyder in lane number 1.
Samuel Walcott, he's working on that 720 yoke right now.
Yep,
and that's a big ask. For
huge
a
ask.
105 athlete.
Marching it down, just getting it done. He should honestly take his time before even picking this one here. At least I would say so, because this is 820 pounds.
He's getting his feet set. Maybe too wide of a step on that one.
Well, he's such an interesting dilemma here in that it weighs so much, so he kind of needs to start slightly wider to pick it off the floor. But in order to run it efficiently, you need to step narrowly. You need to walk narrowly. So it is such a challenge for a 105 class for a yoke of this weight. And Samuel's doing a great job right here.
Well, and every time that you're picking this up, that's it's a quarter squat. You're quarter squatting 820 just to stand up, not walking it.
He's truly giving it his all right now. Very gritty, choosing to stop. I think that's a great idea. Great run out of Samuel Walcott. And again, big points. Right now, he's sitting in second place.
Yeah.
Out of all the 105s, only one of which has managed to finish.
We got one more 105 coming up. We got Paxton Hansen to run the 620, 720, 820. And it looks like we're going on to the novice men's heavyweights, Nathan Wilkins.
That's right.
Running a 400, 450, and 500 yoke.
I love seeing novice masters divisions being featured in shows. You know, it really allows introduction for not only newer athletes to come try the sport, but people who are just slightly older. You know, there's no real block for them to try and participate, especially in terms of weight. So shows now featuring novice masters divisions. It's really cool inclusion.
Well, it's such a show of character, right? Because once you get 40 plus, how many new hobbies are you picking up?
Yeah,
much less a hobby that's like, hey, this one's gonna suck. Have fun with this.
Yeah.
I think it's a cool show of character. They're willing to try something new at this age and willing to go out there and do something hard, push themselves out. It's really cool.
All right, so again, we have Paxton Hansen in lane number 2, who is leading the 105 amateur class right now, and we have Nathan Wilkins in lane number 1, furthest from screen. Getting our heights adjusted perfectly, and weights adjusted more importantly to reflect the change of class. Although the weights did not need to change, so there must have been an accidental premature load on that lane number 1 there.
Happens to me all the time.
Damn, brother. Damn. But you know if that didn't know it would stop that. Working with Better Through Biology, one of the best sponsors here today, featuring at the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am, because they would give you the pharmaceutical things required for you to be beneficial in all areas of your life.
Yeah,
there you go. Shout out to Better Through Biology.
They're going to love that plug.
Love you, Jake. All right, athletes seemingly are getting ready here. Looks like we have our final adjustments coming on up for our yoke ladder. A yoke escalator is just crazy for an amateur show. I love it.
It took a lot of coordination, and I think a little bit of guts for them to pick this event at this venue, but it's paying off. The crowd's huge. They're really into it. But now these athletes who are waiting are just sitting in the deepest pits of anxiety, trying to calm themselves down so they're ready to go.
Here we go. Athletes are getting onto the apparatus, getting ready here in lane number 2, featuring 620, 720, 820. Paxton is off. Very successful first yoke. And Nathan just behind him, just finishing neck and neck. Here we go. That was a pretty aggressive slide out of lane number 2. That might get a penalty for that. He probably is going to. But our boy in lane number 1 finishing strong. Nathan, way to go, Nathan. All right, so Paxton being the only other 105 athletes to finish the yoke escalator. However, he more than likely is going to get a slide penalty due to his work on the second yoke. So that might actually put him in second, just depending on how fast Joel Hammer finished it. So we'll find out.
I will say that 820 yoke that he ran didn't slide was incredible.
It was just probably a misstep there. You know, he obviously has the strength. He's a very fit-looking individual, so good for him for being able to finish that. And that just kind of goes to show you the level. That just kind of goes to show you the level that it takes to be that strong in finishing something like this.
Well, I think this event in particular is hard to train for. Most gyms don't have 3 yokes that you can line up, or even the space to do 3 yokes in a row.
Yeah, I'm more than likely probably just training with 1, doing intervals and or cluster sets with yokes, just kind of just get ready for some sort of stimulus related to this.
And a lot of it is just get there and get good, nerd. You're going to figure this out.
You're not wrong. So it looks like we're more than likely going down to just 1 lane now, which is lane number 2, closest to the fans out in the crowd. We are finished with our men's open 105 division. We are now going to the open men's 120 class. Again, for those watching at home, this is the amateur show of the Pro-Am today. This is the AM side. Starting off in our men's 120 class with weights featuring at 660, 760, and 860. Huge jump in weight.
Yeah.
Very difficult, but the first athlete out will be a Seth Heaton. Now, generally speaking, athletes in the 120 class and above, usually very large individuals, not only in size but in height. You usually start seeing the height climb quite a bit in comparison to like a 105 or below. Generally speaking, you still get some of those girth and bloat lords associated with the task. You know, not too different from yourself there, fair brother, or famous America's Strongest Man in Lucas Hatton. But, you know.
Did you just compare me to Lucas Hatton?
I did.
I
did.
Am I blushing?
You should be.
You guys can't see. I'm blushing.
Well, I can't. Usually always red, so I'm not really sure. So
that's the blood pressure.
Yep, that is.
Do I also share that in common with Lucas Hatton?
Oh, high blood pressure and more than likeliness going to die before 50? Yes. But,
yeah, cool.
Hey, man, open.
I know for sure we're both enjoying CPAPs.
You don't see old Great Danes, you know what I'm saying? you've never seen a real large old grandpa.
What's
So,
important is that I'm super pretty now,
You are.
and I will be when I die, which will be within the next 10 years.
Factual. Bold statements, factual. And speaking of preventing death, we have Peak Performance and Rehab here, one of the primary sponsors of the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am. This physical therapist company, not only are they located conveniently out of the Sweaty Pig, but they provide incredible service for all athletes, not only at this competition, but at the gym in Salt Lake City, Utah. Feel free to go ahead and check out Peak Performance and Rehab to keep you alive and kicking. All right, first athlete up in the men's 120 open division, we have Seth Heaton. Again, the weights for this class, 660, 760, 860. Here we go, and we are off. That was a casual pick, but a very low pick height for Seth. He could potentially run into problems in that last yoke, but who knows? We shall see. He is marching this down. This is a well-practiced athlete. Seth, nice pick, taking his time. He's clearing the floor here. Ooh, a bit of a slide. He could do this, and he just gets over the line. Great
Nice
job,
job,
Seth
Seth.
Heaton. Way to finish. Now, there's a potential slide penalty there. Depends on the discretion of the judge. His judge being Jamie, one of the best local strong women in Utah, and she's strict. Jamie don't play.
No.
So we'll find out if Jamie decides to give Mr. Heaton a slide penalty, but it did look incidental to me.
So, and that's the caveat of having this on concrete. It makes it a lot easier to slide and get in position.
Yeah.
But if you're running on rubber and you drop it, it's not going anywhere. You
No,
just have
and
to pick it up where it
that's the
lays.
thing. You know, these athletes are aware of the rules, and when you're on a floor like this, it behooves you to pick a little bit lower than you normally would, because if you do end up sliding, you're more than likely going to get that penalty. And if you had a great run, it's a damn shame, because that could take you from, let's say, first place to as far as fifth or sixth, depending on
Yeah,
how
if they're
close
giving
your
you
competitors are.
A 5-second penalty for every slide. That becomes a huge problem, especially on a heavy weight that you're continuing to drop and slide
Yeah.
every time.
All right. We are getting a nice height change in lane number 1 here. Pardon me, lane number 2. The next athlete up will be a Joseph Hemingway. Joseph Hemingway will be running a 660, 760, and 860 yoke. Also, S-tier name. Hemingway? Brother, that's sick. What are you doing here, man? You should go be in college. You should be a scholar of that name.
You should be writing very confusing books
Yeah,
for people like me
sonnets
who don't
maybe.
know how to read.
Yeah.
But hopefully he's doing better than the other Hemingway that I know.
Right. Joseph is ready to go. He's already under the yoke, potentially just feeling out the start position here. But he looks very ready for this event.
So I noticed a lot of athletes kind of pick and choose where they put their hands, either on the inside or outside. It looks like he's going a little more inside.
All right, Joseph off to a good start with that first yoke. A little bit choppy with the feet, but I think he'll smooth out as the weight gets heavier, funny enough. I spoke too soon. Early drop. Joseph, just take his time.
A lot of sliding.
Potential slide penalty there. Again, if you're in this position, an athlete, just kind of slowing it down a little bit, controlling each step as best you can. We're at a very heavy yoke here in 860. It is not the type of yoke you want to rush.
Yep. Take your time. Get a good pick.
Oh, so that was a fairly aggressive slide. More than likely going to be a pretty bad penalty there. But heroic effort and a great attempt out of Joseph Hemingway. He did finish, but more than likely going to get a few penalties there. But Joseph, well done in that yoke. Nothing about that was light. And well, that's honestly, it's the heaviest yoke I've ever seen for a 120 class in an amateur show.
860 is aggressive for anybody. You can mentally wrap your brain around, like, it's just 20 feet, but your spine doesn't know that. Well, your spine knows it's 860 pounds. It's just crushing.
Well, an event like this really kind of displays and we will find out quickly which athlete has kind of mastered the art of bracing. Because when you're getting under one yoke, running, and then so you're decompressing yourself, or you're compressing yourself, pardon me, getting out from underneath the yoke, decompressing, and then immediately compressing again, it behooves you to have the skill of the Valsalva maneuver and knowing where your ribs are within space. And what I mean by that is, as you're running with the yoke, you want to avoid flaring your top rib upwards, your chest upwards, because that removes your ability of your core, that anterior chain, to lock down a secured position. It then displaces the load to your lumbar spine, and that is not something you could run with load effectively over a longer period of time or over a longer course like this. So those that are able to just march this down have really mastered just bracing as a whole.
Sounds like real nerd talk to me. I haven't felt my ribs in years.
Fair enough, brother. Here we go. We have
Holy
we have
cow.
Matthew Summercorn out here marching down that
This
first
is Joseph
yoke.
Hemingway.
No,
Summercorn.
this is Matthew Summercorn marching down that yoke. He's on the last yoke already at 860 pounds. Fantastic.
Holy cow, that was
run on those
fast.
first two. So again, look how his
Short,
ribs are nice and
controlled
neutral.
steps.
Matthew with an outstanding performance yoke. Again, there was no arching of his rib cage. He was nice and neutral. His head and gaze was forward. Fantastic performance out of Matthew Summercorn.
He takes a nice bow to the crowd. His family's out there. Everyone's jazzed.
It was
Good
a
for him.
genuinely fantastic display of those mechanics we were just talking about.
So these athletes who are walking away from the yoke, it's probably going to want to stop over at Cairo Movement. We got Dr. Bird in the back with Cairo Movement. He's going to get them all fixed up and ready to go for the next event at the Axle Clean and Press. Their spines are not going to be feeling good, a little compressed. They'll feel shorter after you running these yoke ladders than they would have otherwise.
Oh, yeah. Outstanding work by our chiropractors here, one of the main sponsors of the show. We really appreciate your work here. And Dr. What was his name?
Dr. Bird.
Dr. Bird. Thank you so much, Dr. Bird, for being here and supporting the athletes and supporting the show, more importantly, here at the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am.
I've gone to him for years now. He helps with everything from, getting people stretched out, getting them physical therapy tips, giving them a program to write up, from dry needling to scraping to cupping, laser therapy. Dr. Bird he's a kind of a one-stop shop for local athletes. An incredible guy.
So we have our final adjustments here for our last athlete in the men's 120 kilo division. We have the Girth Lord himself and Adam Woolston.
He loved that name.
Who's
by the
getting,
way.
I heard.
He mentioned it a couple of times. Like, did you call me Girth Lord?
Yeah. Who's getting ready here for his yoke performance. Generally speaking, athletes built like Adam here are pretty damn good at yoke events. Hopefully that is in fact the case. I'm looking forward to seeing his performance. He's getting under each yoke here to ensure that he has the right height, which I love. Testing out and making sure that you have the right positions is great, especially if you in fact have the time to do so at an amateur show.
You'll notice that Adam is wearing his sweaty pig socks, and that's scientifically proven to add about 10 pounds to every lift.
Here we go,
So that
Adam
should
getting
work.
ready. He's underneath the first yoke here at 660, 300 kilos. And we're off. Great pick out of Adam and a nice narrow run.
Holy cow, that's
I
great.
figured this man would be incredible at a loaded run like this. He's certainly built for it. He's got the cool shades on. He's got the shoes for the job. He's got the extra knee sleeves, because why the fuck not? And Adam with an outstanding finish.
He's jazzed.
Definitely
We're jazzed.
first place at the
Good
men's
job.
120 kilo division. Fantastic work, Adam Woolston.
Sorry, I mentioned those sweaty pig socks. If we needed proof and pudding, go stop by our booth over here. Stop by the gym, pick you up a pair. That was great. He's going to love being called Girth Lord for moving forward for the rest of his life.
So that was the final of our men's 120 open division. Fantastic work out of all the gentlemen in that class. We are now moving to the open men's heavyweight division, where the yokes are going 700 pounds, 800 pounds, and 900 pounds.
So this is big boy weight in any show.
Yeah, for those curious, at World's Strongest Man this year, the yoke was also 900 pounds. So this is an incredible feat for an amateur show here in Salt Lake City, Utah, at the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am at FitCon. Huge, huge numbers here to be performed. And honestly, I bet you we're going to see some finishes.
Well, and we see 900. It creeps up every now and then in these amateur shows, but it's usually a 140-foot run, or USS a couple years ago was 900 for like 100 feet, which was absolutely bonkers. But to be able to transition from heaviest is particularly taxing. These athletes are doing a great
And
job.
the first athlete up to run today is Tristan Carmen at our men's open heavyweight division. We are confirming that, in fact, the yoke height and weights are appropriate. We have the signal from our head judge that things are good, and we are off.
Is it 700 pounds?
Yes, sir. Very smooth. Great transition here for Tristan Carmen, getting himself nice and locked in. That upper back is tight. His steps are consistent. Tristan's doing a great job. Decides to throw that hat off for less distractions. Good for him. Great pick on 900. Great steps.
Yep.
Gaze forward and crushes the
Well
yoke.
done.
Great run out of Tristan Carmen. Great job.
Great
What a
work.
performance.
I love
What
it.
a performance. That was a genuinely great and consistent run. Honestly, I bet you that's going to score him a lot of points.
And you can tell with his steps that he's just heel to toe. He's keeping everything in line. Body's staying upright, not collapsing over himself,
Yeah,
not taking too wide of steps, and letting the yoke kind of swing around himself.
Yeah, that was very much a smoothest, fast approach, and I bet you he's going to score fantastic points within the division. Coming up next at our men's open division, we have Tyson Thompson, who traditionally competes in the 120 kilo class, both internationally and nationally. He's a very talented and arguably one of the best 120 athletes in the country right now. So really looking forward to watching Tyson Thompson compete in a class above his own. I don't think this is a permanent move, but definitely something that he's doing to challenge himself.
Yeah, I actually asked him about that, and he said that he wanted to just feel the heavier weights, just try it out, and not have to worry about cutting weight or anything, and just get to be fat and happy and run heavier weights and compete against these big guys. And
Yeah.
he's really held his own.
And honestly, one of my favorite things about Tyson is he's a very low-key individual. You know, he doesn't have very high highs or very low lows. He's just very consistent. And when he's out on the floor, he moves beautifully. He's generally speaking a fantastic moving athlete. So here we go, Tyson Thompson getting ready for that first yoke of 700 pounds. Again, for those watching the stream, 700, 800, and 900 pounds.
So I don't think I've ever seen Tyson run a 900. I'm excited to see how he does this. I bet he just blows right through it.
All right. Tyson's just getting under that yoke, getting that position ready from the head judge. And we are off. Tyson Thompson, very smooth in this initial yoke here. Great transition. That second pick was quite smooth. He might have to slow it down just a hair for the third. But here
No
Tyson is,
hesitation at all.
marching down 900 pounds with a beautiful display of moving ability and bracing. Fantastic out of Tyson Thompson. Genuinely, there's really no fat on that steak. You can't really critique what he did.
No. Excellent picks right in the middle. He kept himself nice and high. Everything moved equally. He just looked like he's having fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a statement for the remainder of the class. Great job out of Tyson Thompson. Coming up next, we should have Levi Biddle. Levi Biddle, pardon me. Levi Biddle coming up in the next in this open men's heavyweight division on the amateur side of this pro-am competition. We are getting our yoke heights adjusted here. Even within the open division, the heavyweight division, there's quite a variance in heights. So anticipate quite a lot of changes from yoke to yoke and where they decide they want to run from.
How big these athletes are. Like, I stand at 6 feet, and in a lot of these shows, I'm still the small guy at 6 feet tall.
Yeah, generally speaking, especially on the pro level, 6 foot tall is considered a small open man, which is different compared to most sports. Generally speaking, even amongst Olympic weightlifters, for example, and other strength sports, 6 foot tall would be massive. Most of their heavyweight men are usually between 5'8" and 5'11".
Is that true?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's very rare to have a large man. Granted, the best on the planet right now, Lasha Tallahassee, is 6'6", which is an extreme anomaly for the sport. But it just kind of goes to show you that the different sports will kind of elicit different body types and what is successful and what is not. But even in open pro strongman, you've had athletes like 5'10" podium at World Strongest Man. So
looks like Levi's getting himself mentally ready.
Yeah,
the durability of the yoke.
Yeah, the old noggin smash, the TISM special. Here we go, Levi Biddle getting ready for this yoke run here at 700 pounds. Smooth, beautiful pick out of Levi. Taking a very smooth and controlled approach, which is really smart depending on your level of ability associated with this task. But it's consistent. He's not dropping. He's getting his brace, and then he's going. He's not rushing. This is a very mature run. Outstanding. Just a few more steps, and he's done. What a great run out of Levi Biddle. Genuinely good. I don't think he'll be the fastest of the day, but it certainly will score him incredible points because he was just smart enough to be consistent and not rush himself.
I think when you start seeing these athletes that start rushing it and they're taking these too wide of steps, and they're getting out of bounds, they're dropping it, they're getting the slide penalties. But for him, he was smooth, consistent. Yeah, it was a great run.
Yeah, great run out of Levi Biddle. Next athlete up in our men's open division will be Darren Sorensen.
Speaking of
Sorensen,
large,
pardon me.
fed fellas, we love Darren.
Big, strong fella, Darren Sorensen. Again, the yokes that he'll be running will be 700, 800, and 900 pounds in 20 feet increments.
So he's relatively new to the sport of strongman. I want to say within this last year or two, he's really started to pick it up. But he's competing in a lot of our local shows, a lot of our UHA games, and he's kind of quickly rising up through the ranks of these athletes. He's been a lot of fun to watch. He also trains in the Sweaty Pig. It just loves it. His family's over watching the Sweaty Pig reels yesterday, and which is a questionable choice for a 1-year-old.
Darren is getting ready here. Nice and lined up at 700 pounds. And we're off.
Fast work.
Yeah, I really appreciate Darren's utilization of a narrow foot positioning as he starts to run. He's quite wide on the pick, and the initial step in might knock him off balance just a little bit. But once he's actually going, his narrow stance is fantastic for running such a heavy load. So you can see here that step in and knocked him off pace here with 900 pounds.
Got it evened out as soon as he did.
Yeah. Great
work.
pick and run out of Darren. A really fantastic performance and display of control on 900 pounds. I would encourage an athlete like Darren to start utilizing a narrow pick stance or more of a narrow pick stance as he progresses throughout the sport, which will require him to reduce the height of the bar slightly, the crossbar. When you do something like that, it allows for you not to have to step in as aggressively and potentially lose balance as you run heavier loads. A good example of that is an athlete like Evan Singleton, for example, Strongest Man on Earth this year, the year that he won. with the max yoke event, essentially at 1,400 pounds, because he's so used to a wide stance, he actually wasn't able to finish that yoke, even though he's probably strong enough to do so, because the wide pick initially was too much for him to step in. That's something that Darren was experiencing here as well.
And we can see on that initial pick, your body automatically wants to go wider. So you want a bigger, stronger base on that quarter squat.
Yeah. The next athlete coming on up should be Corbin Killian. Corbin had a great first day competing yesterday on the amateur side of this competition. I'm really looking forward to seeing him under these yokes. He looks like an athlete that's built potentially well to run yoke.
You see the size disparity between Darren and Corbin.
Yeah, Darren versus Corbin. Again, different body types, potentially equally as good. We're going to find out. But Corbin Killian is up next here. 700, 800, 900-pound yoke challenge. Corbin getting nice and braced and lined up. And here we go. He is off. Again, another athlete utilizing a very wide pick and a very high crossbar. We'll see how that pays off or if he can utilize that technique on the heavier yoke. So he just picked narrow right there and actually was quite good.
Yeah, he's got to settle down a little bit after he picks it up, let the weight settle, and then start moving his feet.
Yeah. Maybe just rushing just a little bit out of excitement, but I do believe he has the power and strength to finish this 900-pound yoke. Smooth steps, slowly marching along here. I think his chest up could be up just a little bit more, but a nice, consistent pace here out of Corbin. Just about at the line. One more step, and he should do it, and he's clear. Great job out of Corbin Killian. What a fantastic display of strength. I'm sure he wanted to go a little faster. He seemed just slightly disappointed, but that was a very good performance. And if I had to assume, probably the heaviest yoke he's run in a competition. I know he's a newer athlete on the amateur side.
Up next, we got Alex Smith, another Sweaty Pig staple. He's been doing this for years and years. He runs a company called Podium Adjacent. He has a bunch of shirts. He's kind of poking fun of himself because he loves competing. He's always there. He's just off the podium every time. And he just has fun with it. He knows where he's at. He's worked really hard. He told me before the show that this is the strongest and most ready that he's felt for any show.
Yeah, I follow Alex on Instagram, and it seems like this has been the most consistent that he's been in a long time in his training. And I love seeing the progress that he's been posting at least. So I'm looking forward to seeing his performance here on this yoke event. He's a really large man, has a very wide back, so he should potentially be able to run this right on down.
And if you ever get a chance to meet him and you hear his laugh, it sounds just like Seth Rogen.
Yeah, nice.
It tickles me pink. I absolutely love him. He's wearing his heavy and awkward shirts, one of the apparel that he sells.
Alex doing a good job of checking the heights of each yoke. It shows some maturity when it comes to competing, being confident enough to step out onto the field, checking the yokes individually. It takes time to kind of develop that skill. So good on him for confirming that these are the heights that, in fact, that he wants. Looks like he's now getting ready for this event. Here we go. Alex Smith, lane number 2. And he's off.
700-pound was comfortable for Alex.
Nice and smooth there. Again, utilizing a moderately wide stance, but this stance actually was more narrow than his first pick. He's finding a good position on his back to make sure that he can run this yoke.
Come on, Alex.
He looks comfortable, just slightly rushing, but he could do this. Getting some good points here for Alex Smith.
Now, I don't think I've seen him run in 900, but God knows that he wants this.
Yeah, let's see. Come on, Mr. Smith. You can do this. Getting nice and braced. He's going to be nice and controlled here. Alex just taking his time. Bit of a drop there, but I think he can do this. It's about 20 seconds to get this done. And this just goes to show you just how difficult this event actually is. 900 pounds at the end of a medley is no joke, regardless of how big and strong you are. It's about 3 seconds now. He's probably going to call it. But a great performance out of Alex Smith. I'm sure he wanted a little bit more, but it doesn't go to show that Alex isn't prepared. It goes to show just how difficult this event is.
Absolutely.
So great job, Alex Smith, and performing well there, getting a distance on that third yoke.
Again, a shout out to Jamie, one of our judges, making sure everything is equal and good for all these athletes. And then all the other volunteers who are having to reset the yokes between each one. We got a great crew with us.
Yeah, we have our final athlete in the men's open division, in the open amateur division, pardon me, in Weston War. You basically could describe Weston as weaponized autism. He's a phenomenal moving athlete, and I'm very much looking forward to him competing in this event in particular.
Well, and he's such an athlete. I don't know if he quite grasps how good he is at just anything that he does.
Yeah. Honestly, the best advice I could give Weston is just smooth as fast. You know, he got really excited on an event yesterday that he probably should have done better in, and here he knows he's a good mover. So if he just goes and has, frankly, fun, I think he'll have a great performance here.
I think so too. We brought him out for sumo wrestling just once. He joined a tournament, won it, and didn't realize who he beat. Here he goes, about to start.
Here we go, Weston War.
700 yoke.
And very smooth, very fast. I love his pick position with his feet. This is such a great display of technique out of Weston War. He's getting braced, he's picking narrow, and he's running narrow. Come on, Weston War.
Holy Moses.
What a great display of power and strength out of Weston War.
Don't apologize to us, buddy. That's a great run.
Job, Weston. So that hit between him and Tyson, it's extraordinarily close. I honestly couldn't pick a winner between the two of them, but it's kind of been that way all weekend, you know, between Tyson and Weston all weekend.
So Weston is getting married next month. We're all excited for him and the patience of his sweet, sweet wife.
Yeah.
But it's one of my absolute favorite people. Except that he knocked me off of the yoke leaderboard of the Sweaty Pig.
He did.
And I ran a 1,000-pound yoke in, I want to say, 20 seconds. And he, without training, just teetle-deed 1,000-pound for about 17 seconds. So yoke is by far his best event. He's a very talented athlete.
Are we out? With that camera? Okay, we're still live? All right, so anyway, Weston War might have just taken out a camera. We'll figure that out in a little bit. But that being said, before we sign out on the stream here, I just want to give one more shout out to MRS Power Wash and Detail. MRS Power Wash and Detail is Utah's best on-site fleet cleaning service. We keep the commercial fleets and personal vehicles looking their best and operating at the highest standard of all times. From the semi-trucks to trailers, bus fleets, RVs, heavy equipment, and company vehicles, we expect technicians, with our expert technicians, and the highest quality exterior washing and interior detailing service tailored to your businesses and personal needs. With 100% mobile units that require no water or electrical hookups, 100% spot-free water, we make our exterior and interior maintenance convenient, efficient, and hassle-free. Thank you so much for MRS Power Wash and Detail for being one of the primary sponsors of this competition. Thank you so much. And again, great display out of strength here in our yoke escalator event. Any final words before we sign off here?
No, I'm super impressed with all the athletes. This was a huge ask, and we knew when we were creating the weights for this that it was going to be hard, that we wanted to make the ladder something that everyone could do one, most people could do two, few people can do three, and we saw most of the athletes finish all three yokes. I'm super impressed with the level of competition here.
I agree. Coming up next, folks, we will have the Axel Overhead Press Medley in about 5 to 15 minutes roughly. We're going to sign out here from the stream. My name is Alec Jose. Thank you so much for watching, and I'm joined here with my friend Fairbrother. See you guys in a bit.
Thanks, guys.
The world is so small till it ain't. Yeah. I'm building up a wall till it break. She hate it when I call and it's late. I don't wanna keep you waiting. I hope I never keep you waiting. Yeah. I think I know it all, but I don't. Why you always at the mall when you're broke? Yeah. And I just wanna ball, maybe dunk, but I never been tall. Yeah. I might trip, I never fall. God knows I came close.
Don't try this at home.
I know I probably need to do better. Fuck whoever, keep my shit together. You never told me being rich was so lonely. Nobody know me. Oh well, hard to complain from this 5-star hotel. I'm always in a rush, I've been thinking too much. But keep it on the hush, no one need to know, just us. That's really all it takes. We don't need nothing but today. The world is so small, till it ain't. I'm building up a wall, till it break, till it break, till it break, till it break. She hate it when I call, and it's late, and it's late, and it's late. I don't wanna keep you waiting. I don't wanna keep you waiting. I hope I never keep you waiting. I hope I never keep you waiting, 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 waiting. Playing till I'm out of moves. No need for shame. I get more peace at slow speeds. Go beat the game. Young control freak. It's cold in my veins. I'm below freezing. Snow season made me. They know that I so need my space. Don't wanna grow old, so I smoke just in case. She say that I glow below the waist, and the stroke is just so PGA. All I got is a little bit of space and time, drawing shapes and lines of a world we made. Tomorrow may be right around the corner, but I swear it's gonna be worth it if I make it wait. There's somewhere above, you keep reaching up. That's really all it takes. We don't need nothing but today. The world is so small, till it ain't, till it ain't, till it ain't, till it ain't. I'm building up a wall, till it break, till it break, till it break, till it break. She hate it when I call, and it's late, and it's late, and it's late. I don't wanna keep you waiting, I don't wanna keep you waiting. I hope I never keep you waiting. Yeah, 9 times out of 10 I get it wrong. That's why I wrote this song. Tell myself to hold on. I can feel my fingers slipping in a motherfucking instant I'll be gone. Do you want it all if it's all mediocre? Staring at the wall and the wall full of posters. Looking at my dreams, who I wanna be. I guess you gotta see it to believe. Ooh, I've been a fool, but it's cool, that's what human beings do. Keep your eyes to the sky, never glued to your shoes. Guess there was a time when my mind was consumed, but the sun coming out now, clouds start to move. Don't tell me nothing but the truth. I'm tired, I don't got a spare second. Win or lose, win or lose. I don't keep count, nobody checking. Got a little bit of money filling my pockets. Roll around like I run and shit. I got a system filled up with toxins. I've been broken hearted, now it's fuck that bitch. Getting how to deal with my problems. Fucking bitches getting drunk and shit, but these bitches getting obnoxious. It ain't nothing to me though, I love this shit. Go long days, longer nights, talk too much, the wrong advice. All the lights that call my life. Doctor, will you help me? Get me healthy, keep it low, that's where hell be. Ain't shit you can tell me now. Fuck this rap shit, but you selling out. Ooh shit, my new bitch, you jealous now. Smoking weed at the crib, watching Belly now. All the pain that they causing, like fuck it, we ballin' out, everything straight. You feeling the feeling, I'm chillin', just living, I'm getting away. Conversations we having, I'm getting through static, too much on my plate. Lord, I need me a break. But I'll be good by the weekend. Yeah, I'll be good by the weekend. Yeah, everything good by the weekend. Yeah, everything will be good by the weekend. By the weekend. We going out tonight. Yeah, we going out tonight. Like fuck it. We going out tonight. Yeah, we going out tonight. Fuck it. We going out tonight. Yeah, we going out tonight. It's a weekend. We going out tonight. Yeah, we going out tonight. It's a weekend. I've been having trouble sleeping. Battling these demons, wondering what's the thing that keeps me breathing. Is it money, fame, or neither? I've been thinking about the places that I frequent, all the people that I see. I'm tired of living decent. What do it mean to be a G? Yeah, and all the time we fall behind. Bitches in the concubine, I call them mine. Crazy, and God is I make water, wine, pause, and time is coming. They often hate me. Never will I walk in line, I cross the T's and dot the I's. Wondering how I got this high. Fell asleep and forgot to die, goddamn. I'm popping them downers and drinking them pounders. Faded, get it over the counter. I'm stuck on the browser like how did I make it? This bitch that don't know me, this shit is so lonely until she get naked. Don't even know what the day is, but I'll be good by the weekend. Yeah, I'll be good by the weekend. Yeah, everything good by the weekend. Yeah, everything will be good by the weekend. By the weekend.
Mondays I think of you, but I ain't tripping on it. Tuesdays I'm hitting. Gotta get my hands up on ya. Wednesdays I'm lit with you. You know you're staying over. Thursdays I'm sick of you. I got to get rid of you. 'Cause Fridays are always the start of the time of my life. Alright. When I get faded, you hate it, but baby, it's gonna be alright. Alright.
I switched to dumb zone, but what do I know? Spending nights hitchhiking, where will I go? I could fly home with my eyes closed, but it get kinda hard to see, there's no surprise though. And you can find me, I ain't hiding. I don't move my feet when I be gliding. I just slide in, and then I roll up. Yeah, well, climbing over that wall. I remember, yes, I remember, yes, I remember it all. Swear the hype be too tall, so like September I fall down below. Now I know that the medicine be on call, yeah. When it's feeling like you hot enough to melt, yeah. Can't trust no one, can't even trust yourself, yeah. And I love you, I don't love nobody else, yeah. Tell them they can take that bullshit elsewhere. Self-care, I'm treating me right. Yeah, hell yeah, we gonna be alright. Gonna be alright. I switched to dumb zone, but what do I know? Spending nights hitchhiking, where will I go? I could fly home with my eyes closed, but it get kinda hard to see, there's no surprise though. And you can find me, I ain't hiding. I don't move my feet when I be gliding. I just slide in, and then I roll up. Yeah, I be reading them signs. I be losing my mind. Yeah, get the fuck out the way. Must be this how to play. It must be nice up above the lights and what a lovely life that I made. Yeah, I know that feeling like it's in my family tree. Yeah, that Mercedes drove me crazy. I was speeding. Somebody save me from myself. Yeah, tell them they can take that bullshit elsewhere. Self-care, we gonna be good. Hell yeah, they letting me clap. I switched to dumb zone, but what do I know? Spending nights hitchhiking, where will I go? I could fly home with my eyes closed, but it get kinda hard to see, there's no surprise though. And you can find me, I ain't hiding. I don't move my feet when I be gliding. much. Got stuck in oblivion, yeah, yeah. Oblivion, yeah, yeah. Oblivion, yeah, yeah. I got all the time in the world, so for now I'm just chilling. Plus I know it's a beautiful feeling. In oblivion, yeah, yeah. Oblivion, yeah, yeah. Oblivion, yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay, I ride around my city when I come home, yeah. The sunset quickly, then get up slow, yeah. I just connect and upload. Watch it spin around, we just spin it round, yeah. It's gonna travel through the unknown, yeah. We play it cool, we know we fucked up, yeah. You keep on saying you in love, so tell me, are you really down? Are you really down? Yeah. Let's go back to my crib and play some 45s. It's safe in here, I know there's still a war outside. We spend our nights all liquored up on morning side. Can you feel it now? Oblivion, yeah, yeah. Oblivion, yeah, 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 yeah. Oblivion, yeah, yeah. Ooh. I got all the time in the world, so for now I'm just chilling. Plus I know it's a beautiful feeling. In oblivion, yeah, yeah. Oblivion, yeah, yeah. Oblivion, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Things like this ain't built to last. I might just fade like those before me. When will you forget my past? Got questions, ask you know the stories. And you need to let me know when you're leaving, where you go. Can I come? Do you believe me? Are you close? Yeah. Even if you don't, that'll get you sprung. Do I?
All right, folks, welcome back to the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am here in Salt Lake City, Utah at FitCon. We are featuring the Axle Clean and Press Ladder for the amateur divisions right now. So coming up in lane number 2, we have our gentleman in Cameron Saunders. The axles for his lanes will be 160, 180, and 200. And in lane number 1, we have Lings Lopa, 75, 100, and 115 in the novice women's heavyweight division. The rules for this are quite simple. It is a clean and press for each implement. All athletes must wait for a down command from their head judge. They can clean it any style they want. They can press it any style they want.
One of the fun things about Strongman is however you want to get it up there, you get it up there, we're going to count it.
Belt cleans are permitted today because this is a normal and cool competition. Oh, wow, Cameron with a very easy power clean on the initial axle.
Same for second. Lings will have to go redo that first one.
Our athlete in lane number 1 is going to have to press that first axle again, just missing the down command from her judge.
Wow, Cameron just absolutely ran through that with contempt.
Cameron competing in our Masters 105 division. I would say those weights, not enough of a challenge for Cameron.
No.
Well done, Cameron.
And if you're a good presser, I mean, you can make up a lot of points real quick on this event.
Lings Lopa getting onto her second axle of 100 pounds right now. You know, finding that clean somewhat challenging.
And the thing with an axle, if you're unfamiliar with it, how smooth that bar is, there's nothing to really grab onto. It's 2-inch diameter. If you're not familiar with them, they get They can get real dumb real fast. Oh,
Great
just got the
press.
lockout.
Great
Excellent.
press out of Lings Lopa at 100 pounds in lane number 1, competing in our novice heavyweight women's division. So this is more than likely, potentially, her first competition. Great work out of Lings Lopa, or one of her first competitions at least. Great work. All right, we're still going to stay with the same weights for lanes 1 and 2. For the next athletes to come on up in lane number 1, we should have Nora Hamilton. And in lane number 2, we should have Stan Martineau in lane number 2, who is the last of our Masters 105.
Stan is another newer competitor. He trains out of the Sweaty Pig Gym. I think this is his very first competition. He was nervous, but when I talked to him in the back, he said he's just having a lot of fun.
Great.
It's something that he just decided later in life. He's like, yeah, I want to try this, and he loves it. And he's having a great time, and we love Stan.
So again, our weights for lane number 2 will be 160, 180, and 200. And for lane number 1, it is 75, 100, and 115. Lane number 2 is closest to screen for those watching the screen.
Wow.
Or on the right of our
just use
Rocky
that
Mountain
up.
Pro-Am sign. Stage right. And lane number 1 is stage left.
In lane number 1, Nora, she has such a great transition between top of her belly to her chest and a press, all in equal motion, every single bar. That was awesome.
Smooth and efficient out of Nora. Fantastic work. And we have our boy, Stan Martineau, on the last axle here out of lane number 2. Just getting it to the belly here. Getting into a good position for him to dip and drive to his chest.
And he's choosing to do this barefoot.
So the weight,
Get a little bit more legs into that, get that jump into it, which might be hard in socks, especially on this concrete.
yeah, Martineau choosing to go in socks for this competition. Generally speaking, some athletes will prefer to wear heels to allow for greater mobility of their ankle for the dip and drive, but Martineau might find that this is just good enough for him. Stan Martineau. So good job out of our athletes in the 105 division for the Masters. They are done. We are now moving on to Masters men's heavyweight division in lane number 2. The first athlete coming on up will be Justin Sansushi.
And Justin Sansushi, he runs a gym up in Ogden, northern Utah. Iron sharpens iron. And he's a great gym owner. He's been doing this for years. He has a lot of fun. He's got a lot of passion. He works a lot with veterans. Justin's a good friend of ours. And I'm really looking forward to see how he does this because he has an incredible overhead press.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching both these athletes. We're still in the novice women's heavyweight division in lane number 1, and Brandy Graber coming up for lane 1 here. Again, her weights will be 75, 100, and 115. And the first weights, or the first of our Masters heavyweights men, and Justin Sansushi, his weights will be 180, 200, and 220. So going up to 100 kilos for that last axle.
See, I always like this event because I have this big power belly here. And it's like a little resting shelf for that hardest transition from the top of my belly into the chest. And some of these other athletes just don't have that. It adds this fun little struggle on how to get this to your chest.
Yeah, generally speaking, this is where something like a belt clean rule allows for a bit of an even field for those in the weight classes who do not have a belly at all. I'm actually a big fan of belt cleans being permitted in competition for that very reason. I don't think you should be rewarded simply for being fat. Inherently for an event.
Disagree. Everyone should bow to my whims.
Yeah.
I breathe heavy standing up. You should listen to me.
So we're getting a weight adjustment right now out in the field. As of right now, we're going up to 220 for that last axle on lane number 2 for our Masters men's heavyweight division. Doing some quick math to ensure that things are even keeled and fair.
I just wanted to give another shout out to FitCon. Right now we're getting this gathered crowd. Everyone loves watching these big overhead events. And it's something that I think every athlete can respect and understand that picking up a weight that's heavy over your head, it's kind of functional in any sort of athletics you want to do. And so we're getting this gathering crowd. Everyone's very excited to see these athletes doing weights that in other sports you'll never see an overhead like this. CrossFit would have it, but it's a much lighter weight, much more for repetition than it is for max weights.
Yeah, it looks like we're having just a little bit of a hiccup in terms of the weights being picked for the bar out there. There's a potential that one of the plates in fact were kilos and one was not, and they're just ensuring that it is going to be fair and consistent for all of the gentlemen competing in the Masters division. That being said, this is the first athlete out, so it's affected nobody yet, and it's great that they're catching it now.
It's better to catch it now than everyone's going to have to do whatever the misload was. Well, this is the fun wait-and-see moment for the athletes when they're out there on the bar. Their anxiety's at a peak, and they just get to sit and deal with it until we're ready, and they'll figure it out.
And this kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier in keeping composure and knowing when to turn it on as an event is going. Allowing yourself to be consistent and keeping control of the arousal levels, athletic arousal levels, when it's actually important to have them. Okay, so here we go, getting ready for our second heat here.
Justin just picks it up straight to his
A
chin.
genuinely fantastic power clean out of lane number 2 in Justin. Very easy transition now in technique as well. This is a really experienced athlete. You can just tell in the way that which he's moving. A little fast there in the third, but strict press 220 like it was nothing, because for him it really was. Great job out of Justin in lane number 2. Nice and consistent. Lane number 1 just kind of taking her time. A bit of a miss on that press there, but it seems to me that the axle clean was maybe the hardest part of that. So if she can get a little efficient there, I'm willing to bet that the press will be there for her. Again, this is our novice heavyweight women's division. So this is an athlete that is not as experienced as others, even amongst this amateur show. So she's in the novice division. And she's also competing as a heavyweight, as an athlete who, by the way, does not look like a heavyweight.
She gets up to her chest.
She did just
got it
power
all
clean that,
balanced. It's just the press is just a little outside of her comfort zone.
Just narrowly missing. Fantastic final attempt there out of Brandy Graber. And she, honestly, that power clean in and of itself kind of displayed that she has incredible strength. Just maybe the press is not one of her suited events. That is the end of our novice heavyweight women's division. We are now moving to masters heavyweight women's. The weights will increase as well for that division, going from 110, 125 to 145 to finish, a decently heavy weight. We're going to, Josh Graber. Oh no, we just watched Josh Graber. We're going to.
No, we're on Josh.
Oh yeah, we're going to Josh Graber for lane number 2. Pardon me. The weights for lane number 2 are 180, 200, and 220 for our Masters men's heavy division.
The man with by far the coolest facial hair I've seen in this competition.
Yeah, quite Jack Sparrow inspired, I would say. Looks fantastic. Great braids, great facial hair. We're getting our weights adjusted now. Everything nice and peachy keen and even.
I've seen a surprising amount of the athletes so far that have gone beltless. But on this, when I have these big overhead presses, I just couldn't imagine doing without a belt. I need that brace. But again, I think that's kind of a dealer's choice. You know, whatever you're most comfortable with. If you find you can move better without it, so that's probably their thought process of going from one to the next to the next.
Yeah.
It's easier to do without a belt.
I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, hitting better positions will lend towards success versus necessarily being, having external brace with a belt. But that's just user preference, like kind of you mentioned. Here we go. Both athletes getting ready. And Josh Graber in lane number 2 and Trisha Eddington in lane number 1. Yeah. With a very easy clean out of lane 1 for Trisha. She just rushed her down command. Oh, she didn't. She got it. Okay. Josh Graber with a successful first lift as well.
Trish has a great dip. Got the lockout and the down call.
Josh working on his second press, and it looks beautiful. Trisha on her final and third axle at 145 pounds. Josh also on his final axle at 220 pounds. Trisha just missing the press.
Oh, Josh locks it out on the final. Oh, wait for the down call.
And he
Got
gets
it.
his down command.
Excellent run, Josh. Way to battle through that.
Trisha just barely missing that down command. She's now working on just one more good attempt here. Just enough time for one more attempt in the press. Her clean is great. Can she get this press in lane number 1?
She's going to call it there. But we absolutely love Trish. She's a multi-sport athlete. She does the Highland Games here in Utah. She does Strongman, basically every Strongman event that comes through here. She's so much fun. She brings her family out. She's just an absolute staple piece in our gym. We really appreciate her.
Yeah. Coming up now in lane number 2, we have Dave Gaynor for our Masters Heavyweight Women and Caroline Kinnicky for lane number 1 and Masters Heavyweight Women. Both Masters Heavyweight divisions being featured right now.
Dave looks excited. He's just chomping gum. He's just a kid on a playground right now. He's having a great time.
Yeah. See here, athletes are getting their final adjustments. I believe they're ready to go. Timer's getting ready. And here we go.
Great cleat for Caroline.
Wow,
Dave
Dave
just snatches
that.
up.
That was a literal close grip snatch out of Dave. Really cool. Here
Caroline
we go.
just misstepped. Dave goes up. Easy. 1, 2, 3. Good work, Dave.
Nice, great work out of Caroline getting that second axle. And what you'll find is certain athletes will be much more proficient with the clean and have a harder press, or a little bit more vice versa. It just really depends on where their skill sets are at. It looks like Caroline got that to the belt. One good pop to the chest. Can she get this press?
Just gotta get her feet set, get underneath her, utilize that big leg drive and pushing it behind you.
It looks like that press might be just out of reach
That
today.
is on her head.
It looks like the press might be just out of reach today, but a really good attempt out of Caroline.
Oh, she's got another go.
Yeah, it looks like the weight is quite challenging today, but a really good attempt and effort out of Caroline in lane number 1.
She's gonna call it there. The crowd appreciates all of her efforts. That's fun to watch.
We have one more athlete coming up now for our Masters Heavyweight men, Joseph Nielsen, who had a fantastic yoke run in the previous event, and now he's hoping, hopefully, to get a nice, clean and press event here. Coming up, we should have Mickey Tuapai.
Yep, that's
for
correct.
lane number 1. Again, for the Masters women's weights, it's 100, 125, and 145. For our Masters men's, it's 180, 200, and 220.
It seems like these weights are pretty manageable for the Masters men's heavyweights for this group. They seem to run right through them, so it becomes a speed game more than a can we hit the weight game.
Yeah, it really kind of just depends on where their skill set is. You know, there's so many events where you'll watch a bunch of people run right through it, and then there's just a wall, right? It kind of displaying how challenging it might be. But here we go in our final heat for our Masters men.
It's a power clean up to his chest. Mickey does the same. Just strict presses that second one.
Yeah, Mickey now on her second axle clean and press, just getting it to the belt and to the chest now. A little bit of a hiccup there. Joseph finishing up on his third axle. Very clean, very consistent out of Joseph.
Good work, Joseph. Joseph showing off some of his maturity, how many games he's done on this.
Yeah.
Happy, comfortable, confident.
Mickey working on her second attempt on that second axle with a much better
job.
press this time around. Great job, Mickey, in getting a successful rep here. She has maybe just enough time for this third at 145. That's a big weight.
She's shaking her head walking up to it. I think she's anticipating a big weight here.
But even the clean on a weight like this is very challenging for this division. She's just working it up the body now.
Looks like she's going double overhand, too, which is going to make it harder to pick it up.
Yeah, it could, depending on athlete's grip strength. For some, it's a bit safer than mixed grip because they potentially could tear a bicep. But that was a great attempt and a great run out of Mickey Tuapai in lane number 1. Great attempt for both athletes. We are done with our Masters men now. We are moving on to Sherry Mitchell in lane number 1 for our Masters heavyweight women. And next we should have Tucker Henstra in our 90-kilo men's in lane number 2. Tucker's weights will be the same as the Masters men, so we're not moving anywhere. Tucker in lane number 2, the tall gentleman in the blue shirt, and Sherry Mitchell in lane number 1. Here we go. Great press out of both athletes in lane 1 and 2.
Tucker hops right onto that second one. A little struggle to get that cleaned. He's going to readjust.
Yeah, Tucker's almost attempting a hang clean approach with this axle, which depending on your skill set, it could be utilized quite well. It just depends on really your background of sport. That was a pretty good hang clean there for his front rack. Looked a little difficult, but he got it. Can he get the press? Press might be a little out of reach for Tucker in the 90-kilo division today, but that hang clean was beautiful. Sherry in her second axle attempt here. Both athletes battling on the second, and this is a very heavy ladder. For only having 3 implements, you see there's large jumps between 1, 2, and 3 in terms of weight.
Well, that's a big ask for him. He was doing the same thing that the Masters, heavyweight men were just doing at a much smaller body size. It's a lot to ask.
Great job out of both athletes here, and Tucker Henstra in the 90-kilo division, and Sherry Mitchell in the Masters heavyweight women. We have just one more Masters women coming up in Laura Lund. She should be in lane number 1. Coming up next for the start of the men's 105-kilo division, Joel Hammer.
And what I loved about Sherry's last run, that didn't go the way she wanted to. She wanted to get that second weight, but she recognized I'm not going to get it, and she still literally skips her way from there back to her cheering friends that are also competing, and that's such a fun part of Strongman is that you take your ego out of it, and everyone's just having a good time.
Yeah, ultimately, at the end of the day, if you're competing in the amateur divisions, the goal is to just gain proficiency of the skill associated with the sport and just have a good time, right? There's nothing really on the line beyond that. And that is really a mindset I would encourage for regardless of what your goals are, whether it be highest level or just having fun. For the men's open division in the 105 kilo class, the weights are moving up. We're starting at 200, then going to 220, then 250. So we're seeing some adjustments in weights here on that third and final bar for them.
That's something, whenever I'm competing, I recognize that my anxiety gets really high, especially on that very first event of the day. You know, even if it's a 2-day comp, even the first event on the second day, I'm still feeling those butterflies, and I have a hard time getting past it. I had to get past that first event, and by the second event, I recognize that I'm here for fun. I signed up for this. I paid money to be here. Just have fun. And I think all that anxiety goes away. So this should be feeling much better on this event.
Certainly. Again, we have Joel Hammer in lane number 2 in the 105 division, and we have Laura Lund, the last of our Masters athlete in the heavyweight division. And here we go. Both athletes pretty smoothly accomplishing that first axle quite easily. Joel on the second axle.
Joe looks very methodical, just going from 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, done. Go to the next one.
A great press out of Joel at 220. Laura Lund working on her second axle here. Great clean from belly to chest. And an even better press than her first axle. Great job, Laura.
That's great. Joel's contemplating the clean part of this.
He's on 250 pounds. This is a very challenging weight for him.
Laura's at 145, which I don't know if she's ever pressed before, so this might be a big PR for Laura. She's going to call it early.
Yeah, Joel just missing a press. Laura missing out on the axle, but having the maturity to know when to stop. She knows that maybe that's just out of her reach today, and she did fantastic on those first 2 axles. Joel listening to stop as well right now. Great performance out of both athletes. That is the last of our Masters women's in the heavyweight division. We are moving on to our teens men's now in the lane number 1. And in lane number 2, we're moving on to Jared Collins, who definitely fancies himself a bit of a presser. So I'm looking forward to watching Jared Collins compete in the 105 division here, especially in this press.
Jared's been doing a lot of Olympic lifting, so I think this is going to be very much in his skill set to be able to get that bar up to his chest and then master that press.
And if it isn't, I will make fun of him. So, let's see, Jared.
Jared, if you miss this, it's going to become a personal
It's going to be a problem, bud. Jared Collins in lane number 2, and the first of our teens men's, Mr. Barney in lane number 1. Brackius Barney. Brackius Barney's weights will be 115, 135, 155, which I'm frankly at a suspicion that it's way too light for him.
I think you should have weighed the team division. Like, oh, they're both monsters. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, he snatched the weight. He needs to be careful and actually wait for the down command. He's that fast. Jared smoking the first axle as well. Jared with a power clean, double axle overhand power clean. Fantastic out of Jared.
Finish.
Mr. Barney
just absolutely runs through it, snatches all 3 weights with contempt.
Jared on the third and final axle at 250 pounds. Just missing that power clean. He should potentially go to a mixed grip, but we'll see. Let's see what Jared elicits here. 250 power clean is quite difficult on an axle.
Try to get a bit of a dynamic start, get these wheels moving to him.
Oh, just barely missing out. If he had a belt on, he probably could have saved it with a nice, easy Continental. But great first 2 presses on the axle there for Jared. He did miss the third, and I will ridicule him later.
It's his fault for losing weight and getting more fit and skinny so he can live longer. Like
he has lost a bunch of weight. Shout out to Jared for that, for working hard. We have our last of the teens division coming up next in Mason Snyder in lane number 1. Again, with 115, 135, 155. I imagine it'll be very easy for Mason. In lane number 2, we have Samuel Walcott in the 105 men's amateur division.
Mason's got a lot to step up to. He's basically going to have to snatch all 3 of these to get close to the time of Brachio's, which he does.
Great first axle out of both men.
There he goes. Mason runs, snatches the second one. On third, he gets to a little bit of a standstill, presses it up, no problem. Great
Mr. Wolcott smoothly walking these down, a bit of a smooth as fast approach, which I really appreciate depending on your skill set.
He's utilizing that weight belt.
Third and final axle, 250 pounds. Just barely missing this press here.
Gotta get his legs a little bit more into it. Push back behind you.
For those watching at home, they're allowed to utilize any pressing technique that they have the skill set for, whether it be a split jerk, power jerk, push press, strict press. Any and all of the options are open to them. He's going for one more attempt, but he might just be out of time. We'll see here. Yeah, it looks like Mr. Walcott probably won't get that third attempt here, but a great attempt by Samuel Walcott.
It looks like that 280 is, I'm sorry, the 250 to finish. That's a big ask. I mean, these guys are having a hard time on that 250.
Well, it's typically, I bet you that weight isn't too egregious for these athletes in training, but we are in day 2 of the competition, right? So they can be a little more tired. They just competed their butts off yesterday, and doing something it's essentially a max within a ladder. It's quite challenging. You know, it's great weight selection here. We have,
even if 250 isn't like your 90% category, and you're looking at like 75% lift, 83% lift, and you're 90%, like that's a lot to ask.
Yeah.
You're not doing triples in your 90% range ever.
No, only the cool kids are. We have Paxton Henson in lane number 2. Again, 200, 220, 250 for the axle weights for Paxton in the 105 kilo. And we have the start of our novice men's heavyweights division in Nathan Wilkins with 125, 145, and 165.
It looks like Nathan's been having a lot of fun with this. Looks like this might be his first competition or maybe his second, but he's still in the novice class as a master's class athlete, just flexing it off, having a good time. He's all by himself, so you know this competition is more for him than anybody else.
Yeah, ideally in that situation, your goal is to set some PRs.
Right.
Looks like we are just about ready. Getting in some final scores in here. All right.
Connor's using the walkie-talkie. He's so very proud of to bring. Grace
He has a lot of
and sends the message anyway.
He has a lot of coordination going on here when it comes to show the size, needing to talk to people in the back and make sure weights are adjusted and prepared for this event and the events to come, including a pro show that we still have to feature. So here we go. Looks like we're just about ready for this heat to start. Final athlete in the 105 division and the final and first athlete in the novice masters division in lane number 1. Here we go. All right, Nathan Paxton coming up here aggressively in that first axle. Very smooth press. Nathan Wilkins in lane number 1 also having a smooth press in lane number 1.
All right. Paxton's got a good cleanup. Great press.
Paxton in lane number 2 just finishing his second axle. Nathan in lane number 1 on his third and final press.
Nathan trying to press that 165. He gets the lockout and done.
And Paxton getting it done at 250 pounds in lane number 2 at the 105 division.
And he's the only one that got that 250
I
pounds.
believe he is. So
yeah.
he should be leading the show consistently now at this point. Great work out of Paxton Henson in lane number 2. And great work out of Nathan Wilkins in lane number 1. So that is the final athlete in lane number 1 and the final athlete of the novice masters division. We are now moving to just utilizing lane number 2 for the remainder of this competition. The next athlete coming on up will be our open men's 120 kilo class. Seth Heaton will be the first athlete to come on out here.
And they'll be running a ladder of 220 pounds, 250 pounds, and a finisher of 280 pounds.
Yeah, so just shy of 300 pounds. Very decent weight for an amateur show in a ladder. So we're getting our weights adjusted and moved now.
I feel like a proud papa there watching all these volunteers systematically go through, cleaning up the weights, getting the area ready for the next events already.
Yeah, again, a massive shout out to one of our primary sponsors in the Sweaty Pig today, in providing all the weights, all the athletes, all the volunteers and loaders. Basically, without the Sweaty Pig gym, none of this would be possible. So we want to thank them for making the Rocky Mountain program very possible and hopefully a staple to come in the Salt Lake City, Utah area.
If it wasn't for just the unhinged amount of autistic athletes that we have there, we couldn't run the gym. Which, if you guys are in the area, stop by over to our booth and check out some of our merchandise, including We Put the Tism Athleticism and the Undiagnosed but Pretty Sure T-shirts that really exemplifies how much rampant autism the sport carries. A weird amount of crossover, but God bless them, we love them.
Yeah. Another additional shout out to our Heavy-Handed, our hand bomb sponsor of this competition, making it possible for these athletes to continue to not only compete, but compete successfully and keeping their hands safe and protected during events like this where it's quite easy to rip open your hands. So thank you so much to Heavy-Handed for allowing and for providing and allowing our athletes to consistently compete here. All right, so we're going down to our one lane now.
Set up now. So our first athlete coming up is going to be Seth Heaton, who had a great yoke run just prior to this.
Again, the weights for this division are 220, 250, and 280 pounds.
Now, Seth, I'm noticing, has much longer arms than everyone else. That's going to make the pressing something that he has to work on.
To be honest, I actually don't believe in that one bit.
You don't think
I
so?
find that just a bunch of bad pressers continue to say that, and I don't think it's ever been true. To be totally honest.
You've seen a lot more than I have, man.
Yeah, I think that's. I think
I
it's
have a
just
good press because I have these tiny little.
No,
baby
that's
arms.
just a strongman bullshit lie that people who don't want to practice pressing say a lot. I'll be totally honest. The skill comes down to your legs and the dip and drive.
That's fair.
Lasha Talahassee, 6'6", and he's the best presser on the planet with extraordinarily long arms.
Listen, don't take anything away from me. My self-esteem is hanging by a
No, I want
thread.
people to hear that because if you have long arms and you think you're bad because you're long arms, no, that's not why. You're bad because you don't practice.
That's absolutely fair.
So we're going to find out quickly if Seth has practiced. Here in lane number 2, Seth Heaton with the 120 kilo class. It was a great clean.
A great press, too.
Yeah, utilizing a bit of a splat jerk, which is about a half a split jerk. That difference might actually increase in terms of range per weight as the weight increases. Let's see how he utilizes this technique. Yeah, so a bit of now more of a traditional split jerk. Seth is looking really consistent here, pretty clean. He might have to drive up that bar a little longer as it leaves his chest and get a bit under the bar more, but he should just take a second. He's got time. He's got to watch that second axle, buddy. Not a lot of space in between these attempts, but he's doing a very mature thing right now. He's taking his time before truly attempting this last axle, which I think this last axle will be big points for this division.
Yeah, 300's a big ass, especially after those first two.
280, yeah.
Oh, 280, excuse me.
Great clean by Seth. Can he get the press here? He's got to drive high and get under. And he does. Stay with it, Seth. And he gets the down command. Great pressing and patience out of Seth Heaton. That was a genuinely awesome
he's
display of
jazzed. Look at
technique.
him. Crowd loves it, too. That's awesome. Up next, we got Joseph Hemingway doing our 220, 250, 280 ladder.
Yeah, you might see that this press ladder is going to present some difficulties for a lot of the gentlemen here. I think that finish is going to really behooves Seth there and his placings in the show. Mr. Hemingway is ready to go.
Judges got him lined up.
And we're off. Double overhand of the initial axle with a strict clean
press.
and a strict press. Wow. What a display of strength out of Mr. Hemingway. It looks like he's nearly more comfortable with a no-contact clean than he is a continental. We'll see how that changes on this last attempt here.
He looks like he's more comfortable with the strict press, too.
Yeah. He clearly has practiced that no-contact clean quite a bit. He's struggling here at the Continental. He's taking his time to build it up his chest. One more dip and drive should do it. Now does he have the strength reserve? He's got to utilize those legs as much as he can.
And he gets the lockout. Well done, Joseph.
Great press out of Joseph Hemingway. That was a well-fought fight. You could tell on this ladder in particular that the clean was a bit more of a struggle than anything else for Joseph. The press seemingly was easier.
And again, that's one of those the benefits of having a ladder like this is that you can tell that he's practiced a lot on these cleans, that he's comfortable on these lighter weights, and on the third one, it separates someone who's really good versus someone who hasn't practiced this as much.
Yeah. And someone in Joseph's position who does not have a larger stomach, seems a bit more of a lean fella at the 120 class. Wearing potentially 2 belts is actually might behoove him in creating more of a shelf to make that belt clean a bit easier.
Now, is that like a soft belt over a hard?
Yeah, it could be. Whatever he prefers, really. Up next, we have Matthew Summercon. Again, another power clean on the first axle at 220 pounds. Easy press. Matthew on axle number 2 here. 250 pounds, working it up his torso. I'd imagine this press would be nice and easy for him. A split jerk. Great utilization of different techniques to match the task required. Great work out of Matthew here. Third and final axle. This will be big points. He should take his time in approaching it. Okay, so this clean looks like it'll be more of a challenge. Slowly working it up his torso now, dipping and driving. Getting his hands in the double over position now to make that transition from belly to chest. And the weight is proving to be difficult. Great work out of Matthew in that attempt there. And this kind of more kind of displays just how difficult that weight selection here is.
Well, the next event is going to be taxing too. That cube to shoulder is going to be rough. If he's going to be holding it back here and just going to go all out on that last event, absolutely get it.
So our final athlete for the men's 120 kilo division, Adam Woolston, the Girth Master Supreme. Final attempt here. And Adam was just telling me that the last axle, it just barely exceeds his personal best. So for him to finish would be a really big deal.
To get a PR at the end of a ladder would
Yeah.
be incredible.
Yeah, so hopefully Adam has put in that work. Let's find out.
Looks like he's got every bit of gear that he could possibly put on to help him out with this.
Yeah, I'd imagine a smooth as fast is going to be his approach. Very easy first axle. But the way that moved, I wouldn't doubt his ability to finish this. Just working it up the body now, 250 pounds. Great transition to chest from belly. Wow, his press has really come a long way. I think he could do this. I think the clean might be the hardest portion.
You check the time. He's going to be able to...
But I don't doubt his ability to do this. You have about 30 seconds remaining. He needs to get it just over that belly, get the double overhand position, and jump hard here from belly to chest. Oh boy. And that's I figured to be the harder part for him. I don't think the press is going to be a challenge at all. It really is just a clean.
Still has time. He can get this. Let's go, Adam.
He needs to be truly aggressive now. Come on, Adam. You know what?
Shoot.
Deciding to save the energy, smart move by Adam. But I do genuinely believe, he was very close to making that.
Well, he flew through those first two. Yeah, I think it's going to still give us some pretty good points here.
Yeah, and for Adam, potentially all it was just being slightly more aggressive once that bar was on his belly to transition it to the chest. Like, especially when it comes to a weight at the end of a ladder and it's near your best, that's when you have to hit the gas hard. You have to truly commit to the lift. And things that really help you commit to lifting and getting better physically speaking is Better Through Biology, one of our primary sponsors of the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am. Big shout out to Jake, the owner of Better Through Biology, and helping all and every athlete that utilizes his tools and his pharmaceutical chemicals in research to improve their sports performance. So thank you so much, Better Through Biology, for sponsoring this show and being a huge part of the Strongman community, not only here in Salt Lake City, Utah, but the world.
Oh, absolutely. They've been so great. Everything that he's been able to put out, I've utilized and just loved them. And I feel so much better.
Yeah, things like vitamins like glutathione and a few other things that just really just help your body utilize just basic levels of biology to improve performance. I know I have athletes that compete at the Arnold Classic, Rogue Invitational, World's Strongest Man, and they all use Better Through Biology.
Oh, he's really made a name for himself. Like, he's getting this product into everyone, and everyone recognizes that it's not, he's not a snake oil salesman. What he's doing is science.
Yeah. So moving on to our open men's heavyweight amateur division, we have Tristan Carmen starting us off out. The weights now will be 250, 280, and 300. Very decent weights coming up here for our open men's heavyweight amateur division.
It's like he's lining right up and he's ready.
Here we go.
Easy, clean, and press on that first part of that ladder.
Here we go. Great first attempt out of Tristan Carmen. Working on that second axle now at 280 pounds. Great mobility in his T-spine to lean back like that and to save that clean. And an even better press. Great job, Carmen.
And he's also just doing this in socks.
Yeah, choosing to compete in socks, it's not necessarily something that I would pick considering how slick the floor is, but he might find something about it that's providing comfortability for him. Oh, again, great lumbar mobility and T-spine mobility. Can he get the press now? And that press was just barely out in front of him.
That a little far forward. He's got to lean his head back and push to the top of his head.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm not a big fan of the lean back style at all, if I'm being honest. But for him, no matter what, he does need to press with the object or the implement over the midline of the torso, right? No matter what your style is, that has to be the defining key of success. But great attempt and great work out of Mr. Carmen on those first two axles at 250 and 280 in our open men's amateur division.
Yeah, he ran through those first two, and I think that's going to help him. Up next, we got Tyson Thompson.
Tyson Thompson sporting the band split jerk shirt. A fantastic choice of apparel, considering he's most definitely get a split jerk. And, we support that. Lucas Hatton merch, shout out. Tyson definitely breaking the rules here to wear that shirt for shits and giggles, as the kids would say.
I think Tyson is the embodiment of shits and giggles.
Nice split jerk and a very easy clean. Switching to a continental clean now. And a split jerk. Technical change on both clean and press. Final weight being 300 pounds. This is a very smooth and consistent run out of Tyson. He needs to drive even harder now.
Wow.
Hold and a down command.
What an absolute fantastic run by Tyson.
Yeah, and what's great about a run like that, you saw Tyson utilize two completely different techniques to fit the situation to allow greater results, right? So him going from a full power clean to a push press saved time as opposed to split jerking, right? But then as the weight increased, he went from a continental to a split jerk to save time in relation to that heavier weight. He probably couldn't have done that as fast if he was still using a push press, right? So that was just a very technical and smart approach to an event like this.
I think when he gets to this level of competition, you see guys, that's the difference between first and second place. People who can utilize those skills a little bit faster. How can you shave off 2-3 seconds from somebody else?
Yeah, it really just goes to show you that strongman very much is a sport of tools in the box, right? How many tools do you have? How good are you at using these tools? Can you utilize them when it's important? Because if you just do one style of thing, you won't be as good as the person that's learning a multifaceted approach. Coming up next, we have Levi Biddle. Again, the weights are 250, 280, and 300. Levi has been super consistent and mature about his approach in every event so far this weekend, and I've really enjoyed watching him compete. Again, this is our men's open heavyweight division on the amateur side of this Pro-Am competition.
Great first press.
Yeah, great clean, great press. He's marching them down. He's not rushing. You can see this is someone that's well practiced. His dip and drive, especially from belly to clean, is really proficient. I really like it.
He's got a great dip, too, right before his press. Everything stays in line. The bar's just a straight up and down.
Yeah. This is, again, a well-practiced individual. I love that he does not let the moment get to his head. 300 pounds, final press here. This is a very heavy weight. Can Levi do it? Okay. Got his hands in the double overhand position now. Beautiful dip and drive. Can he get under? And he does. Last big press. He needs to keep the hips over the heels and drive straight up. Can Levi do this? Oh. So I personally, I don't feel that was a lack of technique at all on Levi's part. I think it was just heavy on the day, which is the better way to potentially not be successful. It wasn't something that he could have changed to have been good. At this point, it's just a matter of getting stronger, which in my opinion is the easiest problem to have.
Yeah, and especially at the end of this heavy ladder. It's a big ask, but he's on day 2, event 2. He's getting worn out, and that shows a lot of heart to get out there and do this.
So great work by Levi Biddle. Coming up next, we have Daron Sorensen. Choosing a mixed grip to start, continental clean, and a traditional push press. Great first attempt on that first axle by Daron.
A really strong overhead press on that last part of this.
That clean looked a lot smoother than the first. Great push pressing by Daron. He's a very tall individual as well. Just a large man. Here we go, 300 pounds by Daron Sorensen.
Yeah, his skills are growing so fast watching him progress through this.
Great transition from belly to front rack and an even easier press. Great job, Daron. Way to go. Beautiful display of strength there.
Good work, Darren.
Yeah.
Up next, we got Corbin Killian. On the 250, 280, and 300 ladder. He's just getting chalked up. Everything's lined up. I'm excited to see how he does this because he looks like he enjoys a good press. He's got huge shoulders.
Yeah, Corbin's a very fit-looking individual, very wide in the back. I know he's a newer competitor to the sport of strongman. I believe this is his second or third show even. Wow. So he's doing quite well, in my opinion, and I'm really looking forward to seeing him on this challenging ladder. See how that work at home, the skills have been paying off. Here we go, getting just about ready. Corbin Killian, lane number 2. All right, smooth and easy transition from belly to chest. Great press out of Corbin here.
I like that he remembers to set his feet right before the press. You know, he wants to make sure that he's in the optimal position right before he starts the overhead progression.
So from that clean there, generally speaking, when athletes tend to lean back and try to intercept that axle clean, it's mostly due to the fact they're not using enough dip and drive or leg drive to get that axle to their chest. They're using just a bit of more of a hip bump or a glute bridge almost approach, and that does not create the elevation required to get the weight higher on the chest.
So you want to see their hips driving down and then back up like you would.
Yeah, to go from belly to chest is the exact same dip and drive mechanics that you would use to get it off your chest to press overhead.
Okay.
Nothing should be different. If you're utilizing more of a glute bridge technique, kind of like Corbin's doing here, you're in a position where you potentially could miss out on the height required. So good attempt out of Corbin, but you can see that some of his inexperience is showing as he's a newer competitor, and that's okay, because as he continues to train, continues to get better at the sport, a weight like that, I guarantee, will not be an issue for him. This is just more of a technical thing for him to prove upon.
This is my favorite heavy and awkward athlete, Alex Smith. Long stay in the strongman community here locally. Just having a lot of fun. I don't know if I've seen him hit a 300 on this, so I think this will be a really big lift for Alex. I'm excited to see it.
I know he's been hitting some PRs in his pressing in the gym leading up into this show, and I'm hoping he gets to display some of that really good hard work here.
Move him from podium to adjacent to, I don't know, podium actually? What's the word for this?
From maybe adjacent to contender. We'll go. All right, here we go. Alex Smith getting ready for his 250-pound initial axle clean press.
Starting off with a mixed grip. Dynamic movement on the bar. Great clean.
Yeah, Alex looks incredibly well practiced. It looks like he has a very systematic approach here. You know, it looks like he's just finding his center balance once he's in the front rack, but his clean from floor to chest was actually very consistent. It looked very systematic. He clearly has a system here. I would encourage him to not bend his arms so much off the floor, but his ability to get it from his belly to his chest is really good. So I think this would be a big weight for him.
Yeah, he's going to call it here.
So that I'd imagine that weight was a bit of a challenge weight even just to begin with for Alex. You know, 280 pounds obviously is not light, especially his second day of competing in the second event. But his first actual clean and press was great, and I hope that's something that he's happy with.
Up next, we got Weston War, another sweaty pig athlete who's just starting to increase his skills year by year. I remember when we first started, I felt pretty confident. I'm like, I could beat Wes at everything, and now I don't know if I could beat him in anything.
Yeah, Wes is doing a great
so
job
great.
all weekend. Young man with a lot of potential in the sport. Here we go. 250 pounds, power clean to chest, and a power jerk. So utilizing a different technique so far than any athlete that's gone. We haven't seen a power jerk so far.
He's still got a double overhand up to the belt. Good transition to his chest.
Another power jerk, very good. I think Wes should collect himself for a half a second longer once he's in the front rack position, but his clean technique is quite good. Getting it to the belly, shooting it up to the chest. Let's see here. All right, and more of a push press
Great
on the end
press.
there. So
The crowd
definitely,
appreciates it.
yeah, great pressing out of Weston War. You know, if I had to guess, at minimum, top 3 in this event so far.
Oh, absolutely.
Between him, Tyson, and, and maybe Tehran. That was a very good performance out of all 3 of those gentlemen in this axle clean and press. That was the last of our athletes for this event. We're going to take a quick break here momentarily. And before we do, though, I want to give a big shout out to one of our primary sponsors in Onyx Bodywork. You know, Jenny Draper not only is the main promoter and gym owner for the Sweaty Pig and Rocky Mountain Prime competition, but she's also one of the main sponsors. She owns and operates one of the best licensed massage therapy companies in all of Salt Lake City, Utah. I personally have used Jenny's services, and I cannot attest enough to her professionalism and her ability to actually read and understand athletes' bodies and helping them get back to a better baseline and to allow their training to be consistent through her massage therapy work.
I am shocked when I utilize Jenny's skills. Like, I can't go to a normal massage place and have them dig deep enough to change anything, you know, body contouring wise. And Jenny, who's all of 160 pounds, makes me feel like a little itty bitty baby boy.
Yeah.
She can beat you up if you need it. And
Yeah.
she's so good, like you said, about reading bodies and knowing what you need. And it's not always super comfortable, but it is. She's professional. She'll make you feel better. She'll make you perform at your best. Jenny is just one of the best around. We really appreciate it.
So thank you so much to Onyx Bodywork for being that sponsor. So we're going to move on to the event number 5 here shortly, guys. It is the cube to shoulder. Thank you so much for tuning in so far, and we'll be with you briefly.
Thanks.
Can I get enough? Yeah, don't run away, love. Hate, love. Heartbreak will have you bankrupt. Too many days in a days, better wake up. I put your face in the place where the space was. Nobody make you feel like you, but and you don't know what you should do. You just looking for someone to make you move. Oh, tell me, I'll make this planet feel like home. It's us first time, the door's closing. So far beyond all our control. You saved us all so close to broken. It's so much better when you wait. Forever in a day. That's all I got. Put it together, then it break. All the energy it takes. It never stop. Love? Can I get enough? Yeah, I
never slip, I never fall. I try to tell you about a better life, you get involved. Big or small, it's been my fault. I keep it safe, it's in a vault. Blindfolded, keep it going till we hit a wall. Yeah, I'm never going through the motions, I'm just trying to lay your body down slowly. We can only go up. We can only go up. Do I? Love? Can I get enough? Well, this mad world that made me crazy. Might just turn around, do 180. I ain't politicking, I ain't kissing no babies. The devil on my doorstep being so shady. Don't trip. We don't gotta let him in. Don't trip. Yeah. I let it go, but I never go with it. Yeah, okay, cool as fall weather. Fuck the bullshit, I'm here to make it all better with a little music for you. I don't do enough for you. Without you, it's the color blue. Oh, don't trip. I was in the city, they was talking that shit. Had the homies with me, all of a sudden they split. We ain't even worried, we just laughing, that's rich. You know how it goes, it ain't broke, don't fix. Hey, one of these days we'll all get by. Don't be afraid, don't fall. Think I lost my mind. Reality so hard to find. When the devil tryna call your line, but shit, I always shine. Even when it like them. No, I ain't God, but I'm feeling just like him. Oh, don't trip. See, I was in the whip riding me and my bitch. We was listening to us, no one else, that's it. Let's flex just a bit. Let me talk my shit. Say my head got bit. Yeah, well, listen, man, world that made me crazy. Might just turn around, do 180. I ain't politicking, I ain't kissing no babies. The devil on my doorstep being so shady. Don't trip. We don't gotta let him in. Don't trip. Yeah. I let it go, but I never go with it. Don't trip. Don't trip. Don't trip. Well, if you could see me now, love me and hold me down my mind. It goes. Well, this mad world that made me crazy. Might just turn around, do 180. I ain't politicking, I ain't kissing no babies. The devil on my doorstep being so shady. Don't trip. We don't gotta let him in. Don't trip. Yeah. I let it go, but I never go with it. might say you wanna leave me, it's just talking, but I know you might. I get along, I go. You sing along to every song you know. You play a part, I'm playing mine. You break a heart, ain't breaking mine. Since growing old, it's taking time. I'm acting like I'm 8 and 9, trying to move on. Talking to my old friends, see me say what up, and I'm acting like I don't know them. Causing so much problems while you doing that, doing that. Ripping people's hearts out, you too cute for that, cute for that. I've been on the same shit. We run into each other, and it's like we don't even speak the same language. I guess people always going through changes. Didn't think I would lose you once I got famous. Said, baby, I got missed calls and emails all going into detail about how you just not happy and you think you gotta leave. So go, I'll be fine on my own. Said, baby, I got missed calls and emails all going into detail about how you used to love me. I keep changing like the leaves. How go, you'll be fine on your own. She told me you an asshole, superficial douchebag. Wishing that you knew that you could have these shoes back. All of this perfume back, necklaces and jewels back. All the shit you buy me, she said I want you back. I can't be seen again with you and none of your friends. It's so hard to pretend that it's like it was way back when. I thought you used to be the one, I guess you don't have time. Cause all you do is grind and it's got me losing my mind. You just don't love me like you used to. Think I'm about to lose you. I'ma end this now before things just confuse you. Kept breaking promises you said you keep, so you can leave a message at the beep. Said, baby, I got missed calls and emails all going into detail about how you just not happy and you think you gotta leave. So go, I'll be fine on my own. Said, baby, I got missed calls and emails all going into detail about how you used to love me. I keep changing like the leaves. How go, you'll be fine on your own.
I don't know why the beginning makes me smile.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am here in Salt Lake City, Utah at the FitCon Fitness Expo. Today we are featuring the amateur side of this competition, of this Pro-Am show. The final event, the fifth and final event of this show, is going to be a cube to shoulder. Now, traditional shouldering events is often done with sandbags or stones or sometimes natural stones, but today we are featuring a steel cube that is loadable and a cube sandbag for some of the lighter divisions. There's a different change of pace or different object to load your shoulder. It's really just a different puzzle. It's really not too different at the end of the day. Shouldering is shouldering, but it is a nice spin on things and an interesting display of the type of things that you run into in Strongman. We're just about ready to go, and we're really excited to see. We're really excited to see what these athletes, how they interpret and receive the skills associated with the shouldering event. Okay, cool. Very good. So, for those watching, thank you so much for tuning in. Before we get started, I want to give a big, massive shout out to Cryo Movement and Muscle Joint Clinic for being one of the primary sponsors of this competition, a fantastic and brilliant chiropractic company associated here in Salt Lake City, Utah, and helping a lot of these athletes who are competing in this competition today. That being said, we're coming up to our first athletes coming on out. In lane number 1, we should have Lings Lopa in our novice heavyweight women's division with a sand cube of 85 pounds. And in lane number 2, we have Cameron Saunders with a 188-pound steel cube to shoulder. Cameron's competing in the Masters 105 division. Again, for the rules for this competition, for this event, I should say, the athletes must get the cube to shoulder in any which way that they prefer, maintain stability and control, and get one hand off of the object and wait for a down command from the head judge. The cube must be fully on the shoulder, and they must fully wait for the down command from the judge. Both hands cannot be on the cube, just one. Once at the shoulder. We see Cameron here fighting for stability and positioning. So the cube just going forward for Cameron here. He was responsible for getting it back into the lifting position. It is very important that the athletes maintain control of this object to shoulder. Lings Lopa getting some decent reps here in lane number 1. Here we go, both athletes fighting. You're good, you're good. All right, great finish to this display.
All right, so they get 90 seconds to get as many reps as they possibly can, which is a longer time than you see in most strongman events. Usually that's, in a 60-second range, so 90 seconds. I think someone who's been consistently competing is a bit of a, I don't know the appropriate term to say this, but mind fuck?
Yeah,
it really adds a lot. Our conditioning get really good about 60 seconds. You add that last 30 seconds, and it's quite a lot. Looks like Cameron is just about done. He's set, and Lings Lopa, they both had a great run. And it's hard being the first athletes out. Most people don't have access to these sort of implements.
No one has access to cubes. This is an utterly ridiculous event.
The smartest athletes are the ones in the back who are watching these other competitors and trying to figure out, how to adjust what they were planning on doing versus what's working out on the floor itself. So being the first ones out, it's a big ask.
So next up for heat number 2, we will have Stan Martineau in lane number 2, lifting a 188-pound steel cube to shoulder. And in lane number 1, we have Nora Hamilton with an 85 sand cube to shoulder.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, 188 is just the base weight of that steel cube.
Yes.
That is a dumb implement. Nora makes short work of the sandbag cube. Up onto her second rep. Stan figuring out how to make that clean work. And the cube is such a particular implement that if you don't do it right, it becomes real challenging real fast. I think we're going to see some of these athletes kind of learning on the fly here.
Yeah, the vast majority of these athletes who have never been exposed to something like this will most definitely learn on the fly. As you can see, the rules are slightly different with this cube to shoulder event in that both hands can be on the cube once the object is on the shoulder. With traditional shouldering events, you must have one hand off. At today's competition, they don't have to do that. A
little bit higher. No, he did not get the lockout on that.
Yeah, so Stan just missing out on the down command there. He must maintain control with an upright torso to get the official down command.
Nora is just absolutely running through this. This becomes a cardio event. when the strength is there, and she can just do this for as long as she possibly can.
Yeah, Nora is nearly in basically one motioning all these cubes to shoulder. An outstanding job there and a great display of strength with a very difficult event.
Stan's taking a little bit pause on his knees, letting him think out his next steps. And he's going to shake his head and say, I had fun. This was great. Crowd appreciates his effort. He ran the whole 90 minutes trying to figure that out. Good job, Stan.
Yeah, 90 seconds is a really long time for an event like this. So, you know, one of the strategies you might see people elicit or utilize in something is actually just being quite slow in the beginning, taking your time, because it's very easy to expend all of your energy in the first 30 seconds on an event like this out of pure just excitement and goal setting, right? So taking your time and pacing out the whole 90 seconds is going to be crucial, especially as the implements get heavier and the scores tend to get tighter amongst the top within the division.
Well, and I've used this cube before. It is not a comfortable implement. To do it correctly, you know, you want to lift up that first bit right above your knees. You're just going to let that dig into your knee. The top bar of it's going to go right underneath your chest. Then you're going to leverage it from your chest up to your shoulder and just kind of a two-motion thing.
Yeah.
It's not comfortable, and you see a lot of these athletes who've been training on this cube have bruises just above their knees and under their chest and on their shoulders. It's uncomfortable.
So coming up next, in lane number 2, we have Justin Sansushi in our Masters Heavyweight Men's Division, also featuring a cube at 188 pounds. He's the first of our Masters athletes to step out here and compete for this event. In lane number 1, we have Brandy Graber, Graber competing in lane number 1 at an 85-pound sand cube.
So I've got our athletes lining up now.
Here we go, event about to get ready. 90 seconds to compete, starting now.
Justin got a great technique, right on his knees.
Wow,
One
Justin
motion's up to his shoulder after that.
Brandy and Justin really displaying solid technique here, solid fundamentals and transitioning from belly to shoulder with brilliant display. Maintaining weight in the midfoot once the weight's at their shoulder and staying perfectly still in order to get that down command. Brandy just now fighting for a 4th rep, I believe it looks like.
Wow, these athletes are just running through it. Good for them.
Yeah, Justin seemingly is very experienced with shoulder events. You could tell that he's tilting. You could tell he has that experience by just tilting the cube initially off the floor, allowing the pick to be easier, and then a nice, easy flip and transition to shoulder because he's initially starting with a tilt. That's a well-experienced athlete in Justin Sansushi. Brandy now, you see some fatigue starting to set in.
And this is where the 90 seconds comes in. You're like, well, it's just such a long time. And
yeah, it's significantly better.
Your muscles are willing, but the lungs start to give out after a while.
Yeah, it's significantly better at this point to slow it down. 90 seconds is long. You could take 10 to 15 whole seconds and potentially buy yourself 1 to 2 additional reps versus trying to hit something every 5 to 8 seconds.
Right. Justin doesn't seem to have any sort of issues. He's being pretty methodical, one after the next.
Yeah. Just now barely starting to breathe heavy out of Justin in lane number 2. Brandy is starting to reach her physical limit, it looks like, but she's doing a great job in keeping her composure.
Oh.
Justin just losing that cube forward. That's probably going to be the end for his run, but a great display of strength and getting a multitude of reps there in the Masters division. So shout out to Justin Sansushi and his little Tootsie Foot shoes there he's got there. The minimalist shoes.
I just saw the light leave Justin's eyes for a second when he's so tired, and it just drops out of his path. He's like, that might as well be on the moon. I'm not getting that cube back.
Yeah, that's how you can tell he's a Masters. You know what? I'm not getting after that. That's fine. Now in lane number 2, we will have Josh Graber in lane number 2. And we will have
Trisha Eddington.
Yeah, Trisha Eddington in lane number 1, featuring a 110-pound sand cube. So the weight has gone up in lane number 1, featuring our Masters heavyweight women.
Did they change the cubes?
No, the same weight for Masters 105. Yeah, so I just mentioned that. Yes, that's now 110.
Okay. Short work for Trisha.
Josh getting a first rep there. Great technique. Trisha is about 2 to 3 reps in, doing a great job.
I know I mentioned it before. Trisha is such an outstanding athlete for a Masters class woman. Just seeing her work ethic for both Strongman and Highland Games, and she just has fun doing it. She has a family and young daughter that she's helping to coach and show that women can come out here and compete at this highest level and push themselves. She's an incredible person.
Yeah, she's been very consistent all weekend and doing a great job here getting solid points on this 5th and final event. Josh Graber at this point also has been incredibly consistent and just racking up these points. Getting his first big breath, taking a moment here, and that's smart. That's that athletic maturity we were talking about earlier, to pace yourself for 90 whole seconds.
Well, it's better to take 5 seconds off, get a breath in, and be able to hit this as opposed to wasting 15 seconds struggling when you're not ready for it.
Very smartly starting with the cube leaning against the pad so he doesn't have to put it in that tilted position. That's a pro move right there by Josh Graber.
And he's letting it adjust and slide down his knees to get a little bit better leverage off of his belly.
Trisha is crushing this event. She just hasn't stopped at this point.
And she won't. Someone will have to tell her to stop.
Yeah. Built quite well for an event like this, getting monster points. It'd be very difficult for anyone in that division to match what Trisha just did there. And a massive shout out to Josh Graber for having potentially the best pacing so far that we've seen in this 90-second event.
Yeah, absolutely. Up next, we got Dave Gaynor on the 188-pound cube and Caroline Kinney on the 110-pound sandbag.
Sandbag cube, very different.
Yes.
Very different for those who've never tried it. Picked it up once the other day, didn't like it. Very difficult event.
I don't like change.
Don't, not
I
at
don't
all.
know what to do with my hands.
All right, both the athletes are seemingly ready to go. Here we are, judges are ready. All right. Dave just yeeting it to shoulder.
Great move.
Caroline matching that pace as well.
Caroline looks like she's utilizing a lot of power. She gets set on her knee and then huge hips up.
So Dave is doing something that's no athlete has done so far. He's maintaining control of the cube on the way down so he doesn't have to reset each time, allowing him to touch and go his repetitions. This pace is incredible. If he can maintain it for even a minute to 75 seconds, he'll be well ahead of the previous scores.
And this is the last event of the whole competition, so send it. Dave is absolutely sending it.
Yeah, different utilization of Techie here. First time now actually resting. Really smart start by Dave. Caroline also racking up the points here, doing a great job.
Dave looks like he's going one arm up, one arm back on this pick. Looks like he got readjusted, so both in the center there, pulled up to his knee. And going right back to, looks like his fatigue starting to hit him a little bit now, not quite so up and down.
And for those that aren't aware, this is an event that is typically utilized and competed upon in Basque stone lifting. Basque stone lifting is a style of stone lifting that comes out of Spain, or I should say a country within Spain, for being hyper-specific. It has a long historic tradition of lifting stones of cube-shaped and different odd object-shaped to shoulder. So this is the first time I personally have seen it being featured in a strongman competition. Fantastic display there by both athletes.
These cubes are just another fun, weird little toy that they have at the Sweaty Pig. They pride themselves on getting all the stupid, weird implements that you'll never see elsewhere, and just amassing this bigger and bigger collection. So it's fun to be able to see that at these big shows come out and have all these other athletes try it.
All right, in lane number 2, we have Joseph Nielsen, the last of our Masters heavyweight men, and we will have Mickey Tuipai in lane number 1. Joseph lifting a cube at 188 pounds, and Mickey a sand cube at 110 pounds. Here we go. Now, every athlete prior to Joseph so far has gotten a tremendous amount of reps, and Joseph so far, I believe, is in the lead of this contest. He needs to maintain good points here, I believe, to lock in potentially first place.
So I noticed that his hands are going under the weight. Once he's set up on his knee, his elbows are coming in, and he's picking it up more from underneath, picking it up, and other people are utilizing coming up over the top.
Yeah.
Is there a better way to do that, or is it just dealer's choice?
Well, I mean, the reality is this is an event that really behooves those that have the experience, and those who understand the leverages, more than likely going over is probably a bit more optimal. But for most people, and potentially Joseph here, this is the first time touching this, potentially, right?
Yeah.
Depending on if he's gone down to the gym to utilize it or not. Mickey now is taking her time. She's getting a really good pace going. She's done quite a few reps so far. Joseph's still racking up those points. And this is definitely one of those events as well that, you know, if you know how to utilize certain equipment, you can get that much more out of the event in of itself. You see Joseph here is utilizing a belt that is higher on his torso, creating a leverage point or a smashing point for the cube to push into versus his actual skin and body to save comfort, really.
It's like Mickey she is good with her performance. She's happy with it. She goes around, starts cheering on Joseph Nelson, a longtime friend of hers.
Joseph Nelson still racking up these points here. And great work out of Joe. Giving a final nod to the crowd with this cube to shoulder. Great performance out of Joe and all weekend and a great competition. Great job to Mickey for performing incredibly well as well.
Joseph Nelson really is just a love of the game. He's here for all these events. You can tell he's just having fun on that last one. And he's going to go eat some food and relax for several days now.
Continuing in our Masters Heavyweight Women's Competition, our second to last athlete for that class is Sherry Mitchell, coming out at the 110-pound sand cube, and the first and only athlete of our Open Men's 90-kilo athlete, lifting 188-pound cube as well. That is in Tucker Henstra in lane number 2. Tucker and Sherry Mitchell. All right, here we go. Athletes are ready to go. And timer is going.
Wow, he has short work getting that up to his shoulder. That is a near body weight cube for him. That's very impressive.
Yeah, just 10 pounds under what his weigh-in weight would be. Tucker is built quite well for an event like this, being very long-limbed. If he just takes his time and doesn't rush, I think he'll rack up an incredible amount of points. A little bit more control will behoove him. Sherry is doing a great job of smoothly approaching this event with that 90-second timer in mind.
Sherry very much is an all-fight, no-quit sort of athlete, especially in the Masters class women. Love watching her stuff, and she's still going traditionally, taking the hand off of the sandbag, which again isn't necessary for the cube, but that's muscle memory, and Sherry is nothing if not consistent.
Yeah. Tucker now starting to slow down just a little bit, wisely so. Kind of came out hot out of the gate there. And for him being the only athlete within a 90-kilo amateur division this weekend, I'd imagine his goals are just purely about setting PRs. So for him, I'm sure he's chasing down a number that he's hit in the gym.
It looks like the corner of that cube came over and just kissed his collarbone. Made him take a step back just for a second. He's hopped right back on it.
Just missing out on the down command there.
Sherry though.
They have 10 seconds left. Can they get one more? I wouldn't necessarily encourage it at this point, but Tucker's going for it anyway.
End of the event, man. Send it. You have tomorrow to rest.
And he needs to be careful. He needs to be careful. Very good. For those watching at home, if you're truly exhausted, you have about 8 seconds remaining, don't pick it up. If you're the only athlete in division, just don't. It's better off just keeping your body safe and not potentially putting yourself in a position to get hurt.
This is the
within the amateur division.
You guys paid to be here. This is all for fun, love of the game. Sherry is scooting with her knees all the way off the mat. She's done.
Great work out of Sherry Mitchell and Tucker Henstra. Fantastic performance all weekend by both athletes.
We are changing the weights now. We are going to the men's open 105 kilograms. So the cube is now going to be 230 pounds.
230 pounds for the 105 amateur division there. Joel Hammer will be the first athlete out. And we are going to our last athlete in the Masters women's heavyweight division in Laura Lund. Same weight at 110 pounds, sand cube. And a quick little shout out to our Strongest Kids of Utah competition that will be featured here coming up pretty soon. The primary sponsor and promoter of that show sitting right next to me in Fairbrother. A very important show featuring athletes between 5 and 12 years of age, opening the door for any and all people in the youth categories to have some fun and try out Strongman.
We've had so much fun with those kids, having them step up and learning this new sport and just having a good time and realizing that the kids they're welcome in the gym too, and with good coaching, the ones that we provided, the Sweaty Pig and other members who are there, it gives them an opportunity to learn and to grow and to see those fast results. And we found, with the kids, they really have that sort of instant gratification of lifting, and it connects with their brains
character
really
development.
Well.
It's beautiful.
Well, it's self-confidence too, and kids are starting to realize I can lift a 100-pound frame, and they can do it with just a little bit of effort. And then once they get that high that first time, they're going to keep pushing it, and it's so much fun seeing the kids.
Yeah. All right. It looks like we're matching up some of the weights to ensure that things are nice and even keel here, but we're about to start our event. We have Joel Hammer in lane number 2 with a 230-pound cube, and we have Laura Lund, last of our Masters heavyweight women's, with a 110-pound cube.
She makes short work in that first rep up.
Ooh,
Joel just figuring this weight out.
Joel just nicking his chin there, slowly pushing that cube up the shoulder. This is very difficult now. This is a challenging weight. This is not a traditional object to shoulder within the sport of strongman.
No.
So we're seeing a lot of learning on the fly right now.
Bodies don't love moving metal cubes. There's nothing natural about this.
He's just not quite enough on the shoulder to get the down command yet by Jamie Strong, our head judge there.
I was going to say, it's probably best for him just to set this down, figure the puzzle out, and get back to it.
Laura Lund, however, you can tell she's practiced quite consistently here on this event. You know, these cubes being featured within the gym that she trains out of, and the Sweaty Pig obviously lends towards, you know, success in competing at the show. Joel, potentially has never trained on this. But he's taking his time. He's trying to read the stone.
And he's picking up from the side. Sits there. To wrap his arms around, but he's got to be able to pivot the top of that line on his chest, or else he's going to be stuck here with his biceps holding it. Laura's still working.
Yep, Joel's
Absolutely
taking his time.
no quitting
This is
her.
again, for those watching who've never lifted a cube, it is an extraordinarily difficult event.
Now we were talking about the different strongman implements here, sandbags, logs, kegs, everything usually rolls. It's very natural. Cube does not. You have to work around the cube. That's a good effort from Joel.
Fantastic. Now we are having a weight change. We are going into our teen men's division with Brachius Barney at 165-pound sand cube to shoulder.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this. I think this is going to be a light enough weight for them that this is going to become a cardio event and see who has the biggest heart going in for 90 seconds.
We have Jared Collins coming out here in lane number 2 at our open men's 105-kilo amateur division at 230 pounds. Jared is a very athletic individual. I anticipate some good reps out of him here, and especially out of Brachius, our freakishly strong teen male, who is now just mogging that sand cube. Here we go, Jared taking his time, being technical, being proficient. Oh, I love it.
Good work, Jared.
Great job out of Jared Collins in lane number 2. That was a really good steel cube to
I
shoulder.
think that's the first time he's ever lifted a cube. He's very proud of it.
That was great. He really displayed technical proficiency there. I'm not sure he wants to do any more reps, or he's just taking his time. Either way, we have Mr. Barney in lane number 1 just racking away these repetitions, doing a great job. And like you mentioned, very much a potential just cardio event for him.
I think he gets a lot of his cardio from raising the sides of barns as quick as he possibly
sure
can.
he does.
Him and everyone else in the Amish community. But I joke, Brachius. You were just mentioning that earlier. I think you're doing great, buddy.
Doing an awesome job here, Joel. Next time Mr. Brachius competes, I would encourage him to wear shoes that have a much harder sole. He's right now competing on very fluffy, almost like running shoes. And that's going to be quite difficult to help maintain objects to shoulder when competing in that. It takes away some of the proprioception associated with the task.
Well,
so having a
puts
harder
a lot of
surface,
extra strain on your ankles too, ankles and knees.
yeah, it
everything's
can.
breaking off.
It's just it takes away proprioception and your ability to control where your feet are, right? So just a nice little tip there for our teen male competitor, and a solid performance by Jared Collins as well. Shout out to Jared in lane number 2.
Yeah, he's laughing it off. He's having a great time. I think he had a lot of fun doing that lift. I remember training with Ryan Stewart, kind of a local legend, probably the world's best historian for historical stone lifting throughout all cultures. And he was telling me that lifting natural stones is very much a puzzle, right? Before it's a strength event, it's a puzzle. And you have to figure out how to do each lift. Cube is very much like that.
So coming up here in lane number 1, we have Mason Snyder with a 165-pound sand cube, and in lane number 2, we have Samuel Walcott at 230.
Yep, Mason's gonna have to push this. Brachius really kind of set the limit as far as the cardio of this event, so he's gonna have to keep pushing hard.
We see here Samuel here in the 105-kilo class, slowly figuring out this implement. Very difficult. So far, Jared is the only athlete in the 105 class to get a repetition on the cube. So this would be a big point here for Samuel, and he gets it. Great job, Samuel. Way to be patient. We have the young man and Mason Snyder continuing to rack up points here. He has a big number to chase after Mr. Brachius.
So I'm not sure they're taking lap times on this, so if he can get the second one.
Oh, this is for reps. Yeah,
deal.
this is certainly just a 4 reps event, and ties could happen. So they got to beat each other.
Mason's gonna hop on this. Keep moving, man.
Yeah, you can tell Mason has plenty of strength. Conditioning might be more of the limiting factor here for him. Whereas for Samuel Walcott in the 105-kilo division, he's taking his time because this is, again, very heavy. He's opting to stop here now. Smart man. He got the time. So he's tied for first right now in Samuel Walcott.
And he's able to sneak in one last rep. And he's done. Good work, Mason. Hope you had a lot of fun this weekend, big guy. Keep pushing it. So we got our last open men's 105. Paxton Hansen's going to come in, who's had such a great competition. Every event here, he's absolutely been killing. I think he's been leading.
Yeah, Paxton has really showed a great display of just consistent skill and strength. There's obviously a lot of room for improvement, as there is for any athlete here. But I think Paxton, if this is something that he enjoys and continues to do, has a great future ahead of him.
Absolutely.
As all athletes really here, if they choose to continue. In lane number 1, we will have Nathan Wilkins in our novice masters heavyweight division at 165 pounds sand cube, and Paxton finishing up the 105 kilo class at 230 pounds. Wow, great shouldering by both gentlemen here. Paxton looking comfortable. Nathan looking comfortable.
I think he set it down for a second, like, oh crap, that works. That's cool.
Yeah.
Let's keep moving.
Yep.
What grit. And with that, I think he seals the win for his class.
I believe he did.
But no one's going to tell him that. Keep him working.
Yeah, doing a great job here. And both gentlemen, Nathan nearly throwing it behind his shoulder. There was a lot of power in that midsection of the lift. Paxton getting a 3rd repetition.
Yeah, he says he's done. That was for the crowd.
Great work out of Paxton Henson.
And Nathan Wilkins, he's going to find every second of this 90 seconds to get his highest score just for his own heart, for his own pride. Say he did this, he pushed himself. Yeah, he had a great weekend.
Awesome job out of Paxton. Nathan still finishing up with this clock here. Nearly finished with time, but he's continuing to get repetitions. And I really appreciate him just working his butt off here. He's the only athlete in his division, but I'm sure he's chasing a personal best right now and continuing to work.
I think it's hard to have a personal best. You know, these such strange implements. Like, how would you know how many reps I've ever done on this?
Yeah, most athletes, I'm sure, will compare to what they've done in the gym, maybe with a sandbag, and just try to match that or exceed it. But Nathan here working hard continuously, regardless of the time. So great job. That heat is officially over. We are now done with utilizing lane number 1, and we are going up in weight, as we will now have the start of our open men's 120 kilo amateur division. The cube will be 260 pounds, and the first athlete out will be Seth Heaton.
So they added 30 pounds into this cube. I'm excited to see how these athletes match up to it. We got some incredible athletes in the 120 kilogram class. And it's a big ask, but it's the end. I think they're having fun. They're letting him set up the cube the way that he wants to set it up.
All right, Seth Heaton getting ready to go. And the timer has started. Here we go. Seth Heaton in lane number 2, 260 pounds, the 120 kilo, 264 pound weight class. Slowly but surely getting that cube up the torso. That was a great display of technical patience out of Seth, not rushing or momentarily freaking out as it slowed down as he was transitioning. A lot of people have panic attacks in that position.
Well, he's done a really good job of getting the lines of that cube exactly where it needs to be. Just above his knees, just under his chest, and uses those leverages to pull it up to his shoulder. He knows what he's doing here. He's having a good time.
He's asking for time. He's being quite patient. I believe he has roughly 30 seconds remaining here. Seth Heaton doing a great job of slowly but surely racking up the points.
Well, it's hard going first, too, because you're setting the pace for everyone else.
Exactly. A lot of his competitors and peers are watching to see not only how he's doing it technically, but how many he's getting. It is significantly easier to chase a number than to establish one. But Seth is doing a great job and really just displaying just how hard this event is.
God, there's
Great
just no
rep
way
at Seth.
to do this comfortably. You just see the grimaces on their faces. That cube squishes their ears.
Yeah, obviously it's just a giant. With it being a cube, there's no soft points. It's just essentially daggers into your torso as you are successfully doing it right. Nothing about it is simple.
Every single one of these athletes could be doing bird watching, but they're doing this instead.
Yet here we are.
Wow. God, what grit. This guy's amazing.
But while we have a brief intermission between athletes, considering things that would help improve not only bird watching and the sport of strongman, Better Through Biology. Better Through Biology helping us provide any and all pharmaceutical-grade, research-based chemicals to help increase sports performance. Things like glutathione to help utilize more of your body's own energy systems, L-carnitine, and so on and so forth. Feel free to check out Better Through Biology, the primary sponsor of the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am.
Mm-hmm. Up next, we got Joseph Hemingway. He's also had really great events. He's going to be utilizing his sticky shirt, which I think is probably the easier way to do this. You don't want that cube sliding on you when you think you're in a good position.
Yeah, so long as you're not an athlete that utilizes a bounce technique up the torso, grip shirts are incredibly useful.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of whatever helps, throw it on. It's not against the rules. If it helps, good for you. You don't get extra points otherwise. Makes an easy pick. He's trying to figure out where he's going to want this off of his leverage. Little off center, but he's just going to muscle it up. Jamie's not going to give him that point. He's got to get it all the way on top of his shoulder and show control. It's not holding with your arms. It's getting it on your body line. Oh, the corner of that just came up, kissed his chin. Yeah, it's a grimace. This is a hard implement. He's got great strength pulling it up onto his lap, very comfortable movement. And then it's just figuring out the puzzle from there. How do we roll this cube up onto your shoulder?
Yeah, and the reality is it just comes down to uncomfortability. You have to create pivot points. So it looks like Mr. Hemingway getting a little lightheaded there and opting to stop, which is really smart. He knows like maybe a potential another repetition, even though he had time, could be dangerous, so he stopped. I appreciate that foresight out of him. But it seems like the most consistent way to do this event is to create those pivot points and to smash it literally into you so it rolls up smoothly. Whereas Joseph there, as he was trying to get that last few attempts, he was doing a pop and jump method, which with a cube is incredibly dangerous because you don't know quite where it's going to land. It could bounce right off you based on what edge is hitting you.
Right. If you catch one of those corners, it's a gut punch. That's hard.
Yeah, so it benefits the athlete who's willing to hurt this type of object to shoulder.
Speaking of autism shirts, this is what the sport has gone to.
Yeah. Here we go. Up next, we have Matthew Summercorn. A great performance all weekend out of Matthew in the 120 kilo weight class. Solid pick here. Let's see how he's going to read the stone. Looks like he's figuring it out slowly, trying to find a place for his hands. I like that position a lot. He's going to have to smash it now into his sternum.
Oh, this is textbook. Just above the knees, into your sternum, pull up.
So that was still more of a jump technique and a balance. It didn't quite pay off for him.
Use more of a leverage and not a jump.
Right, that slow leaning in and transitioning up as it smashes into you is really the approach. It's a roll, if you will, as well as a cube can roll.
I just don't think you can be as big as strong as you want, but this is a certain weight in this implement that you can't just be an ogre. Like, you have to do it right.
Yeah, you have to be an ogre in mentality and a technician in approach.
Absolutely.
Here we go. Matthew taking his time now, getting a really good hand position on this pick. It looks like some fatigue might be setting in, as it well should be, this being the last event of a very long weekend. But I think Matthew could do this. He's finding his midfoot here as he balances in his lap position. He needs to smash and just roll. Be patient. Don't jump, Matthew. He went for it again, but he's sticking with it now. Can he get it? Oh,
don't give up on it.
Can Matthew save this rep? This is so difficult. Just not quite there today for Matthew, but a genuinely good and heroic effort out of Matthew. Well done and great performance all weekend.
Yeah, I hope he has a lot of fun. I hope he comes back and continues to do these sports. He's been great to have around. He's a super fun guy. Everyone likes talking with him in the back because he's just one of those goofy goobers that gets really attracted to these type of events. Up next after Matthew, we got Adam Woolston, our girth lord.
That's right.
He's getting some chalk up on, he knows exactly where that cube is supposed to sit. And I know he's practiced on this particular implement at the Sweaty Pig. I'd like to think he's hit this comp weight before, but we'll find out quick. I think he's built just for it.
Here we go, Mr. Woolston coming up here. Very powerful young man, built quite well for squatting. I'd imagine this is an event that he might be quite proficient in, and here he is with the first very successful rep to shoulder.
He was able to turn that around on top of his chest and then make a last-second adjustment and shove it into his shoulder. That was really cool.
Here we go. Adam taking his time with rep number 2. Great repetition out of Adam. Very slow is fast, smooth is fast approach here. He's being quite methodical.
I think with that second rep, that seals it. I can't quite remember how many Seth got, but
Between 2 and 3.
yeah.
So it looks like Adam here is hunting down a number, either a personal best or just for the event win. I love his approach. He's rolling it with great
Rolls it
technique.
all the way up to his chin. Oh my goodness.
Just losing it there, predominantly due to the spatial awareness, due to the mats, not necessarily due to anything wrong technically. As you could tell, as soon as athletes transition from chest to shoulder, the fight then begins to finding that equilibrium within total foot balance, not falling to the toes. And that's what you saw Adam there struggle with.
He's got time for another one. Got about 10 seconds left. Oh, and that one, he didn't rotate under his chin. He went straight to his ear.
I mean, regardless of him not getting that last rep, Adam Woolston, with a fantastic and consistent performance all weekend in nearly all events that he competed in. Really great display of power and strength, and I believe a potential event win here on that last event.
Yeah, absolutely. Good job, Adam.
So that was the end of our men's 120 amateur division. We are now moving to the open men's heavyweight amateur division. Pardon me. We will have Tristan Carmen coming up next. The weight is moving to 290 pounds. And as we are slowly adjusting these weights, I want to give a massive shout out to Cryo Movement and Muscle and Joint Clinic, a fantastic chiropractic company here in Salt Lake City, Utah. They conveniently help many of the athletes and individuals associated with this show at the Sweaty Pig and competing at the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am. So thank you so much to Cryo Movement and Muscle Joint Clinic.
Yeah, I'm hoping all these athletes get a chance to stop over and go see Cryo Movement and Peak Performance that are both in the back of these athletes' areas and utilize their skills. Like, these guys will get you back on your feet. You don't need to feel awful for the next week after a big show. Go see them before you get out of here. Get set up, get right, make an appointment with him. They do incredible work. Scraping, cupping, dry needling, infrared lasers. Both of those guys, both Peak Performance and Cryo Movement, they know exactly what they're doing. They'll get you back in fighting shape, ready for the next event. So up first, we got Tristan Carmen. He's starting off with our 290-pound cube.
Here we go, getting ready. Cube to shoulder. I would argue potentially one of the more difficult shouldering events in the sport.
Oh, yeah. No, I'd much rather put a stone up or a sandbag. Cube is hateful. This is a hateful implement.
Here we go. Great lap position out of Tristan, taking his time to hit the shoulder, and he does very successfully. He manages to get the cube quite high up his torso when in the squat lap position. He's patient when there, and he's not rushing. It's a great squat. He's pulling with double overhands here, continuing to roll up the torso, not freaking out when it slows down, and pushes over to the shoulder. What a great display of both technique and strength.
That takes so much patience to let it just sit on your shoulder, let it slowly roll into the place it's supposed to go. Once you start rushing it, it's going to move on you, and there's no way you can catch it.
And what most people tend to feel once an object, whether it be a cube or a sandbag or stone to shoulder, once it's on the torso and it's climbing higher, let's say above the sternum, for example, anxiety starts to kick in for most individuals. And it's those who can manage that anxiety that's being built tend to do well.
I wonder if that has anything to do with the 300 pounds of metal crushing your diaphragm. I can't breathe now.
Certainly doesn't help. Here we go, Carmen now just taking his time. He maybe has one last good attempt here. He's been successful so far with, I believe, 2 repetitions, but he's slowly running out of energy here as this cube presents itself or proves itself to be a difficult task. I believe he's about done now. Great display out of Tristan Carmen. Great work, buddy.
Absolutely. I think there's something to be said with this implement in particular, that there's a pain tolerance level of what you're willing to do. Like, not only is it heavy and it's taxing and it's just attacking your CNS, but also it just hurts, and you have to tell that part of your brain just to shut up and deal with it.
Yeah, coming up next, we have Tyson Thompson, one of the better 120 kilo athletes nationally speaking within the United States here. He's competing up a weight class in the open division. He has had a fantastic weekend so far in just about every event he's competed in. Right now he's getting the final adjustments and where he wants the cube. And I'd imagine, Tyson being a very athletic and movement-based athlete, that shouldering is one of his fortes. We're going to find out here in just a moment. Here we go. Tyson Thompson up next.
Seems like he's utilizing that bag to help get a little bit better starting position.
Here we go. He has his belt in an appropriate position to create leverage, so the shouldering portion is much easier. That was a very wise move out of Tyson. Anything you could do to create a sticking point to smash that cube into that isn't your body is going to really help in accumulating the reps.
Now, you can tell the athletes that have had experience on this, and you know the most efficient ways. Tyson's been in the gym. He's been practicing this event. He's been ready for it, and it's showing right now. He's making short work of this.
Yeah, there really is almost kind of just one tried and true method with this. It's not like necessarily other sandbags or stone and shoulder where you could have different techniques. It's pretty much just one right way to do this.
Yeah,
it's
he's learned the way.
Yeah, there is just the way. Tyson, I believe, on rep 4, crushing this cube to shoulder event. I'm sure he's looking for another event win.
He is getting this just as fast as he would a 300-pound sandbag. He's just figured this out, utilizing the right leverages.
Just slowly lost position there. Honestly, with the cube, I was just going to say, it's almost better just to drop it than to go again. That was a wise move from Tyson. And at this point, I believe he's pretty confident in the amount of reps that he's got. So he's stopping. Great work out of Tyson Thompson. I'm sure that was a personal best.
Gosh, I'd hope so. I wouldn't want to subject yourself to more of this.
It was genuinely great.
All right, up next, we got Levi Biddle. He's been fun to watch in the show. He's a little animated.
Yeah, Levi Biddle, this whole competition is a technician. Even in the events where something might have been slightly out of his realm of ability in terms of strength, he has approached every movement the exact same, technically and smooth. And I really appreciate that out of a competitor. If Levi continues to do this and be consistent, he'll be he's a bright future ahead of him. So here we go, Levi Biddle, last event of the weekend. 290 pounds, steel cube to shoulder. Hopefully this is something he's been able to practice. We'll see here in a moment.
Oh.
So it looks as though this might be something that's newer to him. You can see he didn't quite create that wedge point on his body as he was trying to get it up. He's treating it like a traditional sandbag to shoulder event. That being said, he's strong, he's patient. It looks like he's going to be able to get at least one rep. If he pushes it over to his shoulder now, that right side needs to go just behind him.
It is such an ask to hold it on your chest.
Oh, he's nearly there. He's nearly there. Oh, just doesn't get the down command. You know, it was more on his chest than shoulder. It is a fair call, but it's an excruciating one. Levi's going to take his time. He's going to use as much of the clock as he can, as he has with most of the events this weekend.
It takes quite a lot out of you, too. Just holding it on top of your chest. You're not breathing. All that blood is rushing to your head. Your biceps are now starting to burn up from holding on to this cube. It takes a lot. I think you were mentioning earlier, if you don't got it the first time, if you don't got it right, go ahead and reset it.
Yeah, you know, to fight there in the midsection can cost more than it'll earn you. So let's see here, Levi approaching it one more time. He has his right hand higher now, potentially to pull behind him once he gets to his chest like he just was before. Good adjustment by Levi. That was very much intentional. Can he now push it over?
Get it there.
I believe he can.
Still over his chest, not quite to his shoulder.
Man, oh, Oshevitz. We are talking about fractions of an inch between a good lift and not. Massive congratulations to Levi Biddle for an outstanding competition all weekend and a final event. I know he didn't get maybe the score that he wanted, but I was genuinely impressed with his approach and continued to make technical changes as he went on an event he's never done.
Well, he loaded it up the exact way you're supposed to with a sandbag or a stone. He got it deep into his lap. He wanted to put his whole body around it. But with this cube, you really got to put it down closer to your knees and give you some space to create some leverages.
Yeah, once in the lap position, it basically needs to be on a corner to create a wedge into. So we have Darren Sorensen up next, and the open amateur division here at the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am.
I know Darren's had a chance to use a stone of the Sweaty Pig. And
yeah, you can see Darren, pardon me.
Oh,
he's rushing ahead, needs to slow down a little bit, but he's technically conscious enough to know to get the cube on an axis, on a tilt once in the lap. It cannot be flat on the knees. And that's why he's able to roll it seemingly easy up his chest and getting a good rep.
That was a great rep. He had that up high. He was proud. 4, 3, 2, a great double overhead on the top, creating those leverages, and he's patient with these. He doesn't jump. He just lets it roll up to his shoulder and then figure out the landing.
Yeah. And that is the massive difference when shouldering a cube and a sandbag or a sandbag. It's not really something that a technique you have to worry about with a stone because it's just round, but with a cube, it must be on a tilt in the lap. It cannot be flush with the quads like you typically would with a sandbag. And that allows for a greater a focal point to then roll up your body.
Not to say it's comfortable, you're still putting a straight line of almost 300 pounds right across your quads.
The referees, we have 3 different referees keeping track.
He utilizes it here, gets up on this corner, pivots just underneath his sternum, right up to his chin, makes the adjustments. But it just gets offline and
Looks like he's a little lightheaded here.
oh, his foot is twisted.
Let's get that cube off his tootsie. It looks like he's perfectly okay, just caught in a very awkward position. You're gonna have to move those mats forward a little bit, which makes sure someone knows to move those mats forward for the safety of the athletes.
Yep, making adjustments now.
Great, they are safe and ready to go. Great display of technique out of Darren Sorensen. I'm sure he wanted a few more reps there, but he got a solid 2 reps, I believe, and that's, so far, great points on the board.
Absolutely. Up next, we got Corbin Killian. No, we didn't get quite what he wanted on the axle, so I bet he's about to go full bore on this. And he doesn't have any knee sleeves on. He's rolled his shorts up, so there's going to be a lot of skin to metal contact.
Here we go. We have our boy, Corbin Killian.
That was a great move. Knees to his chest. Oh, she got to slow down just a little bit.
Yeah, Corbin has the strength. He has the power. He just needs to slow down a little bit technically. You could tell that he's at least been watching his peers in the back, or at least trained on this object once. He has a very good focal point there. He just needs to be patient. Honestly, the only thing going potentially wrong is that as he's transitioning from that lap position to shoulder, it was a great first attempt there. But the thing that he could improve upon is not getting his hands under quickly as he's transitioning from lap to shoulder. He needs to continue to pull high and then smoothly transition.
I think he's the only person I've seen get stuck on his chest like that and still ogre it off to the side.
Yeah.
That's very impressive.
Yeah, you can tell he's a very athletic, powerful gentleman. That was better. That was better. That was more of what I was talking about, but he's tired at this point.
Yeah, he's
Great.
gonna call it here.
Honestly,
Good for you,
even
Killian.
1 repetition is huge points right now for this class on this 290-pound cube.
Well, we got just a second coming up for the other athletes. We want to give a shout out again to our heavy-handed sponsor. They protect your hands from the most abuse and the least care. Tough hands don't have to be rough hands.
Yeah.
And they're going to need it after working on these cubes. I bet their hands are just a mess. It's not comfortable.
And here we have coming up next, Mr. Alex Smith, having so far a great competition this weekend. Nice and consistent. Some events going really well. Some events maybe not as much as well as he wanted. But let's finish strong with Mr. Alex Smith here, 290 pounds.
I know he's been training for this, and he's been working with Mr. Chris Cross, who kind of helped introduce this idea to the Sweaty Pig Gym. So let's see if this is paying off.
Here we go. Alex Smith in a great lap position and a beautiful transition. Can he get that finishing touch here?
Oh,
just not quite what he wanted there. Dropping the cube forward. Looks like Alex just got a little lightheaded, but I'm sure he's perfectly fine. When it comes to shouldering objects, the longer it stays on your chest, the increased likelihood you are of losing your breath, simply put. And having that compression on the torso and chest is obviously not ideal for breathing. So sometimes you get a little lightheaded, and that's fine.
Your
It
brain
looks
just
like
wants to go
Alex is
sleepy
probably going to
night
wave
time
this
for a
off
second.
potentially.
I guess he'll go for it.
No, he's going to continue to go for it. It is on the athlete to get the cube back to its star position.
All right, come on, Alex. You can get one of
Alex,
these.
just take his sweet time here. He knows he could do it. He has the strength. He has the ability. He just needs to be careful.
He's got the crowd behind him. Everyone wants to see this rep.
We would love to see Alex successful here. He could do that. He just needs to be patient
There you
and
go.
push.
Got
and he
it.
gets a down command. 1 solid rep.
Oh, he's such ass. Oh, my.
Great job, Alex.
Good job, Alex.
Alex Smith there getting 1 solid rep there. And way to come back after a bit of a mishap earlier in the event. Great job, Alex.
It's a lot to go from sleepy night time to, oh, yeah, I'm still in this. Let's hop back in.
Yeah, certainly. Our last athlete to come on out here is Mr. Weston War, who's had a fantastic and consistent weekend so far in all the events he's competed in. Very much looking forward to watching Weston in a shouldering event. I know he loves anything that is loading related. Here we go. Weston War creating that great position that we were talking about in the lap. Just needs to be a little patient in that transition, and it was a beautiful first rep out of Weston War.
It almost looks like he changed directions. He was planning on going to his left shoulder and switching to his right.
Yeah, potentially. For those watching on stream right now, this is 290-pound steel cube to shoulder, an event typically associated with basket stone lifting.
Wes, one of his main strengths is these repetition to the shoulder. I once watched him doing a sandbag, like a 180-pound sandbag, just gently touching it to the ground and one motioning it back up for like 10 reps in a minute. He's a workhorse. So.
Yeah, Wes, quite literally being raised on a farm, has a lot of general work capacity that most folks cannot just get. You know, his upbringing is going to not only help him in a sport like this, but generally speaking in everything he does. You can see his strength being on display here as he's quite casually hitting repetitions on this 290 to shoulder.
I can't say good enough things about Wes. Just don't give him your bunnies. He'll pet them too hard. But if you want to give him a 290-pound cube, he'll hit it for 10.
All day, every day. Wes just really running out the clock here, just continuing to get reps. It's a beautiful display of technique on this event. It's about as good as it gets. You know, I imagine at this point he potentially has the event win, and he does.
Good for you, Wes.
Massive congratulations to Weston War and coming out there and battling with Tyson Thompson all weekend. We'll find out at the end who edged out whom, but I do believe the show is between Tyson and Weston. So that is the last of our amateur competitors in the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am. We're going to quickly transition over to resetting the floor for the yoke event for the start of the pro competition, the Pro-Am competition. Thank you so much for those who tuned in thus far and watching the amateur show. And thank you so much to the Sweaty Pig for being the primary sponsor for this competition, providing the equipment and the spotters and loaders to help this successful. Got anything to say, fair brother, before we sign off?
No, I'm super jazzed the way these amateurs really came out here. I think they had a lot of fun this weekend. It's such a cool crowd here at FitCon, and we're so thankful for them giving us the space and the opportunity to show off these athlete skills. And it's so much more fun to do this here than some parking lot show.
Yeah.
You get an opportunity to be in the big lights and have hundreds of people watching and cheering you on. It adds so much to the experience.
Awesome. So thank you so much for those who tuned in. Please come back in about, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes for the Pro-Am competition.
Thanks.
Right now, but it all come falling down. When the night meet the light, turn the day. Can't stop, then you won't stop. I know just how that feel. When you're on top, till the ball drop. You never seen it be so real. It feels so good right now, but it all come falling down. When the night meet the light, turn the day. Feel it a little, feel it a lot. I'm swimming a bit, but deeper in thought. Keeping my head on top of my shoulders. Into some shit, I'm out of the box. This the level I'm on. Need it all right now and forever is gone. Baby, the weather is strong. Whether it's hot or cold, we're coming knocking on your door. Well, I'ma maintain, I'm staying so high. Built the ladder all the way up till we touching the sky. And you know you're dead wrong, you in love with a lie. All I wanna do is free your mind. We don't see no lines, we don't color inside. It's a very small world, we don't fuck with the size. Yeah, see the bigger picture when it's beneficial. Loving how it fits you, blow the whistle when you run out of time. Yeah, waking up, I open up my eyes. Do you mind if I blow your mind? A little closer, baby, don't be shy. Why you worried that it's gonna be fine? I guess that kind of day, that's really all I'm trying to say. We don't have a lot of time to waste. Somehow we gotta find a way. Somehow we gotta find a way. No matter how many miles it takes. I know it feels so good right now, but it all come falling down. When the night meet the light, turn the day. I wouldn't wait forever. Just shoot your shot. We don't need no more, no extras. We all we got. Lights flickering, hitting the right switches. I'm living this life different and missing the flight. Bullshitting. I had a plan to change. You can't stand the rain. Little delay, but I came and you cool with it. I don't trip, flip, or lose my grip. And I don't know it all, but I do know this. Before you know me, better know self. I've been in this shit so long that it don't smell. I turn a hotel to a castle. Living like a king for a grand. I don't do nothing that's a hassle. Besides, even that castle made of sand. Just might slip into the sea. Fuck it all if it all ain't me. Maybe we inside the maze. Somehow we gotta find a way. Okay. Somehow we gotta find a way. No matter how many miles it takes. I know it feels so good right now, but it all come falling down when the night meet the light turn the day. I wouldn't wait forever. Just shoot your shot. We don't need no more, no extras. We all we got.
And we're on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we actually have a tie in the men's 120 kilo amateur division. So what we're going to do, we're not going to do a count back. We're going to allow both these gentlemen to compete in a sixth event to see who's going to win the show. Mr. Adam Woolston and Seth Heaton are tied for first place. They're both going to do a double overhand axle front hold for a time. First man to drop loses. First place, at least.
So, gosh, this is super exciting. I think this is the only grip event that we've really had all day. So this is something that the athletes really haven't been training for outside of their normal gym work. So this is all heart, all grip strength. A chance to separate first and second place. About as exciting as these get.
Well, here we go. Both gentlemen coming on ready here. We love a good tiebreaker event. Hopefully this event is nice and even for both of these athletes' abilities. Let's see what we can do.
So he's explaining the rules to them. You got to hold it up on top of your chest. You're not leaning it on your legs. And you're just holding on double overhand grip strength.
Oh, I disagree. You should totally lean it on your legs. Cheat as best as you can. Here we go. This is for the win. Connor. All right, here we go.
Now that we've moved the human billboard out of the way.
Gentlemen, quit holding. If I were them, I'd curl their wrists into your legs, lean slightly forward, push it against grippy pants. Every little cheat you can to get as much as you can. Both of these gentlemen looking extremely stoic and composed right now. Adam looking on over. He should just focus on himself right now.
Yep.
Find a happy place. You want that first place dub.
You get to
Who's
close your
gonna
eyes
get
and
it?
put yourself somewhere where it's not excruciating. You are on a beach somewhere nice. Keep holding on to that weight.
Both of these boys are kicking ass right now, doing the thing. They're both struggling. We are towards
Adam,
the end.
keep holding on.
Oh, Mr. Woolston just losing first, but an outstanding performance out of Adam, the Girth Master Woolston, and Seth Heaton now winning the 120 amateur division. Both of these gentlemen should be extraordinarily proud of themselves.
Absolutely.
The reality is, with a tie, there really is no loser. You both prove that you're badasses on the day.
Just watching them work every event, and they're all trying so hard. And Adam's showing good sportsmanship here, giving Seth the win that he earned. The crowd loves it. I love it.
Great. So we'll come back in just a few minutes for the remainder.
Oh, we
actually,
got a-
pardon me, we have another tie. Looking at this gentleman, we're in the Masters heavyweight division. This is more than likely a tie for first place, having the exact same tie-breaking event between our boy.
Justin Sansushi and Dave Gaynor.
That's right.
And they're doing the same weight, about 220, double overhand hold.
This is our Masters heavyweight division. I love that we've had multiple ties, I'm assuming, for first place.
I think there's actually another one after this.
Here we go. Justin and Mr. Dave Gaynor. Both gentlemen, again, looking very composed. Mr. Gaynor screaming at the crowd as he's trying to win first. This is fantastic. Justin locking in Sansushi in the zone. Both of these men. Justin just dropping before Dave Gaynor. Great performance out of both of these boys.
Giving him a bow, saying, well done, man, you earned it.
What an honorable display of strength out of both of our Masters heavyweight men here. All right, it looks like we are done with our tiebreakers. We will be back in just a bit, guys. We have our awards ceremony, and then we'll be back for the Pro-Am competition. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. I didn't mean to pull the trigger, I swear. But now she's dead and there ain't no coming back once you there. I hope she knew that I loved her. I hope she knew that I cared. Your food getting cold, why don't you come sit down in this chair? We can talk about all the things we should have done. All the arguments that you probably would have won. But I'm stubborn, baby, you knew that when you told me you loved me and I told you I loved you back. But now you laying on the tile, I'm waiting for a smile, so I'll stay here for a while. When the cops come in, they're gonna have to take me away. And I'll tell them I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it, I guess I'm just emotional.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with the podium positions. First on up, we should have our novice women's heavyweight division. And in third place, I believe we have Brandy Graber. In second place, we should have Lings Lopa. And in first place, we have Nora Hamilton. Massive congratulations to our athletes in the novice women's heavyweight division. Love seeing new competitors come on out here and compete in potentially for their first time in a sport that they've never done. So massive congratulations to all three of these ladies who displayed tremendous strength all weekend. All right, the next division coming on up should be Masters Women's Heavyweight. So our experience, oh no, pardon me, we have Mr. Nathan, who competed, pardon me, let's try to find Nathan, who was not on my score sheet for some reason, but Nathan Wilkins, the winner of the Masters 105 division. Shout out to Mr. Wilkins. Massive congratulations. All right, coming on up in our Master Women's Heavyweight. And in third place, we have Trisha Eddington in our Master Women's Heavyweight division. Massive congratulations to Trisha. And in second place, we have Caroline Kinnicky. And in first place, Miss Laura Lund. Fantastic work. We had 5 fantastic competitors in our Masters Women's Heavyweight division. And Laura Lund is on top. Great work, ladies. Another brilliant display of strength all weekend. And pardon me, Mr. Wilkins was our novice heavyweights men's. Congratulations to Mr. Wilkins on that win. All right, it looks as though we are moving on to our, let's see here. I believe we're moving on to our Masters 105 division. And in second place, we have Stan Montanou. And in first place, we have Cameron Saunders. Massive congratulations to our Masters 105 kilo division. Cameron Saunders in first, and Stan Martineau in second place. Okay, moving on to our Masters men's heavyweight division, and in third place we have Joseph Nielsen with a fantastic performance all weekend, closing out in the podium. And in second place we have Justin Sansushi. Massive congratulations to Justin on a fantastic weekend. And in first place, due to the tiebreaker, Dave Gaynor. What an awesome display of strength and a battle all weekend between these 3 gentlemen. Great work, boys. And congratulations for hitting podium at the Amateur Rocky Mountain Show. Okay, moving on to our next division. We have in the teens division in second place, Brachius Barney. Congratulations to Brachius Barney in second place. And the winner of our teens men's divisions, Mason Snyder. Massive congratulations to both gentlemen, both boys here competing. Looks like Mr. Snyder, he's either in the bathroom or he left early. But either way, there is no winner or loser in this division. Both of these young men are getting massive experience and in time out in the field to improve their skills. I absolutely love it. Seeing young people within these team divisions come out and compete at shows like this. So, again, congratulations to Brachius Barney in second place and Mason Snyder taking first. All right, and our only athlete in our 90-kilo open division, we have Tucker Henstra, who competed well all weekend. Thank you so much, Tucker, for coming on out and being consistent not only in your performance, but in your character out on the field. Oh, we have other boys filling out the podium for Tucker. Awesome. Thank you so much, boys, for giving him the proper podium feel. Great work. Now moving on to our next division. I'd imagine that's going to be our open men's, but we'll see. Oh, but we have, let's see here, our 105 men's division. We have in third place, or pardon me, yeah, let's see here. Where's our 105s? In third place, we have Samuel Wolcott. In second place, we have the Jared Collins. And in first place, Paxton Henson. Massive congratulations to all three gentlemen for being incredibly consistent all weekend. Great display of athleticism and strength, especially in the 105 kilo class. Very dynamic, very interesting to watch. Okay. And now we should be moving to our men's 120 kilo class, I believe. Let's take a gander here. It looks like we should have Joseph Hemingway in third place for the 120, but he's not here right now. So in second place and a tied for first place, originally, Adam Woolston. Adam just barely lost the tie-breaking event, which is a front hold for time, a grip front hold for time with an axle. And in first place, we have Seth Heaton, who won the tiebreaker. Seth, Adam, and Joseph were super consistent all weekend. Massive congratulations to, well, all two athletes on podium, but all three athletes who came and competed. Well done, boys. Now, after this, we should be moving on to our men's open. Yes, it is. I'm currently live. Yeah. So, there is Mr. Joseph Hemingway coming to get his third place position. Great job. All right. We should be moving on to our men's open division and our podium. All right, now in third place, we have Daron Sorensen taking third place. Really consistent performance out of Daron all weekend, especially in day number 2. Massive congratulations for Daron getting podium here. In second place, we have Western War. Phenomenal performance out of Weston, damn near hitting perfect results on all the events this weekend. Just a few hiccups, and the 120 kilo athlete traditionally coming up to the open division and winning his first open amateur show in Tyson Thompson. Fantastic work out of Tyson Thompson this weekend, Weston War, and Darren Sorensen. Well done, boys. That is the last of our athletes and the last of our podium. We are going to come back live here soon enough to show the Pro-Am side of the competition here at the Rocky Mountain Pro Show. Thank you so much for those who tuned in so far, and come back in about 5 to 10 minutes for the Pro League.
Insert a coin. Use your player. Lightning. Supplement. Headbanger. You choose Headbanger. Press start for Monster Mode. Ready. The game starts in 3, 2, 1. Ready. The game starts in 3, 2, 1. Ready. Ready. Corrupted system. Drift mode activated. Ready.
Everybody has a turn back moment. You have a moment where you can go forward or you can give up. But the thing you have to keep in mind before you give up is that if you give up, the guarantee is it will never happen. That's the guarantee of quitting. That it will never happen, no way under the sun. The only way the possibility remains that it can happen is if you never give up.
Nobody believes in you. You've lost again and again and again. The lights are cut off, but you're still looking at your dream, reviewing it every day and say to yourself, it's not over until I win. Till I win. Till I win. Till You've lost again and again and again. The lights are cut off, but you're still looking at your dream, reviewing it every day, and say to yourself, it's not over until I win. Till I win. Till I win. Till I win.
Like you wanted, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the butt jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk, 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 that funk,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here at the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am featuring the actual Pro-Am portion of this competition this weekend. First athlete up, we have Michaela Probst coming out here on a yoke escalating ladder. The first yoke weight being 500, then 550, then 600 pounds in the 73 kilo, 160 pound weight class. This is outstanding and world-class weights, not only for this division, but frankly, the divisions above it, whether it be 82 and open at any show. We have only ever seen 600 pounds featured in competition, really, in limited competitions, specifically for the open divisions. Very rarely, in fact, potentially never within the 73 kilo class have we seen this sort of weight. So this is challenging our athletes, and we have Miss Probst just finishing the run with an outstanding performance at 600 pounds. Way to utilize the time and solid technique. For those watching too, I don't understand why that is particularly difficult for this woman in the 73 kilo class and the athletes to come up next, is because that last yoke is extraordinarily wide. It's way wider than a standard Rogue yoke. It's way wider than even the OSG car yoke, making it far more difficult to stabilize on their back.
You can tell just the absolute grit, too, on that last 10 feet. She wanted it. She had to reset herself, figure it out, and she hit it. And she was so jazzed at the end of it. That was so much fun to watch.
Again, I don't know if we've ever seen a 600, maybe once ever, have we ever seen a 600-pound yoke featured within the 73-kilo class. And this is at a Pro-Am here at the FitCon Expo in Salt Lake City, Utah. Coming up next, we have two outstanding athletes in this weight class, in Kelsey Sherman, and leading the show as of right now, Portia Birdsley. Yep, Miss Portia Bordsley. Portia is in the lane closest to the crowd. For those watching at home, that is what's closest to you on screen right now. Portia in the pink tights. And we have Kelsey, pardon me, yep, Kelsey in lane number 2, which is furthest from the crowd.
So again, our weights on this is 500, 550, and 600 pounds. And that's, I mean, in any women's division,
Would be
600
incredible.
pounds is incredible. And
So
the fact
here
these
we
guys
go.
are Odin are 73.
Athletes getting set in their position, and we are off. Portia running off quick
Out of
and
the gate.
aggressive with 500 pounds. Already on the second yoke of 550 pounds. Kelsey just behind her on the second yoke of 550. Portia just with an easy light drop there onto the 600-pound yoke. Portia is crushing this yoke.
Holy
and she
cow,
finishes
no
with
drops.
no hesitations and an outstanding
That was awesome.
performance. Way to go, Portia Burdsley, and Kelsey just behind her with 600 pounds, no drops. Way to go, Kelsey. Miss Sherman kicking ass today. Outstanding. All 3 athletes in the 73-kilo class making light work of a frankly fucked up hard event.
That is a fucked
That
up
was
hard event.
awesome. And speaking of fucked up things, one of the primary sponsors this weekend is the Sweaty Pig Gym.
That's a whole gym of fucked up things. It's like the Island of Misfit Toys if those toys lifted heavy pieces
That's
of
right.
machinery.
Sweaty Pig Gym providing all of us with the spotters and loaders to make this weekend possible, providing us with all the tools required in both equipment and spirit and cheer. Thank you so much to the Sweaty Pig Gym for being the primary sponsor of the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am. That was genuinely outstanding. That is all of the women who were competing in the 73-kilo class. We initially had 6 signed up, but just 3 showed up due to various reasons. So thank you so much for these 3 athletes who maintained their position in the show and continued to compete. So now, coming up next, we should have the Open Women's Pro-Am competition. The weights in that yoke ladder, and this yoke ladder, I should say, is 550, 600, and then 650 pounds. For those that don't know, the yoke at the Rogue Invitational for the best on the planet was 600 pounds. So 50 pounds lighter than what we're seeing here at the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am for this Open Women's Pro-Am division. The athletes competing in this division today, leading the competition thus far, is Casey Jerkins, then Angelica DeFranco, Martha Tivita, and Kelly Lamb.
Now, what's the normal weight that you would see in a pro women's open yoke? If they were going to have the standard 40 feet there and back.
600 pounds. 600 pounds, the weight that was featured in the 73-kilo class.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so this is already far and exceeding the standard, but we're seeing athletes who, frankly, all 3 of those athletes, by the way, that are so far in the 73-kilo class, those are all amateurs, and they all finished. Wow. So the standard of the sport is climbing rapidly. I hope and I expect similar results in this Open Women's division here. That being said, I'm not going to undersell and undermine just how absolutely difficult these weights are for them. And I would not be surprised if we don't see some finish or we see slower finishes. This is an incredibly difficult event. Hard stop. Again, the weights featured here in this Open Women's Pro-Am division is 550, 600, and then 650. So 50-pound jumps.
So they're getting set up now. And you make a good point about the transition to that last yoke. Not only is it the heaviest, but it's the widest and it's the hardest
It's the
to
most
control.
difficult for them.
Yeah.
So so it's the heaviest and the hardest. Here we go. We have coming up in this heat here. We should have. Looks like we have Casey Jenkins and Angelica DeFranco.
Well,
Here we go.
Great start. Good short steps, keeping everything in control. They're about right on time with each other.
Both athletes starting the second yoke now. Smooth, very measured and tempered control here. All right, both athletes.
Oh, wow,
Wow.
she's really pushing it.
Lane number 1, fighting her heart out on this 650-pound yoke. Just bouncing off the floor here, and she gets
Got
the finish.
it.
Great job out of lane number 1. What an outstanding performance. And who I believe is Angelica DeFranco, I believe. Hopefully. Either way, we have one more athlete here. Just, again, this 650 pounds just goes to show you just how difficult that was and just how good lane 1 did in completing that yoke run. Now, that being said, she was quite clever in her yoke height. She chose a height that was just barely off the floor. So as she was running, you could make the argument, did it actually leave the floor? Who knows? It doesn't matter. She didn't get dinged with a slide penalty, and she did what was needed to finish the run.
It makes it an easier pick, right? You're not having to go up as high, but then having it clank along the ground as you're carrying, it just slows it down. It steals momentum. So, who knows what that would look like if she had set that 2 inches higher.
Outstanding display of strength here. So coming up next in the open women's heavyweight class, our Pro-Am show here, we will have Martha Tivita in lane number 1, which is furthest from screen, and in lane number 2, Kelly Lamb. Kelly Lamb so far is leading the show.
Kelly was so much fun to watch.
And it's
yesterday.
tied. She's tied for first. Kelly Lamb already on the second. Oh, she's on. Pardon me. I thought they third. I was like, what the hell just happened? I looked down for a nanosecond. She's on the second one. That's how fast Kelly Lamb is. We'll see here, guys. So both athletes here, and Kelly and Martha, are ensuring that they have good yoke pick heights. They're both getting ready for what I hope is an outstanding performance out of both of them. They had an incredible day one. And, again, these athletes are competing for a pro card. And not only for a pro card, they're competing for an invite to America's Strongest Woman. So this is a big deal.
Well,
This
they're
is
being
for the big
smart
dogs.
about it, and they don't want to take anything to chance. When he gets these heavy of a weights and this opportunity for them to get those pro cards, to move on to the sport that they're working so hard at, why run the risk? Take the extra couple minutes, get everything set up the way it's supposed to be set up.
Yeah.
Give yourself the best fighting chance to get some points.
Obviously, the people that we watched compete earlier today, the amateur show, are doing their best and having fun. But once you're signed up for a Pro-Am, your goals are different. You are now someone who's trying to take this from a hobby to a potential career. So there's a step up in not only the task required of you, but in your intention in the actual show. So here we go. We're about ready. Kelly Lamb getting underneath the yoke. Martha just behind her. Here, athletes about to go. And we're off.
But Kelly started with a nice wide stance and then shoves her feet in right before the walk.
Yep. I personally am not the biggest fan of that style, but both athletes have completed the second yoke. We now have a drag race at 650 pounds. Who's going to complete it? We have Martha Tivita finishing in first. Way to go, Martha. Outstanding performance, and Kelly just behind her. Way to go, Martha and Kelly, in an outstanding performance. I think it's safe to say that Martha took the event win, and I do believe Kelly was just behind her. However, we need to check on those scores later. That was an outstanding performance, regardless, for that final heat in our Women's Open Pro-Am division.
You can see how tough these women are. And for Martha to go out on that last yoke, a hard, wide yoke, big heavyweight, and she just teetily-deed it all the way down. What a testament to her strength. What an amazing athlete.
So now we are having not only a category change, but change on the yokes themselves. So we are now going to our open men's 90-kilo division, where we have 4 athletes competing for a pro card and an invite to America's Strongest Man. In that division, the yoke weights will be 700, 770, and then 850 because reasons. That is unbelievable weight for a 90-kilo class.
Get good, nerd.
We're at the point now where it's nearly irresponsible weight actually being featured, if I'm being totally candid. But it would be less irresponsible if all athletes involved took advantage of Better Through Biology, one of the primary sponsors of this competition today, utilizing some of their pharmaceutical-grade, performance-enhancing vitamins that they make available for purchase at betterthroughbiology.com. You like that?
That was really
pretty good, huh?
So
so they pay me the big bucks, which is exactly $0. You were saying?
I was just saying, Connor, God bless him.
Yeah. So
one of
again,
my best friends in the whole world. He picks these weights, and he's a big fan of these ladders that give him an opportunity to. Everyone's going to get the first one, maybe a little bit on the second one. Very few will finish the third, and he loves that because he wants to see it get heavy. He wants to see it get stupid. And he doesn't know how to read super great. So I think he picks the numbers based off of how he feels about them.
Yeah, I mean, again, he wanted to put on a pro show, and he did. This is now an official Pro-Am show with official pro weights. The athletes coming out here in this first heat in the 90-kilo division. In lane number 1, which is furthest from screen, we will have Samuel Cowgill. And in lane number 2, closest to that of screen, the closest to the crowd, will be Tyler Ramsey. So Samuel Cowgill in lane 1 and Tyler Ramsey in lane 2.
That's a big shout out again to these volunteers and how quickly they're working in between these, the different athletes that are coming up and switching the weights around and switching the heights around to get everything perfect. And they're just working as a team. Good volunteers make the difference of a show. And we have the best volunteers at the Sweaty Pig Gym. One of the sponsors, the main sponsor of the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am. So we love having them here.
Yeah, absolutely. And without the spotters and loaders, this is quite literally not possible. This is an event that is definitely the most arduous on our spotters and loaders and resetting not only the heights, but adding weight. Thankfully, the pro show is large enough to be entertaining, but not too large to where we need 2 whole crews, because that fatigue factor does certainly set in, reasonably so. So we are just about done setting up for this first heat in the 90-kilo class. Again, double checking, triple checking, and ensuring that all heights and everything is exactly where people need it. Personally, if I was Sammy Calgill, I actually would have lowered that by 1, but that's just me. But hopefully he proves me wrong, and he crushes that no matter what.
Now, I was making fun of Connor for his illiteracy and other things that it's so easy to make fun of him for. But he's done a really good job. This is his first big Pro-Am show. We've held smaller shows with the Sweaty Pig, and he's really kind of gotten the hang of what needs to be done beforehand. And we were talking about when you're setting up these big shows as an athletic director, all of your work happens months before the show actually starts. And come game day, all you have to do is tip over the dominoes. Everything should be well in place, and I think they've done a tremendous job of getting everything that they could possibly do set ahead of time. So on game day, it goes as smooth as possible. I really tip my hat to the work and effort that Connor and Jenny have done to get this.
And for those who might not be local to the area, when you say Connor and Jenny, you're referring to Connor Gordon and Jenny Draper, the owners of the Sweaty Pig Gym and the promoters of the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am show.
I'm also illiterate, so I don't know.
Here we go. So it looks
learned from Connor.
It looks like we're nearly ready to be there. Final adjustments here on this last yoke for Mr. Tyler Ramsey, who I do believe is in lane number 2. Yep, Mr. Ramsey. It looks quite comfortable. I think we're finally just about there.
Boy, that is a high pick there for Sammy.
It really is. I would so encourage Sammy to go down 1. I just gave him the look of like, hey, buddy, don't pick at that height. And I think he's going to go down 1. So
big traps are fun, but they only get you so far.
Forgive me for the additional delay. I just want to make sure that these athletes are safe and successful once they are ready to go. All right. So again, we're checking the weights, we're checking the size. Whenever we have a class or a division change, it takes just a few minutes to make sure that everything is right as rain.
Golly, what's the weight on this end?
The last one is 850. Brutal.
What's the walking around rate for these athletes?
I mean, for some of these men who are cutting down, so this is the 90-kilo class. So these gentlemen weigh in 24 hours before the first day of competition starts at 198 pounds, 198.6 exactly. That's 90 kilos on the dot, right? When they actually start competing the next day, they're more than likely right around 210 to 220 range. Some will put on anywhere from 8 to 18 pounds of body weight after they rehydrate and eat some food. Most of which are using water cut protocols to get down to that divisional weight, to be the larger man, if you will, competing in that class. It's quite common. It is easier to grow into a class than it is to continue to cut down from one. I firmly believe that. But at a certain point, even at the highest levels, you'll see consistent cutting.
Would you find in your history, people who run yoke, that the heavier the body weight, the easier it is to move the implement?
Well, right. Yes, I would agree. Generally speaking, the heavier the body weight, it's just a bigger individual, not in just the number on the scale, but in their frame. And when you're talking about an event like yoke, where the apparatus doesn't change to size in correlation to the division. So there is just, to be larger is just better, period, hard stop. So being a larger man is just going to make this much easier versus, for example, the 73-kilo women who went earlier, using the same yokes our open men are going to use. And they managed to do weight that was, percentage-wise, far greater than what our open men are doing in relation to their size.
Good. Thank you for giving me the reason to never have to lose weight.
There you go.
To not be healthy in any way. I'm going to continue to make tying shoes the hardest part of my day.
You're doing a great job of that.
I am.
You're doing a great job of that.
Thank God, I'm
Your
cute as a
children
button.
will miss you.
They're better with their mom. And I think they know that. They don't say it out loud. I see it.
It's okay. We know all our parts. All right. We're nearly there again. We're just ensuring that the weight is exactly what it needs to be. And this is a part of pro shows. They're going to double check, triple check, quad check.
What's hard is that these are 3 different yokes, different starting weights. And now we're just going to have to do the math, and we're figuring out what strongman math skills look like, making sure that everything is exactly where it's supposed to be, what all these athletes are trained for. Grace is out there with the clipboard, making sure everyone is where they're supposed to be, and I think they're figuring it out now. And then I think we were talking about that with the amateurs is in this waiting time, this is hard for the athletes to be able to kind of tune out the noise, keep themselves in a position where they're ready, but then be able to turn it on right before the whistle blows because, you don't know how long you're going to be standing out there waiting for this to...
Yeah, this is a part of competition. Even at shows as large as World's Strongest Man, there are random delays due to event setup. There are times where mistakes can happen or adjustments must be made for the safety of the athletes, and it could take time. It's common amongst pro shows. Obviously, the goal is for it to never happen, right? You want things to be consistent and on pace here, but it is far better to ensure that things are correct than to go ahead simply because the timeline looks better on paper.
So what would you train your athletes like? Okay, you have this unexpected weight. How do you keep them from getting over anxious or overthinking it?
Yeah, well, at this point, these people who are competing in the Pro-Am, they should already have that skill. And the reality is, the only thing that matters is what happens once the whistle is blown. So for an athlete in this position, you sit there, you continue to visualize, you don't allow your emotional arousal levels to exceed a certain amount, but just stay primed and ready enough for when that head judge says, hey, get ready, we're going. So right now, athletes are just, they should just stay put. They shouldn't be looking at the weights. They shouldn't be walking around. Just stay ready to start and get your mind ready on the only thing that matters, which is the event right in front of you.
Again, these athletes are competing for a chance to win a pro card, go to America's Strongest Man, compete against some of the best in the world. You have to be ready. I mean, these things are going to happen.
Looks like we're nearly about there. We're starting to get the weights needed for this here yoke medley. I'd imagine after this class goes, there'll be a significantly easier setup because we'll have an established baseline of weights. It seems as though there might just been a slight miscommunication on the call sheet related to the weights needed to go from one division to the next.
Speaking of these volunteers, we're looking at the amount of weight that we'd have to run. We look at 2 pro strongmen in the highest division, how much weight we're going to need to run 6 yokes on. We had to bring out thousands and thousands of pounds of these plate weights and try to keep it all organized and ready, and it looks like there was just a little miscalculation when we were getting all set up.
Yeah, simply put, it just looks like certain weights were just in the wrong spot. We have the weights available, we have the tools needed. We just need to do some quick math and get this done. So these boys who are warmed up don't get too cold and ready to go.
Oh, well, we got a minute of downtime. I want to talk about the MRS Power Wash and Detail. At MRS Power Wash and Detail, Utah's best on-site fleet cleaning service. We keep commercial fleets and personal vehicles looking their best and operating at the highest standard of all times. From semi-trucks and trailers to bus fleets, RVs, heavy equipment, and company vehicles, our expert technicians provide the highest quality exterior washing and interior detailing service tailored to your business or personal needs. With our 100% mobile units that require no water, no electrical hookups, 100% spot-free water, we make exterior and interior maintenance convenient, efficient, and hassle-free.
Thank you so much for MRS Power and Wash and Detail for sponsoring this show. Any of those in the Salt Lake City, Utah area, please utilize them as they are the best in the business out here. Again, so we might as well continue with some of our sponsor ad reads here. Onyx Bodyworks. This is a provider of licensed massage therapy work here in Salt Lake City, Utah. Jenny Draper is the owning provider of Onyx Bodyworks. She's located conveniently out of the Sweaty Pig. Really, in my opinion, the best massage therapist that I personally have ever used.
Yeah.
I've been in the fitness industry for over 15 years now, and for me to call her the best, I would hope means something. And for those of you in the area, whether you're an athlete or just an individual that needs some body work done to, frankly, just feel better throughout the week, hitting up Jenny Draper at Onyx Bodyworks would really behoove you in keeping you going along.
And I want to mention the difference between like your typical massage and a body work. A typical massage you can get at NV Massage or anywhere else, anything standard. But that could range from Swedish massage to heavy petting. But Jenny, actually, being the strength athlete she is, how smart she is, she knows what your body needs and is able to make your body what it's supposed to be. She tunes up anywhere from the fine top-tier athletes, strength athletes, to single moms, work 2 jobs, love their kids and never stop.
That's right.
I wrote that joke yesterday. I'm going to keep doing it.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. Well, you don't.
But I absolutely love her. And I remember being a little, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? Stupid. I was being stupid. Thinking like, okay, I'll book a massage through Jenny and she'll just do her best, but I outweigh her by 200 pounds. So what could she possibly do? And she is really good at digging in deep. She'll take out any knots anywhere in your body. She was standing up on the back of my hamstrings, working out knots and making it work the way it's supposed to. And it's not comfortable in the beginning, but I walk away after every time that I've ever utilized her body works, feeling so much better, ready to prepare. If you're going for big PRs, if you're just right in the middle of show prep and you're breaking down, they do an amazing job. So anyway, big shout out to Jenny at Onyx Body Works. We really appreciate all of her efforts and helping keep our athletes tip-top shape.
Okay, it looks like we have one more final adjustment on the weights here. Hopefully we are at where we need to be for this to continue on. As we have, funny enough, the 90 kilo division is not that large. We only have 2 heats to do. I'm hoping the athletes in the back are realizing what's going on and not overly warming up. It's one of those situations where, sometimes you have to warm up, cool down, warm up again based on the beat of the show.
So what are those athletes doing when they're in the back? Do you want them pacing around, or do you want them like sitting in the chair and just kind of focusing on the task at hand?
Well, honestly, the answer is it depends. It depends on what's going on the floor. It depends on the reality of things being fixed soon. And depends on how good you are at the event. Some athletes are so good at yoke, they do one touch of a pick and they're ready to go. They don't really need to do a lot. But if you're someone that needs a bit more work, staying slightly elevated in body temperature is going to behoove you. Keeping a towel over your torso, wrapping it around your shoulders to keep the heat high is going to make the next warm-ups that you go through after getting cold faster and more efficient, right? So there's little things like that you could do.
Well, it's hard because this is the first event of the day. So they weren't coming from tip-top. They haven't been pushing themselves outside of their normal warm-ups. So this might be different if this long wait was happening on the second or third event of the second day. But, they walk in the building cold like everyone else.
Yeah. Yeah, but it looks like, again, for the third time I've said it, I think we're nearly there. It seems like the second yoke has been the biggest problem finding weight. All right, I think our weights are done. We are ready to go. Athletes are walking over to their positions now. Thank goodness. Let's go. We have Tyler Ramsey in lane number 2, closest to screen. In lane number 1, we have Sam Cowgill. Okay,
so
all right.
Last minute to get a chance to pump themselves back up. They're ready to do this. Give them a thumbs up.
Tyler Ramsey and Sam Cowgill. 90 kilo division. Ridiculous weights coming up ahead. We have 700, 770, and 850. And we are off. Oh, boy. This is exactly as difficult as I thought it would be.
Yoke.
Mr. Tyler Ramsey is crushing this yoke ladder.
Holy
all right.
cow, what speed. Keep moving.
Tyler is gliding along just above the floor here. All right, so this is going to be a hard pick now for Sammy, but I believe he could do this. He just needs to be consistent. Small little steps. Let's go, Sammy. Way to go. It's a great position. He's opting to keep his hands close to his torso, allowing for greater back engagement and control. This is a great run now for Sammy. He can finish this.
One more shot, Sam.
It should be one more big pick. Get your feet underneath together, buddy. You could do this, Sam Cowgill. You could do this. Little steps. Get over that line, buddy. Way to go,
all right, Sam
Cowgill. Both athletes displaying incredible strength. Sammy getting a little lightheaded there. He did a fantastic job. Tyler Ramsey, though, a star of the heat. What an incredible, efficient display of strength, especially in yoke. And I'd imagine that was probably a PR run for Sam Cowgill.
That sure looked like it.
So great job for our first heat of our 90-kilo men. We are now going to move on to our second and final heat of our 90-kilo men Pro-Am division. In lane number 1, we should have Kirk Weldon. And in lane number 2, we should have Cameron Hutchinson.
Seeing a 90-kilo guy having to do these quarter squats and pick back up that yoke after they drop it 2-3 times, it's such a big ask on your body. You're pushing yourselves well past where you're comfortable.
Yeah, and again, this is more than likely some of the heaviest yokes ever put in a pro show for 90-kilo men, at least within the United States. I'm very confident in saying that. The weights in ascending order is 700 pounds, 770, and then 850, which is just shy of 400 kilos for all 3 people that are viewing this stream from overseas. All right, so it looks like, goodness gracious, so it looks like Mr. Hutchinson, who's in lane number 2, is going to compete in jeans. Love it. I love the blue-collar approach to this. And Kirk Weldon in lane number 1, furthest from screen, or to right of screen for those that are watching right now.
Is he the one that also wore, like, Carhartt pants yesterday?
Yes, he was.
Yes, he was. Stick with the theme and go with it, man.
All right, so we're just going to, now we don't have to adjust the weights. We're just going to adjust the heights each athlete needs per yoke, which should be significantly faster.
Well, I got him in. I want to give another shout out to Cairo Movement Muscle and Joint Clinic. Today's competition is proudly supported by Chiro Movement and Muscle Joint Clinic out of West Jordan, Utah. Dr. Stephen Bird specializes in helping lifters, athletes, and active adults move better, recover faster, and stay stronger through chiropractic rehab, dry needling, laser therapy, and strength-based treatment. If you've got a nagging pain keeping you from training hard, go check them out. Oh, we got our athletes running now.
Here we go. Both these boys are off and running. Goodness, we have yoke specialists here in this 90-kilo class in the final heat. Wow. Goodness gracious, what a finish out of...
Gosh, both athletes finishing with such great time.
What a finish out of Cameron Hutchinson and Kirk Weldon. Kirk Weldon taking the event wins, most certainly. That was crazy. Both of these gentlemen continuing to push for the lead in the competition. That was outstanding. Now there should be only about 1 point difference between the two boys going into the next event.
Gosh. I fancy myself. Big, strong lad. Good at yoke. I love yoke. I'm not 100% I can run this the same speed that those guys just did.
Yeah, that was genuinely amazing. So now we're going to have a division change. We are moving to our open men's heavyweight division. We have 3 athletes in that division in this pro-am competition. And the weights are moving up. You guessed it. We are going to 850 pounds on yoke number 1, 950 pounds on yoke number 2, and in yoke number 3, 1,050 pounds.
I've never seen 150 in a show like this, especially in a ladder. That's bonkers.
I've seen heavier yokes in competition before for very similar distances, in fact, even for longer distances, but I've yet to see a ladder at a proper pro show. I love an event like this. This totally changes the style and technique because you'll find that athletes, once they're set up and ready to go, they're incredibly technical and able to go fast. But when you ask them to set up and go again and then again and again, we can see some of the changes. We see some of the deficits potentially in their approach.
Well, you can see the good form only stays until where you're comfortable, right?
Right.
And you can see the lighter ones, they're picking exactly what they want to, and the good separates from the great is if you can keep that same form on this heavy last yoke.
Yeah, exactly. So coming up in this heat, we have just one athlete in Drew Lutz. It looks like Mr. Lutz is going to be in lane number 2, which is closest to the crowd. Mr. Lutz is quite a tall gentleman, so they're going to adjust all of these uprights to establish a good and comfortable position for him to run these yokes.
You were saying yesterday that Lutz is another amateur athlete shooting to get his pro card.
I'd imagine, yeah, I do believe Mr. Lutz is an amateur, and, in this show, for him to get it, he would have to win. So he's going to have to bust his butt today and kick some and really go for it. But in this class right now, at a minimum, if he were to win, at a minimum, he'll get an invite to America's Strongest Man, which would be incredible.
Absolutely. Drew Lutz.
Oh, yeah. Great. So we're going down to one lane actually for this open pro division, this open pro-am division. That's going to make it a whole lot easier for the spotters and loaders and to clean up the floor for the next event. And it saves us time with the heat. So.
And I feel just a collective sigh of relief from the 20 or so people we have out there doing this.
Yeah.
Like, oh, thank God. All right, one lane. We can do this.
Yeah. So it is going well for everyone here associated.
Of course, the backwards part of that is now they're going to clear out all the other weights, make some room, make it a little bit more of a spotlight event for everyone who's watching in the crowd for them.
Yeah, these guys working the floor, spotters and loaders, making it very possible for this. So thank you so much, everyone here from the Sweaty Pig. Almost all the spotters and loaders here are gym members or even family members associated with the gym. We have just one lane to set up, which is great. It makes it definitely easier. Again, the weights go ascending in 20-foot increments. We are watching weights go from 850 pounds, 950 pounds, to 1,050 pounds.
I remember listening to Connor Gordon yesterday, owner-operator of the Sweaty Pig, and he was thanking the spotters and the volunteers. Like, I'm going to get you guys steak dinners. He recognizes how hard it is and how hard they're working between these events.
Yeah, everyone here is working for free, right? Everyone's doing this for the love of the game because they want to support the community. So, the levels of the love and care and respect from Jenny and Connor are high. They really appreciate what people are doing here because they realize without them, there is no pro-am. There is no show.
No. But, paying them in food is really skipping a step. These athletes would have absolutely spent their money on food. I want to give another big shout out to FitCon, giving us the opportunity to spotlight these athletes and give it a big crowd and letting us showcase their skills in an environment that lets these athletes compete at the very top of their game, and they get a big crowd and a big cheer, and it could really make a big difference, I think, when you get those adrenaline glands pumping because you have 200 people yelling at you to do your best. I mean, I've always set my PRs in shows because I feed off the crowd. I think some athletes are like that. Some do better when they're quiet in their gym and they're comfortable. But if they're anything like me, they love a big crowd. They love everyone cheering. FitCon's done a great job of bringing all these people together.
Yeah, this is what's unique about this pro in particular. It's at the biggest fitness expo in Salt Lake City, Utah. So for anyone listening to this that competes around the country within the pro divisions or wants to be a pro, this is a phenomenal opportunity to compete at a pro-am that is now going to be consistent and challenging. You know, you don't often get to compete in front of a crowd this large. We have what looks like to be about a few hundred people in the crowd here just actively watching and participating. That's amazing. Honestly, there's more people here watching right now than we even had at the Arnold Amateur, a show of significant higher importance, if we're being honest. So this is a really cool opportunity.
Drew Lutz came over and he pulled up his socks and pointed at him. He wanted us to make sure that we knew he was wearing dinosaur socks.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate it because I just love him. That's great.
Yeah. So Mr. Lutz,
smiling, laughing.
Getting ready here. We're making some final adjustments to the weights. He should be focused. Should be getting nice and focused for what's coming up next year and what is going to be an extremely challenging event. They're doing the last changes here. Seemingly, for whatever reason, that second yoke, math is seemingly impossible for our volunteers on just the second yoke.
What was I saying about strongman literacy skills?
Yeah, it's not high. So hopefully we have everything right as rain now.
You know what I love about Drew coming over with his socks is just he's laughing. You know his anxiety's got to be high going into this event, but he's still able to laugh it off. Treat this like any other day. He's already worked for this. I love that mentality.
Yeah. It looks like we're nearly about ready. One last final check on the last yoke.
Good job.
And then Mr. Lutz will be ready to go.
Last year we had several of our female fight teams here. We're going to have more of our female fight teams here next year. Can't wait to see it.
All right.
Yeah, it looks like they're just checking to see what the change weights were underneath those plates, make sure that they're all even and good. Yeah, a couple more posts, and then we should get going for Mr. Lutz.
Okay. We're nearly there. Final ready preparations for our open men's pro-am division. First athlete out, Drew Lutz. We are ready to go. We are ready to go now. Let's get it. Here we go. Drew Lutz on that first yoke of 850 pounds. Successful and fast. Way to go.
Moving up to the 950 yoke here, getting his shoulders all square. Gonna get a good brace. Excellent step, keeping his head up.
What a finish.
Nice.
Mr. Lutz, a brilliant display of proficiency here. He's a little caught up. He's taking a moment. This is a very heavy yoke, and he's being really wise to simply just wait before he goes after a 1,050-pound yoke. This could be a PR attempt for him. Here we go. Drew Lutz getting nice and set, taking a good stance, getting his back engaged, pushing out and against those uprights. Steady and controlled steps. Beautiful run here by Drew Lutz on 1,050 pounds. And on one attempt, way to go from Drew Lutz. Great attempt, great finish. Really good socks. Way to go, Drew. You're doing great, buddy. Way to go, Mr. Lutz. And a great display of strength. That was awesome. Way to go. That was not easy. That's an event that you would see at a world level show, whether it be Arnold or otherwise. The distance potentially might be a little longer, but maybe not. 20 feet per weight in such a short time is great.
And there's no drops. He didn't look comfortable, but he looked under control.
Yeah, that was a great run by Drew Lutz. The next athlete coming on up will be Quentin Hawley.
Currently tied for first place, Quentin Hawley.
Yep, Quentin's tied for first place with a pro strongman in CJ Allen.
Yeah, so he's going to take a second, make sure all the heights are where he wants them to be.
Yep.
That looks like it's going to be a little high, but
I don't believe Quentin or Drew are pros. So right now they are actively competing against an active pro in CJ Allen. CJ Allen has competed at such high-level shows as North America's Strongest Man, arguably the heaviest show on the planet, if we're being honest. The only other show that might be a little heavier in certain years would be Arnold Pro Show. But here we go. Quentin Hawley getting set and ready to go.
So he's starting off with an 850-pound yoke.
Quentin Hawley making light work of that 850. Smooth transition into 950. I love his narrow pick. It allows him to walk right into that first step without losing control.
He had no change of speed between those first two.
1050 now. Can Quentin Hawley get this in one smooth run? He has his back engaged. His steps are in control. He's moving with precise movement. One more big movement, and he will finish that line. He needs to pick it up and just go now.
Come on, Quentin.
He's opened the door.
Got it.
Way to go, Quentin Hawley. Nearly completing in one fell swoop, but just dropped. And again, it goes to show you how difficult it is to repick once you drop 1050 one time. So he did just open the door for CJ to have a potential event win on him. We'll find out now.
Still puts a lot of pressure on him. CJ's going to have to finish all of these, and he's not going to have that transitional time in between. Quentin did a really good job transitioning from one yoke to the next yoke to the next yoke really quick. The only thing that stopped him was just falling right at the very end. It's going to put some pressure on CJ.
Yeah, hopefully we can get some scores uploaded here moderately soon, but I'd love to see the times on these yoke runs to compare in any of the divisions, especially what Mr. Drew Luch just did in comparison to Quentin Hawley.
I'm going to give a quick shout out to my wife because she's going to hate it. She's the one running all the scores.
Hey, big shout out then. Big busy weekend for her.
It is. So we're supposed to be running the merch table together. So she's selling all the Sweaty Pig merch. She's running all the scores. She's doing an incredible job. She'll just hate the fact that I'm mentioning her on the live stream. But shout out to her. Moving all that Sweaty Pig merch, which is something that we take a lot of pride in. We sell some pretty weird shirts. Anything that ranges from making fun of your autism to making fun of your being an orphan. They have some really good stuff over there. Plus, some of the top-end supplements and things that can help you in your strongman game. I know we have Grip Jizz over there. It's something that we utilize at the gym quite often. It's an amazing grip enhancer. We sell our Sweaty Pig calendars that we use that we teamed up with the Humane Society, and all the proceeds we get from these strongman calendars go back to the Humane Society. So it looks like...
So here we go, CJ Allen. Coming up next, final heat for our men's Pro-Am division. CJ being the most experienced athlete here. Let's see how he handles this yoke ladder.
Looks like he's starting at a pretty low pick, making a comfortable walk.
Love the utilization of his legs, charging right into the next yoke. Super fast. CJ going in with reckless abandon, does not care how this looks. He's moving fast. He's going to test up a little bit more, but he can still have an event win here, and he finishes. Way to go, CJ Allen.
Nice work.
Way to go. Fast, efficient, and honestly, more than likely still an event win.
Yeah, I think it's still an event win. Which is going to help. There's only 2 more events for them, so he's got to steal every point he possibly can.
Great performance out of our Open Men Pro Division. Outstanding displays of strength. And before we sign off real quick to have an event and weight change, I want to thank one of our sponsors in Heavy Handed. Heavy Handed with being the hand bomb sponsor of the competition. Without tools like Heavy Handed, our athletes would not be able to consistently compete with the safety and reassurance that their hands will hold up for the duration of the competition. So thank you so much to Heavy Handed. My name is Alec Jose, strength sports coach. I'm joined here by my good friend Fairbrother, and we will see you guys soon.
Thanks, guys.
to protect the light. But light can blind just as darkness can seduce. Only balance survives. Fear not the blade you see. Fear the hand that wields it unseen. Witness true power. Once we vowed to protect the light, but light can blind just as darkness can seduce. Only balance survives. Fear not the blade you see. Fear the hand that wields it unseen. Witness true power.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back at the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am competition here in Salt Lake City, Utah at FitCon. We have an axle clean and press ladder to set us off for the second event of day number 2. The weights for this 73-kilo Pro-Am competition or Pro-Am division is going to be 175, 205, and 235, which,
nuts.
by the way, is only about 15 pounds under the world record for this weight class. Potentially too heavy of a weight. We're going to find out shortly. First athlete up, we have Michaela Probst with a great clean to shoulder here with 175.
Boy, she just kind of disappears behind those wagon wheels.
Yeah, and this is the thing too. Let's not undersell how heavy 175 is for this weight class. This is a weight that you would see as a trump weight of the heavier option potentially at World's Strongest Woman in this division.
Wow.
You know, so Michaela, no shame in missing that first weight. That is a very heavy weight. Michaela Probst, first athlete out in the 73-kilo division.
So our next athlete coming up is Kelsey Sherman.
Yep.
Give her best attempt on this. Looks like she's got dual belts. Help her with that clean a little bit.
Yep. Kelsey Sherman here. 175 to start off in this clean and press ladder. Here we go. Great pop to the shoulders. Maybe she'll utilize a split jerk technique. We'll see. Oh, no, she's going for a push press. She's just bully strong. Okay.
Take a second to reset.
Again, let's not undersell how heavy 175 is. This ladder ending at 235, I'll be honest, is simply comical. And it looks like Miss Sherman is going to bow out. So at this point, Portia Birdsley.
Doors wide open for Portia.
All she has to do is get one, and she's won the event. Which, do I think she'll stop there? No. I think Portia's here to set a personal best, which, if I had to guess, I think she has potential to finish. We're going to find out here momentarily.
Oh, this is going to be good.
Very much looking forward to seeing what Portia does here in this clean and press ladder. All right, we're getting nice and ready. Her head judge just happens to be one of the best 73-kilo athletes on the planet in Grace Ingebrigtsen, taking second place at the Arnold Pro-Am competition. Let's go here. Portia with
Holy
a
Moses.
comically easy clean into power jerk. Loved her technique. Great clean to the belt. Transition flawless from belt to chest. And switching from a power jerk to a split jerk. Another high-level skill to master, switching from one jerk technique to the other, finishing off easy at 205 pounds, knowing that she had the event win with just the first.
I have to know if she is able to hit that 235. Those other two weights move so
I'd imagine it's probably right within her ability and or PR range, but good for her for having the foresight just to smoke two. Honestly, that probably was a PR in terms of time for those two. So shout out to Portia Birdsley for a fantastic event win. Another event win for Portia. Coming up next, we are not only transitioning weights, we are switching divisions. We are now going to the Open Heavyweight Women's Pro-Am division here at the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am competition. The ladder is going to go from 205 to 235 to 265. 265 being 10 pounds heavier than the axle at the Rogue Invitational. So this is a very heavy ladder. Again, Jenny Draper, Connor Gordon throwing down the gauntlet and challenging athletes to push themselves to international world-class weights.
I think it sets quite the precedent. I mean, this is the inaugural year of the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am here at the FitCon. And it's going to set the standard of, if you're going to come out here and compete, it's going to be a heavy show. We want the best of the best. You know, so if you pros, you potential pros, looking at something to do next year, I think it's going to be a great step before you go into America's Strongest.
Yep.
Or, helping him to get into the Arnold, things like that. Really setting a good standard here.
And the first athlete coming on out here for this Open Women's Pro-Am division is Angelica DeFranco. We're going to see Angelica DeFranco challenge herself in attempting the first axle to starting off at 205 pounds. Even that is a very heavy weight. 205 pounds was the trump option at the Arnold World Amateur title, just a few years ago. And Angelica just gave it a quick little deadlift and decided, you know what, I'm good, dog. I'm going to pass this one up. That's cool.
She's got another event to go today.
She said, that's a no for me, dog. So coming up next, we have Casey Jenkins coming on up here, just to confirm here. Yep, Casey Jenkins. Second heat of our open women's Pro-Am division.
So here's Casey trying to get the clean in a 205.
So it looks like she's going for nearly a hang clean approach, getting it just over the belt now, and opts to put it down. It's a very hard and heavy clean. So I feel as though once Casey gets past that belt line, she's able to rest it on her belt. She might be in a prime position to transition from belly to chest. Let's see here. And it's just frankly heavy, if we're being honest.
So much. And just trying to even get it to that belt line. Yeah.
So great attempt and great work there by Casey Jenkins and giving it an honest effort at 205 pounds in the open women's Pro-Am division. Coming up next, we have Kelly Lamb. Kelly Lamb, a proper juggernaut of this weekend, having an outstanding deadlift, great yoke runs. And frankly, Kelly looks like she could be a great presser, and I'm hoping for a great run here.
I think so, too. She got just edged out on that yoke, so she knows she wants this.
Oh, great clean to belt.
Holy
Even
Moses.
better transition to chest. And I would argue a very easy push press. 205 done and dusted for Kelly Lamb.
Now she's shooting up for the 235.
This is a huge jump in weight, if we're being honest. Kelly could do this, but everything must be technical and proficient. And that was exactly that. Great transition for Kelly Lamb. Can she get this push press? Pushing it back now. Holy shit. That was genuinely great out of Kelly Lamb. Going up to 265 now. This is actually ridiculous.
How far is this away from the world record?
Quite a bit. But the world records are 140 kilos, 308 pounds. But this is true international world-class weight here. Can Kelly Lamb solidify what I believe is probably a PR attempt? Holy goodness, she got it to the front rack. Can she do this? This would be a huge attempt.
Come on, Kelly.
Kelly Lamb just missing off the chest. Honestly.
What a great run.
205, 235 in what was a very, I would describe as a proficient and smooth split time run. That was genuinely a world-class run out of Kelly Lamb. I hope she knows just how difficult that was. Outstanding performance. And now we have our last athlete in the women's Pro-Am division in Martha Tivita.
It puts a lot of pressure on Martha. Like she was able to watch that great performance.
Yeah, hopefully Martha just focuses on herself, puts on a good smooth run here, because frankly that was incredible, right? So I bet you Martha has very similar and comparable strength. I'm looking forward to seeing her performance here. All right, we're getting our weights nice and organized, everything retightened and set, and we are good to go. Martha Tivita up next in the axle clean and press ladder. Here we go. Great pick off the floor. She just needs to be a little bit more patient, but she has lost a wrist wrap. It looks like just wasn't tight enough before she started. That's a shame. I would describe that as an easy press, but now she's slightly behind the pace of Kelly. She needs to either finish or finish this remarkably quickly now. Martha getting it from belly to chest, just missing on that transition.
And I think it's so much harder without that wrist wrap, too, to keep you stabilized.
At a minimum, Martha is in second place, unless she finishes the whole ladder. The clean is looking quite difficult. It looks like she got waved off the stop there by her handler and Joelle Alexander. However, Martha doing enough to take second place. Right now, her and Kelly Lamb have been trading back and forth, and now they're both tied.
Going into the last event, that's going to be really fun to watch.
Tied going into the last event. This women's Pro-Am division has been truly exciting to watch. So now as we transition weights, let's give a nice shout out to one of our sponsors. Who do you got there, bro?
So I want to talk about Peak Performance Rehab. They are some of the top-end performance and recovery places that you're going to find here in the Salt Lake Valley or really anywhere else. They're conveniently located right inside of the Sweaty Pig Gym. You want to go see Dr. Dan Sandberg at Peak Performance and Rehab. They're located right behind the athletes area in Strongman. I saw a couple of the armored combat guys utilizing him too, and he's working them out. But he's worked with everyone, Olympic speed skaters to Cirque du Soleil performers, huge strongman doing this. So he's got a huge background in all these different strength sports, Olympic weightlifting, all sorts of sports rehab. He knows how to perform the human body, and he does an amazing job. We're a huge fan of him. He utilizes some of the best techniques. Inside of his office, he has a rehab center. He's got a sauna and cold plunge pool and leg compressions, vibration training. top-end science. He's spared no expense getting everything ready. If you're in the Salt Lake area, please utilize Peak Performance Rehab. You will not regret it.
Sounds like a great service, honestly. Now we are transitioning to our open men's 90 kilo Pro-Am division. The weights are increasing tremendously here. We are going to 275 to start, 305 for the second axle clean and press, and then 335, 152 kilos. Wow. For axle number 3. That's genuinely heavy.
Again, this is the math that, as a heavier strength athlete, I don't love doing this math. You know, when you're starting getting so much away from your body weight pressing overhead.
Right. Yeah, of course.
Anytime that if I'm hitting a 400-pound press, I feel real good about myself, and that's still not the same margins as these guys.
It's you know, it really, and it goes to show you the athleticism in these weight classes as they're increasing. You know, these people are able to get so much out of their body that we will see remarkable weights like 335 in a Pro-Am. Most of these athletes, if I had to guess, are probably going to use a split jerk technique. Most of these athletes are extraordinarily fast and probably came from other dynamic sports. So it's exciting to see.
Do you find someone who came from like an Olympic lifting would have a better edge at like an axle clean press?
Most certainly. I remember when I first started coaching and doing strongman myself, coming from a weightlifting background, I hit 95% of the world record my first time ever touching axle.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like it's just one of those things where you realize, there's massive advantages based on the skill set you come from. But Sammy Cowgill's up next here in our 90 kilo Pro-Am division. I know Sammy's going to utilize a split jerk technique. I would say this, I really hope Sammy got his feet a little wet before stepping out on this floor, because during his split, on his split jerk, he could slip a little bit. And having slightly wet feet can help a lot.
That's a push press.
Went for a power jerk technique there, really good. I'd imagine he's going to transition pretty soon here. So now he's on 305 pounds at 90 kilos. There's that split jerk technique I knew Sammy was going to utilize. That is genuinely a fantastic run. Sammy has about 30 seconds here to attempt 335. This is genuinely an incredible weight for this weight class, regardless of international or national level competition.
And he now utilizes rolling up his sleeves, which he didn't have before.
So Sammy got it to the belt. Can he make 335 from belly to chest happen? Just a little heavy on the day.
Good work,
But
Sammy.
honestly, those first two, if I had to guess, that's probably going to be an event win.
That's going to be hard to beat.
His split times were great. Genuinely outstanding performance out of Sammy Cowgill. We will find out now. Coming up next in this division, we will have Tyler Ramsey, who had a brilliant yoke run earlier today.
Yes, not to undersell, just the absolute class of these athletes in this 90 kilogram.
Here we go. Tyler Ramsey, belt to chest. A great split jerk as well. If he hits this fast, he's going to be right up there with Sammy Cowgill. Let's see here. He's got to get this on the first crack. Great transition. Even better split jerk. Way to go, Tyler Ramsey. Yeah, he has a lot of time now. He doesn't have to hit this now, but he looks confident. He's already approaching the clean portion. Here we go. Tyler Ramsey getting it to the belt, getting that double overhand position now. Ooh, okay. And that's where you'll see where that sort of weight versus this body weight becomes extraordinarily difficult. When you're dipping and driving from belt to chest, you cannot let your torso dip forward even slightly with weight of this caliber or this load, because it will rip you out of your full foot positioning and kill your ability to creep vertical force.
There seems to be a huge wall between 305 and 335.
Yeah, so for those watching who like kilos, it's 337 to 152. That's a massive jump. It's a massive jump, and it really, if someone can hit it, it's going to completely change the landscape of the points so far in this division. So coming up next in the men's 90 kilo division, we should have Kirk Weldon.
Coming out in his blue collar jeans.
It's a jeans man. Again, 275, 305, and 335 for the axle clean and press ladder. Great clean. Making lightweight of 275. A bit of a splat jerk technique, which is about a half a split. Again, great transition from belly to chest. I would say he doesn't have to rush. Oh, goodness. Oh, he's got a little lightheaded now. He's okay.
Did he bonk his head on the way back down?
I don't believe so. I think he just got lightheaded, but it's possible. Either way, this is why being smooth will oftentimes be the fastest approach. He's rushing just a hair, but let's see how he can recompose himself and more than likely get this weight at 305.
God, he got the start.
Oh, it looks like the dip is the hardest portion for him, and it is just genuinely a hard weight. And yeah, he's getting lightheaded. And this is the thing that you'll notice sometimes with weight class athletes in 2-day shows. There are a lot of times, because they cut so much weight, because they're a little dehydrated, there are times where their energy system or their total energy expenditure isn't as good as it normally would be if they hadn't made a weight cut, right? Now, I'm not necessarily saying that's exactly what happened for Mr. Kirk here, Walden, but it wouldn't surprise me if that was some of the contributing factors. 2 days of competing is hard enough, never mind when you have to make weight and deplete yourself, essentially, of important minerals and water, essentially.
But he's up on his feet. He's going to walk back.
He's good to go. Now, again, he did that first one in a really good time. There is going to be split times on this. So that might still buy him some points, depending on what Mr. Cameron Hutchinson does. Cameron Hutchinson, the last athlete within our 90-kilo Pro-Am division.
I was about to say, he doesn't have wrist straps on. His friend brings him out like, yeah, don't forget this.
Yeah, some folks honestly choose to not use it. Depending whatever their technique may be, sometimes wrist straps will kind of inhibit a good front rack, just kind of depending what their background is. I personally like them. I also have dainty wrists, so I kind of need it. Here we go. We have Mr. Cameron Hutchinson, the last athlete in our 90-kilo Pro-Am division.
You start off with that 275 axle.
Really aggressive
Great
rip
clean.
off the floor. Okay. Now to continue to more than likely maintain the lead, all he needs to do is hit this. Oh, proving to be a challenging weight at 305. Here we go. Can Cameron do it? With a push press technique, switching from a split jerk.
Wow, that was
Cameron
so patient.
Hutchins, way to stick with it. Honestly, that was a good enough run in my opinion. He's going to potentially take a crack at 335, but that 305 looked challenging enough, if I'm being honest. We'll see if he's got the gas for this.
That's so impressive. He got that initial push press, and it got just past his forehead.
Yeah.
And he just was willing to be patient, hold on to it, and push it out for those last few inches.
Yeah, he stayed with
Great
it.
lift.
Let's see. This is 335. This is incredibly heavy, yeah. Great work from Cameron. I think he bought himself a fantastic amount of points. Is probably more than likely maintaining the lead in the division. And, a great display of composure, as you mentioned, on that second attempt. So we are now done with our 90-kilo men's Pro-Am division. We are transitioning to the open men's heavyweight Pro-Am division. The first athlete out will be Drew Lutz, and the weights for this division are going up. We are going to 345,
We're going up dramatically.
375, and 405. This is a ladder that you would see at Strongest Man on Earth.
Yeah, I was going to
This
say,
is-
it's rare you see a 400-pound base weight of anything.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. I love that the promoters here aren't scared to challenge these athletes and demand, basically international excellence. But more than likely, it's going to be a case of who can hit the first two with a good split time. That's more than likely what's going to define the placings.
But even those first two,
Or
they're
potentially
no
who hit
slouch
ones.
weights.
Yeah, who hits just one. 345 is an incredible axle weight.
Yes, it is.
But at the same time, these are guys competing for a pro card. They're trying to get a pro card, establish themselves amongst the pro scene within America, and compete at shows like America's Strongest Man, North America's Strongest Man, and other pro shows. Like, this is, you need to step up. It is that difficult.
Now, have you seen any of these athletes hit any of these weights? Do we know kind of who's who on overhead pressing?
Well, I am unfamiliar with Drew Lutz and Quinton Hawley. These are not athletes who are familiar to me. I do believe they're amateurs who are stepping on up here to challenge themselves at a Pro-Am, and frankly, so far, I think they're doing incredible. In this particular moment right now, there's only 1 point separating Quinton and C.J. Allen. Wow. The athlete that I'm more familiar with is C.J. Allen. C.J. Allen has competed quite a few times now internationally at both SEL, Strongman Champions League shows, and at arguably one of the hardest shows on the planet, which is North America's Strongest Man. C.J. having an outstanding performance, in particular on the stone load ladder at North America's Strongest Man, being one of two athletes to finish it that day, and only one of, I believe, 6 to ever finish that ladder in particular.
It's a hell of a feather in your cap.
Yeah, just for reference, 2 people on that short list to ever finish it ever is Thor and Brian Shaw, just for some reference. And now CJ's on that list. So
as
CJ,
a heavyweight, not an open like super, but as a heavyweight.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there is no difference in Strongman Corp. Your open is open, right? It is what it is.
I'll take it.
But yeah, figure it out, nerds. But but CJ, he's certainly not someone who's a bad presser. He's a good national level presser. But I don't know if he would consider himself. I don't think he would consider himself a press specialist. But I would still more than likely give him the nod and just overall strength and to perform well here.
I just want to tip my hat to any of these pros who are coming out and they're seeing these weights. Like, yes, these are huge weights. This is something that you're seeing in large international shows, and still having the balls to say, "Yep, I'm down for it. Let's do it."
Yeah.
It would scare off people with a weaker constitution, which these do not have.
And that's the thing. I think more people should be accustomed and okay with not being able to finish an event. You know, that is something that is just a part of the sport at almost any level, whether you're Mitchell Hooper or someone starting out brand new here today, right? There are events where Mitchell Hooper cannot just finish, and he won't, and that's okay. He's still one of the best. There are athletes who are new who cannot finish an event, and that's okay. You can still work to be better. So I'm looking forward to watching Drew Lutz here in his first attempt of this axle clean and press ladder.
So, again, this ladder is 345, 375, and 405.
Outstanding weight. Looks like we're just about ready. We're just confirming and reassuring that we have the right weights set up here for these athletes.
If your athletes were in the back, would you have them warm up all the way to the very first weight, to that 435?
No, it just depends on how good they are. Okay. You know, like, for example,
oh, here we go.
Here we go. Let's talk about this later. And Drew Lutz up at 345 pounds. Okay, Drew being quite patient here. Transitioning from chest to belly, pardon me, belly to chest really well. Here we go. This matters. This is for big points. Wow, what a beautiful technique of a lean back press from Drew Lutz. Genuinely very good. Now, who knows if he'll go on up now to that 375.
I think he had a lot of stress to make sure he can get that first one in.
I mean, honestly, great points. Who knows how these athletes will do? 345 is not a joke. So Drew's taking his sweet time. It looks like his plan is just to do 2 of these axles, which to say just is,
right,
you know, not fair to how hard this task actually is. So here we go. Drew Lutz, 375 pounds. Great clean off the floor, but maybe just not having the power to finish today. Great work, Drew.
It looks like he was really jazzed about the 345. I'd be interested to see how he was looking in prep going up to that.
Yeah, that was a great attempt and successful lift at 345. Coming up next, we have athlete Quinton Hawley. Quinton just 1 point behind the leader in C.J. Allen. We'll see if Quinton closed the gap now.
I mean, an event win here for Quinton would tie him up with first place going into the last event, and put a lot of pressure on C.J.
All right, Quinton looking quite ready to go. Here we go. And we are off. Quinton Hawley. Beautiful clean off the floor. Transitioning to chest. Great dip and drive there. Let's see how the overhead looks. With a beautiful split jerk. Okay, all right, I'll be honest. That was tremendous. There's a chance here. Here we go. 375 from Quinton Hawley. If he keeps this technique consistent, he could do this. That was a beautiful display of technique from Quinton.
It's a 30-pound jump between 1 and 2.
375, 170.5 kilos. Great transition. Can he do the jerk? Can Quinton drive high enough and maintain stability? Push through, Quinton, push through.
Oh, my God.
What a great attempt.
And he says, no, I'm good.
He politely flips off the 405 and gets 375. That was genuinely outstanding.
Gosh, what a run.
Really technical, really brilliant. Now, this is going to be a challenge now. Like, CJ has to get this in either a decent split time or finish it. He's put the pressure on CJ.
Well, and Quinton went so fast on those first 2.
Yeah, we're going to know there. If there's even one mistake from CJ, he has to finish, or he's going to take second.
And 405 is going to be, that's a hell of a
assuming he hits the first one, right? I'm assuming.
Assuming.
So here we go. CJ Allen, North America's strongest man competitor. Okay. Good clean from belly to chest. Oh, a little bit of fat on this stake. CJ might just want to reset, and he doesn't. He's just gorilla strong.
Jeez, crackers. All right.
Okay. Okay, so now he's behind the mark. He's behind the mark. He has to finish now.
Yep.
He has to finish. Otherwise, he's in a tie going into the last event. And the thing is, too, depending on how fast Drew did that first one, he could be in third, but I doubt it. I think he did it faster than Drew. Here we go. C.J. Allen, 375. All right, he's going to call it there. More than likely took second place. However, if he took third,
well, that's gonna screw some points.
It changes the points.
Yeah.
I do believe CJ is more than likely tied now for the lead. with Quinton Hawley, making the last event a dogfight. So that was a fantastic display of power from our open men's division here in the Axel Clean and Press. We're going to give one more big thanks to Better Through Biology before we head on out here. Better Through Biology, a pharmaceutical grade research-based company in terms of chemicals that help provide and support performance enhancement, really performance at shows and competing. Again, without Jake through Better Biology, this show is not possible. Selling supplements like L-carnitine and glutathione and other things that just optimize your body. This is not a snake oil pitch. This is not a steroid company. This is a company that helps athletes perform better within any sport, within any category. You have anything to say before we get on out of here, before we transition?
I'm really excited for this this next event, so make sure you tune back in here in a few minutes. We're going to watch some amazing athletes hit the cube to shoulder, an event that they may or may not be familiar with, and we're going to see some puzzles getting worked out.
All right, later, guys.
Bye.
The dark side of the Force. Henceforth, you shall be known as Darth Vader. The Resistance. Resistance. You must be done. You're fulfilling your destiny, Anakin. Become my apprentice. Learn to use the dark side of the Force. Henceforth, you shall be known as Darth Vader. The Resistance. Resistance. You must be done. The Resistance. There's no one that can match me.
explain to me what the fuck rhythm is? Okay. Somebody explain to me what the fuck rhythm is? Okay.
Ultra. 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 Death. Death. Death.
No, let's go harder.
Fuck it. Open that shit up. Archwatch over! Has a face. Allow me to show it to you.
Was it even real? Was it even real? Don't wanna make the same mistake.
serve only you. I serve only you. Whoever this traitor is, I serve only you. Whoever this traitor is, I serve only you. I serve only you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am in the 73 kilo women's Pro-Am division. We have the fantastic and strong Michaela Probst up here first doing a cube to shoulder, steel cube to shoulder at 185 pounds. Goodness gracious, that is fucking heavy. Look at her in this extension. Patience. She is not rushing. She is clearly comfortable in a brutally uncomfortable position. She's finding her full foot balance now as that cube wants to rip her forward off center mass. Can Michaela do this? She needs to be careful, slowly inching that cube, but just losing it at the top. And this is the challenge of a let's call it an object in this shape and form. Ultimately speaking, if you don't get the cube to your lap in a, let's call it a angled position, so not flush with your quads, the roll to the chest becomes nearly impossible. Then you have to start doing a jostle and jump up the torso, and that's very difficult when we're talking about a cube. If it was a sandbag or a natural stone, there's more potential to get it up the torso in that fashion, but not really with a cube. There's kind of just one tried and true method. So right now she's flush with the leg. Let's see if she can do it. It's not quite the style I'd encourage, but man, is she strong and confident in that position. Honestly, that was a genuinely outstanding effort by Michaela Probst. I think she's more than likely going to stop there. But really, really good display of strength. I honestly believe there's one technical session with that object. If I had to guess, she probably doesn't own one. But I think one technical session and she would get reps there. That is a strong athlete. All right, coming up next in our women's 73 kilo Pro-Am division, we have Kelsey Sherman. Kelsey Sherman has had a very consistent weekend all weekend, performing quite well, and here we go at 185 pounds on the steel cube to shoulder to finish out this Pro-Am competition. Kelsey grabbing at a bit of an offset angle, interesting approach, still gets it flush with the quads. Let's see how she manages to potentially shoulder this steel cube. She's on her chest right now, being patient, getting her arms just under, potentially prematurely, but she might have a technique that's consistent with what she's done in the gym. Let's see. Can Kelsey do this? She's nearly there. Goodness gracious, there's a lot of bravery right now to maintain this position. Kelsey. Oh, a near attempt, a near make there by Miss Sherman. And I gotta say, just dummy strong to be able to hold that spot for that long. It's a long time. It's a long time. I know our clock on screen right now isn't quite ticking down, but these athletes do get 90 seconds. It's all good. We'll have it for the later heats. It's okay, everybody. We're going to make some fire Braden shirts. Here we go. Kelsey, and what potentially might be her last attempt at getting this 185-pound cube to shoulder. Man, that was difficult. It's just it might not be there on the day. Again, most of these athletes, like Kelsey Sherman and Michaela Probst, had they had one technical session prior to this event, because it is extraordinarily difficult to get your hands on a cube, I bet you they'd get reps because they're such strong individuals. Good attempt there by Kelsey Sherman. Well done. Okay, now the leader of the women's 73 kilo class and the winner of every single event thus far, Portia Birdsley. Let's see if Portia could close out the show with an event win with a 185-pound cube to shoulder. All she needs is one rep. And she has that angle I was talking about for the lap position. This is really good. Can she maintain it? Can she pull up? Can she hold for the down call? Portia Birdsley, a bad bitch, as the kids would say. Well done in getting that cube to shoulder. So Portia winning every event in this competition. An outstanding display of not only growth as an athlete, as I've been lucky enough to watch her now for the last 2 years, but as an individual at this hard and challenging show.
It's a much different leverage on the second pull.
Right, not as good at the lap position, but she's managing to get it up regardless because she's just that strong. And she has it. Portia Birdsley with an event win, 2 repetitions. A bit of a dramatic flair there at the end, but Portia, way to go, buddy. A well-deserved win this weekend at the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am inaugural year. Thank you so much for coming. And now next year, you have to come back and defend that title.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It looked like she was so ready for every one of these events, too. She must have trained perfectly, got everything all prepped up.
Well, something that I've noticed with Portia in the last 2 years, in the last year especially, she's really jumped in her ability to compete. Her physical body has transformed. She's far more muscle bound. Her mentality towards competing is maturing, and her skill set is matching that growth. And she's working with a great coach, and Travis Ortenmeyer. Shout out to Travis, who's doing a great job with Portia. And it really just goes to show you that the thing that matters the most in going from a novice to an amateur to a pro to a genuine pro is time and consistency, and Portia's been putting in that time.
Looks like we are about to jump up to a new class and a new weight.
We are going to the open women's heavyweight division. We are going to 210 bones for this metal cube. This metal cube very much reminds me of a video game Portal. The cake is a lie. But in this case, the cube hurts you. It's not an assistant in solving a puzzle. So the first athlete up here, coming up in our open women's heavyweight division, should be Casey Jenkins, I believe. Casey Jenkins.
Yeah, this cube is the opposite of an assistant. It is holding you down. There's nothing good about this cube.
And
which Casey agrees with. She says, I'm good.
I'm good, dog. I'm out. That was sick. Gang, gang. Casey, phenomenal work all weekend. You had an outstanding performance on day 1. Really hard work and great showing of strength on day 2. Thank you so much, Casey, for coming on out. And the next athlete out now is Angelica DeFranco, 210 pounds on the steel cube to shoulder. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. And we are off. Let's see here.
She's figuring out the puzzle of this.
She's reading the stone, as the kids would say. She's taking her time. Clear. If I had to guess, it's probably not an implement that she owns or her gym that she trains at owns. And this is, oh my God, it's just heavy. It's just proving to be heavy off the floor, brother. This
would be heavy as a stone, which wants to be rolled up your body.
Dude, stones are way nicer than this bullshit implement. I hate this implement, but I'm going to do my best to be unbiased.
I'm not. No, screw the cube, man.
DeFranco is doing a great job here, just trying to find the spots. She's going to wave it off now, but a really good attempt by Angelica DeFranco. Now, I believe, now we have a tie. We have a 2-way tie for first place in Kelly Lamb and Martha Tivita. So the athlete that wins this event is winning not only a pro card, but this show, brother. This is all,
cannot be higher. Perfect. This is awesome.
This is for all the marbles in the warehouse, fair bro. Here we go. Martha Tivita up to prove her strength on the 210 cube to shoulder. Come on, Martha. Let's get it. Great pick.
Such a quick pick.
Oh my goodness, she's going for a one motion up the body. That was crazy. Can she do it? Holy shit, that is just a strong person. Not the technique I'd recommend, but power nonetheless.
She's got to get a little higher on her shoulder and off
Oh
her
my
chest.
goodness. This is so scary. It's still just on her chest. She unfortunately did not get the down command. For those watching at home, she doesn't need to have one hand off, but she does need to have the cube solidly on the shoulder. This is a far better lap position now. She could do this with this position. She needs to roll it just over one more time. If she gets that transition roll over the torso, it is
her hands
there.
a little bit nearer to the end of that. Give her some leverage.
Martha could do this. She needs to keep pulling high. Keep pulling high. Oh, Martha, so close. If she gets her hands a little more upright, she could do this. I believe Martha could do this.
She's got the pick down. God, she's so strong.
Hands over the top. Right now, they're on the sides. Over the top, she can create a far better leverage point to pull into her body, but she's doing it anyway. Martha could get this.
Come on,
she needs
Martha.
this rep.
Oh, it's so much just to hang out on your chest when you're tired.
Such a brutally strong individual, and Martha Tivita to be able to pick and nearly clean 4 times now.
She got about 20 more seconds, probably one good more attempt to rep this.
Oh my goodness, Martha. No way. Can she do this with the final seconds remaining? Oh, just narrowly missing. So far, every athlete in the Women's Open Pro division is zeroing. So now, everything is on the shoulders of Kelly Lamb. Can Kelly Lamb earn her pro card outright by winning this event? She needs 1 rep.
What pressure. But, she comes out, she looks so focused. She's ready to do this.
Kelly
I'm excited.
Lamb, last athlete of the Open Women's Pro-Am. Here we go, buddy. Let's see. What could Kelly Lamb do? Okay, great pick.
Position on the knees.
This is good. Her
Very
hands are
leveraged.
higher. This is wonderful. She's transitioning. She needs to pull up.
Oh, my gosh.
And she gets it. Kelly Lamb, the outright winner of the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am inaugural year. Your champion.
She wants one more.
Kelly Lamb.
Hell yeah, Kelly. Good for you.
Outstanding performance.
Gosh, she's got this leverage down. Right above her knees, bury into her sternum.
It's just technique.
One heavy rock.
It came down to technique. Kelly Lamb laying down the gauntlet. What an outstanding performance. And she's going for a 3rd because reasons.
Because love of the game, love of the fans.
What a genuinely entertaining competition between Kelly Lamb and Martha. Obviously, all the athletes in this division, but those two had a hell of a weekend. Congratulations to Kelly Lamb on being the newest Strongman Corporation Open Weight Pro.
Wow, that's
what a day.
So cool.
And the champion of the inaugural year of the Pro-Ams division.
And it went to the very last event. These people absolutely fought for each other.
That was
but yeah, that was
good.
just a difference of technique. She knew how to do it. She did it right.
So genuinely good. Thank you, Kelly Lamb. Thank you, Martha Tivita. Thank you, Angelica DeFranco. And thank you, Casey Jenkins, for having the bravery and the chutzpah to sign up for a Pro-Am competition of this level and this difficulty.
It's a lot of chutzpah.
A lot of chutzpah. So, coming up next, we have another division, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving from the Open Women's Division to the Open 90-kilo Men's Pro-Am Division. That division will feature the Cube at 290 pounds. I very much just enjoy saying the Cube.
It's the Cube. This is the same weight that we saw the amateur open heavyweight men doing. And we got a couple of real studs in there, but these guys are coming in at 90 kilograms doing the same weight. It's a big ask. But we got some incredible athletes in our 90-kilogram men's group.
We do. Coming up first, I do believe it might be Samuel Cowgill. I believe he's the first out coming up first, but we'll see. Sammy, now with an event like this, because we just saw a lot of zeros, right? What does that mean? It means if someone were to come out here, let's say earlier, like Sammy, for example, and just crush this, there's a chance the rest of the field zeros, and then the points just swing. Right, so Sammy could go from, let's say, 5th to 2nd or 1st even. It just really just depends on the level of strength and technique that him and his competitors could display here. I'm very much looking forward to this.
Sammy comes over, blows a kiss to the weight.
If you didn't know who Sammy was, he has the brightest and shortest shorts in the room.
And super jealous. If I wore those, I'd be on a registry, but he could pull them off.
He can. With quads like that, you can do whatever you want, Sammy. With quads like yours, you go to prison.
Where I belong.
Yeah. All right, so we're getting our final adjustments on this beautiful steel cube, going up to 290 pounds, which, by the way, that's a fucked up weight. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
That's
No,
pretty
that's
crazy
stupid.
for the 90-kilo class. Pardon my French. But, yeah. That's crazy. So,
and again, this is a sort of implement you just can't ogre it. I mean, it would take a top tier, but you have to do it right.
You know what else you have to do right? Order some phenomenal supplements and nutritional and beneficial chemicals from Better Through Biology. Here we go. So, athlete coming on up, we have Mr. Kirk Walden, actually. Coming up, Kirk Walden in the blue jeans, which frankly, this is actually a great event to wear jeans in because the cube's going to hurt.
I was going to say, this is probably the most appropriate.
Here we go, 290 pounds. That's the position.
Yep.
Kirk knows the moves.
He's got one hand over, one under, like you would on a stone.
Oh, dude. Oh, no. So Kirk was suffering with a little bit of lightheadedness in the previous event, and it looks like it might be affecting him now. That said, his technique was brilliant. He just fell forward to his toes as soon as he was more than likely about to get the down command from our professional level athlete in Jamie Strong. Here we go. Another pick now for Mr. Kirk Walden. Beautiful lap
great
position.
Get one arm over, one under, like you would on a natural stone. He's going to use that second hand as a guide to help shove that over.
Here we go. He's nearly there. Can he stand upright? No.
Oh, man.
He's just, unfortunately, just a little too lightheaded to maintain balance for an adequate down call. I think it would be wise for Kirk to call it.
Yeah,
and
I
he
think
is.
Yeah.
Honestly, round of applause for Kirk Walden in that he competed his heart out all weekend. He did incredible. Going into this event, he was tied for second place. So we'll see where the points land at the end of the day.
He's just been the embodiment of going 100%.
All right, we're having our fantastic spotter and loaders get the cube back to the starting position. The next athlete coming on up looks like it's Cameron Hutchinson, actually. That is Mr. Hutchinson, I believe. Yep, that is Mr. Hutchinson. 290 pounds, 90 kilo, Pro-Am division. This is an incredible weight.
The Cameron's getting set up.
Here we go.
190 pounds in a dumb box. No slowing down.
Mr. Hutchinson.
What a great finish.
With a beautiful first rep and only rep so far in this division. Cameron coming into this event is in first place with 13 points. However,
he can seal the deal by getting a couple more reps.
He looks like he's in at least solidified podium, potentially the win.
Mm-hmm. And again, most of these athletes are just not used to a 90-second run clock, too.
So Cameron just slipped with his transition hand there. He needs to maintain position while continuing to pull up and not prematurely get his hands under the cube.
Yeah, there's just no way to muscle up that cube. It's too much.
So Cameron opting to stop at one repetition, which does put him in first place so far within the 90-kilo Pro-Am division. Our second-to-last athlete to finish out the day. Second-to-last athlete is Samuel Cowgill. If Sammy gets 2 or more repetitions, he could bounce from last place in this category to on the podium.
Wow.
So this is big now for him because the only people to get reps, or the only person, rather, was the person in first. So Sammy could potentially jump into third or second, depending on what happens here.
Jeez, crackers.
Let's go, Mr. Cowgill. Let's see what we can do.
Right now, he's just getting a sec to get mentally, physically ready. It's going to be a big ask. He's got his thumbs up. Let's get it, Sam.
All right, Sammy Cowgill. Come on, buddy. Let's see it. Genuinely one of the most athletic 90-kilo guys. I don't like that lap position as much, but can Sammy muscle it? He's choosing to bounce up his body. That's not a technique that's worked so far today, but he might just have the chutzpah and the strength to do it. He's pushing now. Sammy really doesn't want to let go. He's worked so hard, but he's going to have to drop.
It's too much to ask on the biceps just to hold it in place while you figure it out.
Ultimately, Sammy needs to get that cube in his lap on an angle and not flush with his quads. That will allow him the ability to transition from lap to shoulder with far greater degree of success. Here we go, Sammy Cowgill. He has it flush again with his quads. Not exactly the best position. He's going for an over-under. Oh, no, he's just starting
give
here.
Yourself no leverage when you keep it flat on your quads.
Yeah,
like
he needs to get it on an angle. I know Sammy has the strength.
Again, this is the difference of this implement. If you're not familiar with it, it's hard to figure out on the fly.
It is. This is quite the challenge. And honestly, this competition is going to teach Sammy so much. I believe this is his first step up into a pro category and competing. And these are the most valuable lessons any athlete could have, whether it be perseverance of strength and or skill associated with the task. So massive congratulations to Sammy Cowgill on an outstanding performance this weekend. Now our final athlete for our men's 90 kilo Pro-Am division, we have Tyler Ramsey. Now going into this event, Tyler Ramsey was tied for second place with Kirk Weldon. Kirk Weldon zeroed. So if Tyler Ramsey hits this, he will outright have second place at a minimum. And he has
so
definitely
fast.
done this before.
Oh.
Goodness.
Got it.
Okay. That's one repetition. Now he is tied for first.
And you notice the athletes, when they set it back down, they are completely in control of it. They're responsible for getting it back to the lifter's area, so that behooves them to make sure they're dropping it safely, putting it in a position where they can get a second rep.
Absolutely. All right. Can Mr. Ramsey get the outright event win?
Gosh, that was so fast.
And he does. A massive congratulations to Tyler Ramsey for getting the final event win in this 90 kilo Pro-Am competition at the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am. It looks like he wants to get more reps. He might be hunting down a personal record, maybe a PR here, as opposed to just the purely event win, which I know he knows that he has. Here we go, getting nice and composed. He's using every bit of that 90 seconds to stay fresh, or as fresh as he could be anyway. Great lap position. He's getting that angle.
I'm just impressed that he's able to get into that lap position and then immediately start the drive up to the top.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you start with speed with that angle, you don't have to slow down in the middle in theory. Now, everything's easy in theory, but that just goes to show you the strength and consistency out of Tyler Ramsey. Well done on that event win, and a massive congratulations to all of our open 90 kilo Pro-Am competitors. That was genuinely a fantastic competition and a joy to watch.
What a heavy show for them. And
an impossibly heavy show for them, honestly.
But they got the chutzpah.
The chutzpah.
Which I'm going to try to say 10 more times for the end of this.
You got to have a little more scraggliness in the throat. It's Yiddish. There's a lot of phlegm involved. All right. For our next and last category of the day within this Pro-Am competition, we have the open heavyweight men's going to 330 pounds, 150 kilos, cube to shoulder.
And that's such a big jump between 290 and 330.
I mean, it fucking better be. It's 90 kilo to open. Yeah, it better be a massive jump to the weight class in between those two, damn it. Honestly, it might not be big enough as far as I'm concerned.
Now, with this cube, all bets are off.
Again, if we're going to do a stupid event, we might also make it real stupid heavy.
I want one person to hit it and the rest to feel sad.
Yeah. Genuinely a joy to watch so far, though, honestly. That's the thing about Strongman. You're going to get some weirdness, and you better anticipate it, and you better just learn to be okay with it, at least. However, I will continue to be a disgruntled strength coach on the internet. All right, so it looks like our athletes are coming on out just to investigate to see what's going on here. Ultimately, we're just getting this cube loaded and ready to go. The first athlete out for this will be Drew Lutz. Mr. Lutz is getting ready to compete. And as of right now, we have a tie for first place between Quentin Hawley and CJ Allen. All the marbles in the warehouse on this last event.
And so you're saying the winner of this event gets an automatic qualifier to America's Strongest?
America's Strongest Man.
Wow.
That's right. And if Mr. Hawley wins, who I do believe is in fact an amateur, boy, he's getting a pro card.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
Which, if you could beat CJ Allen in a show, you deserve to be a pro. So we'll see.
I wonder if this has to be his first Pro-Am then, right?
If I had to guess, potentially. I'm not familiar with Mr. Quinton, but he's performed amazingly so far this weekend. It's been a real joy to watch him.
I mean, he's been going back and forth with CJ both days.
Yeah. All right. It looks like we're just about ready. It looks like our spotters and loaders finished up loading and tightening up the cube. Mr. Drew Lutz is getting ready to go. In our final event, 90 seconds to get as many cube to shoulders as possible. For those watching at home, you do not have to have just one hand in the shoulder position to signify control. Two hands can remain on the cube, so long as it's adequately on the shoulder. Drew Lutz, here we go. Good lap position. I love the angle.
Yep, burying the sternum. He's got both of his hands over, gives good leverage.
All right, Drew Lutz getting a phenomenal first rep and his down command. Well done, Drew Lutz.
Gosh, at 330 pounds, he made that look very comfy.
Oh, and Gabe Deal, my client in the comments, let me know that Quinn also did an Olympic City Pro-Am last year. Thank you, Gabe Deal. Gabe, go do your program. I wrote it for you this morning. All right, Drew Lutz going for his second attempt. Second make, pardon me. He made one rep so far. Drew is quite talented.
He really is.
At shouldering this stupid object.
It looks like such a comfy transition for him, too, off his lap up to the shoulder.
Again, for those that don't know, that is a steel cube. Nothing about that transition that's using your own torso, sternum as a pivot point is comfortable. This just hurts the entire fucking time.
When you're fulcruming off your sternum, you're not loving this.
So Drew Lutz not only displaying incredible technique associated with the task, but grit as well, grit and determination. Mr. Lutz, incredible lumbar mobility and T-spine mobility. Lightheadedness. Okay, so Drew nearly got that third rep, but he just got lightheaded. He's waving off the remainder of this attempt, but a beautiful display. All weekend, Drew Lutz performing incredibly well, and to get two repetitions at 330, something tells me that's going to be a hard feat to match. So let's see here.
It's like up next, we got CJ Allen.
Again, so now CJ has to come out before Quinton, so he has to set a high mark to maintain his potential win. This is on our North America's strongest man competitor, CJ Allen, to maintain his dominance here. We already know he's one of the best stone loaders in this continent. Can he be one of the best shouldering athletes? Let's see.
Gosh, he picks it up basically with one hand.
All right, he's going to gorilla this. I can already tell. CJ getting his first good rep in just a moment here. Oh, he's fighting now for balance. And, oh no, CJ Allen just rushing. He needs to be patient here.
See, there's just no extra little humping it up to the end on this implement. It's too heavy. It's too awkward.
Okay, CJ getting another good lap position here. It is flush. He should get it more of an angle, but we'll see if he commits to this.
So he's not fulcruming off of his chest.
He's not. He's just hoping to power it up. He is transitioning
well,
though.
Freaking can.
Way to go. CJ Allen, one good rep on the board. He genuinely needs to get 2 to 3, though. He needs to get 2 to 3 to create separation from whatever Mr. Quinton's going to do.
He's about halfway done at the time.
A great first rep here. I know he's going to kick himself in the butt later for not missing that first one, but he's on the board. Can CJ get 2 reps to take the event win so far?
That's a much better position.
I agree. He's pushing now, transitioning. What a great transition. Can he maintain full foot balance? Oh, goodness. Oh, CJ just a little too lightheaded on the day, but on the board, he is tied for first place in this event so far. Or Drew got 1 or 2? Drew got 2.
Drew got 2.
So never mind. CJ has 1 repetition, so he's in at minimum second so far. We're going to see what Quinton Hawley does.
It leaves the door wide open for Hawley.
It does. Hawley just needs 1 rep. No, he needs 2.
Yes, he'll have to beat CJ.
He has to get 2 repetitions. If they were to tie, yet again, there is a 6th event, which is a tiebreaker. They're doing an axle, double overhand hold for time. But Quinton is not going to want that. Quinton wants 2 reps.
He's got 90 seconds to get 2 reps.
Here we go. Here we go. Can Quinton Hawley be the underdog to beat the well-established CJ Allen?
So he's got a flush on his quads.
Flush on the quads is not the move.
It's just too big.
Oh,
like
goodness.
That. Yep, let's figure out that puzzle.
He has to think about the technique here. I see Drew Lutz here actually yelling the technical changes he needs to do off on the side, being a good competitor and potential friend. Quinton Hawley, all he needs to do is 2 reps. Can he do it? Oh, wow. Wow, so CJ Allen taking the event, taking second place in the event and the Pro Show win in the inaugural year of the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am, but not without drama.
No.
This came down to the final event. What an outstanding display of strength from all 3 athletes in our Pro-Am division. It was a dogfight all weekend between Drew Lutz and between CJ Allen and Quinton Hawley. Genuinely a joy to watch. That was outstanding. We're going to take a quick momentary break. We're then going to do our awards and give out some more shout-outs to our sponsors. Thank you so much for those who are tuning in right now. We'll be back in just probably 3 to 5 minutes for our award ceremony.
Thanks, guys.
as the world burns, to rise against the restraints. They answer to no one. They answer to nothing. They are the outlaws.
Flow.
together. We resist together. To stand against the destruction. No mercy. No permission. Only ascension. For blood, sweat, and fears do not create the worthy. They create the feared. Disrespect your surround.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the Rocky Mountain Pro Show inaugural year. We are now going to give our podium athletes their trophies. So in the women's 73 Pro-Am division, we have Michaela Probst taking up third place. Thank you so much, Michaela, for coming out here and challenging yourself. And in second place, we have Kelsey Sherman in second place in our women's 73 kilo Pro-Am division. And the winner and the champion of the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am, Portia Birdsley with 15 points. That's all of the points. Well done, Patricia. You could not have gotten more points. Good job, ladies, in our 73 kilo division. So proud of all of you for coming out here. And we genuinely hope to see you again next year to compete and defend your podium spots. All right, we should be moving on now to, I believe, our Open Women's Heavyweight Pro-Am, which came down to a battle. And in third place, we have Angelica DeFranco. Shout out to Angelica. I do believe that actually earns her an invite to America's Strongest Woman. So, dog, get after it. And in second place, we have Martha Tivita by 1 point. Well, actually, not by 1 point, but Martha all weekend was battling with Kelly Lamb, who is our Rocky Mountain Pro-Am champion, and Kelly Lamb. Congratulations to all three athletes on the podium. Kelly Lamb in first, Martha Tivita in second, and Angelica DeFranco in third. She did. Massive congratulations to all three ladies. Competing at genuinely world-class weights. So now we're moving on to our 90 kilo Pro-Am division. And in third place, we have the mighty Kirk Weldon, who managed to hold on to podium after an unfortunate 0 on the cube to shoulder. Well done, Kirk Weldon, for showing some true grit and an incredible fashion sense as well. And in second place, we have Tyler Ramsey. Well done, Tyler. A fantastically strong competitor who was super consistent all weekend in a very competitive class. Tyler's just going to get his trophy. And for those watching, and for those potential athletes that might want to compete in this show in the future, all athletes are getting paid in cash right now in these Pro-Am divisions. That's pretty cool. There's not a single Pro-Am in the country doing that right now. And in Cameron Hutchinson in first place with 16 total points. Fantastic display of consistency out of Mr. Hutchinson this weekend in a very competitive 90 kilo Pro-Am class. Now, I do believe Cameron was an amateur before this, and he's not anymore. Homeboy's got that pro card. I do believe this full podium is getting an invite to America's Strongest Man U90, and we're going to have a dogfight at that show. Good stuff. Cameron Hutchinson. All right, now in our Open Men's Pro-Am division, in third place, we have Mr. Drew Lutz, who just did a cool hop over the banner to get back on the competition floor. Well done, Drew Lutz, for not only the athleticism to not trip on that banner, but to maintain podium position throughout the duration of this competition. Well done. And in second place, by a nail-biting degree, Mr. Quentin Hawley. Quentin Hawley showing a great display of strength and competing with one of the best competitors in C.J. Allen all weekend. and our champion of the inaugural year of the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am, Mr. CJ Allen.
Close enough show for him to drive down. Close to the most. Great time. He had such a great show. Came down to the very end. He gritted it out.
Genuinely fantastic display of strength. And what a fantastic display of strength for all athletes involved in this competition this weekend. We greatly appreciate everyone who came out to not only compete, but everyone who also came out to spot and load, everyone that came out to support their loved ones who were competing, everything all involved. So again, we're gonna give a quick little shout out to all our sponsors quickly before we turn off the stream. In the Sweaty Pig Gym, another shout out to Onyx Bodywork, another shout out to Better Through Biology, another shout out to MRS Power Wash and Detail, Heavy Handed, Chiro Movement and Muscle Joint Clinic, Peak Performance Rehab and Physical Therapy, and the Sweaty Pig Gym. Thank you so much to everyone who came to support this stream, this competition, and all involved. Thank you guys for tuning in. My name is Alec Jose, and we are signing out.